Seamless. Totally and utterly seamless. So hello everyone, who I see there's quite a few people waiting for us to start today. So today is Critical Cartography for the mapping stream, where Andy will be creating a map based on the 7 steps that he showed us in the Critical Cartography Masterclass earlier this week on Wednesday for patrons. Given that we're currently playing Wifrip, and check out the Patreon for that live stream game, Different Inside the Rookery, which is due to start soon, he is mapping a part of the old world that will be useful for both groups who are playing on 2 sides of the enemy within. One streamed and one not. I will pop up a banner. I'll pop up JLab's comp, obviously, professional streamers in the house. Yeah. Just the one house, because we live together. I'm in the new studio. The lights and the whole camera thing aren't quite working yet. So whenever I move, the lights, I get darker and brighter. I'm kind of like in a goth noir mode right now, which I think is pretty cool. At least Andy assured me it was before the stream. Here we go. There's your banner, Andy. He is flying solo for the mapping mission, not paying as much attention to the comments as he normally would. So there might be a delay in replies, but he will read all the comments. And with that, I shall hand you over to Andy for the mapping stream.
Alrighty, let's get going. Today we are going to be mapping a place. The Critical Cartography Masterclass on Wednesday was about how to map cities and towns, and it gave a 7-step guide to present your own mapping of cities and towns. I'll give some examples if I bring them up in the stream like so. For example, this is Freeport here from Green Ronin. Oops, I've removed it by instead of moving. Or alternatively, this is the city of Westruun from Tal'Dorei. That's Critical Role. There are 2 maps that I did. Or alternatively, oops, I'm desperate to remove it there. The city of Erengrad from Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. This was the 2nd edition Realm of the Ice Queen book. Or alternatively, the first city, that's from Paradigm Concepts games, which are really nice. That map is enormous, by the way, if you want to go check it out. It's over on my art station. And today we're going to be building a map ourselves. Now, unlike normal, where I'd be commissioned to map an area and I'd already know what that area would be filled with, today we're going in blind. And I thought that one of the best ways to go in blind would be to map an area that has never been mapped before in Warhammer, but would be useful for my upcoming game, because I'm going to be live streaming a game very soon. And that being the case, and after some thought at our end, if I quickly ping up our reference map in the corner. Now, I will be looking down an awful lot during the course of this stream. I apologize deeply for ignoring you. If you have any questions as we go, feel free to just ping them, but I may take a few moments to notice them because I'm going to be mapping for a good chunk of it. Now, I brought up a small corner of the master map down there. Now, for those of you who caught my stream last Saturday, I did a big 7-hour stream where I mapped out the princedom of Altdorf. And we had a lot of chat during the course of that stream as to exactly what could be involved with that. And today I figured taking a place from the princedom of Altdorf would be a great way to move on to our city side of streaming rather than doing a province. And having had a look at the princedom, one of the most important sections of it is over here. I don't know if you can see my mouse twiddling around on the screen. That is Kalegen, if we zoom in there. Now, Kalegen's super important because this is the seat of House Hallskrug. Now, for those of you who know your Altdorfy lore, the Hallskrugs are the primary, let's say, the antagonists as far as House Hallskrug-Schlieffen is concerned. They are the primary competition for the city of Altdorf and controlling Altdorf itself. And the Duchy of, if we just move it out a little bit here. The Duchy of Hallskrug is quite a large area, and Kalegen, which is effectively its capital, is unlikely to ever be mapped by anyone ever. It's just one of those many towns in the Warhammer world that sits there, is maybe mentioned once in a Black Library book or perhaps in a computer game somewhere, occasionally dropped on a map here or there that you might pop up in Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, but never actually detailed. So I figured it'd be a lot of fun if we could just sit down and detail it ourselves. So I'm just going to go into what would normally happen if I was starting with a map, which would be a big white screen. Now, I've chosen dimensions for this one already, and I've chosen it based on what would happen if I received a commission, because I figured that'd be a nice way to loosely discuss that as well. Normally, when I get a commission, it's for a book, and it has to fit a particular size. And if I bring up this nice little area here, this is a classic example of a double page spread, where you would have 2 pages with a nice line down the middle, where you want to put as few details as possible, because they're going to fall into the gutter, into the small area in between the pages. And if you put something like important detail 5 in there, no one's going to be able to see it on the map. So you tend to, when you're mapping, try to avoid that area. And if you have something that has to go in the middle, you shift all the map over a little bit, so that important section can be moved deeper into the page, either to the left or the right. You'll notice that there's also a border on all sides, top, bottom, and side. The border is what's called the bleed. This is the extra area that you have around the area that you're mapping, that if the cutting of the book is squint or off, will still have ink in it, will still be depicted off towards the sides. So if there's a printing error by a millimeter here or there, it's not going to leave white lines around the edges of the page. So whenever I do a map, I tend to add at least a few millimeters of bleed, or in this case, it's a full ½ inch of bleed. It's about a centimeter and a bit extra. Most books nowadays, roleplay books, are made to US letter size. So this is a US letter size double page spread with a ½ inch bleed. Now I do ½ an inch because US letter size works in inches. So I work in inches when I'm working on US letter. If I work to A4, I work in millimeters, for example. So that's our mapping area. I've used DPI, dots per inch, a resolution. How many pixels will be printed inside each inch of 300, which is your standard printing resolution. So that'll give us a fixed number of pixels to draw inside when we're drawing this map. Sometimes when I'm doing maps, if they're going to be turned into a poster later, I'll work at 600 DPI. That's twice the resolution. So that means that the map gets blown up twice the size to be a lovely poster. It will still look good and won't look a bit blurry or a little bit like the details a bit, well, loose. Right, so this is the area we have. Now, if you followed the tutorial last Wednesday, you'll already know the 7 steps. I won't be detailing the 7 steps, but I will be going through them. So it shouldn't be too difficult to keep up with what we're doing. The first step is the easiest by far, and that is just decide what you're drawing on. In my case, I'm going to pop up a very quick texture. So I've got myself an area that I can start drawing on and comparing the colors that I drop with what may be lying underneath it. If I just draw straight onto white, and later on add a texture, you'll find that the colors that I've drawn underneath, oops, I've just got rid of my thing, texture like so. If I just draw straight onto the white and I add a texture on later, all my colors will be much darker, they'll look a bit weirder. So it's good to have it from the very beginning. So I'm going to drop that on there. And then move to step 2. Now, step 2 is loosely deciding the area that we're going to map, what terrain it has. I'm going to bring up the reference map again, so that we can have a quick look and see what's there. Now, I'm also going to ask for anyone that's on the stream, because it's much more fun if we do this together. If you have any ideas as we go along as to extra details that we could add, just drop them in as comments. If you've got any questions as I'm going as to why I've done a particular thing, or why one place is over there and another one's over there, or just why, just drop them in. I'll periodically stop about once every 5 minutes once I'm drawing, and I'll take a look at what the comments are and hopefully answer to each of them. And as I do that, let's quickly run through and go. Yeah, we were indeed professional streamers, as Lindsay mentioned. Hi, okay, good to see you there. Lindsay is becoming a ghost life. She was going in and out and in and out. And finally, the master map. Yes, the master map. Yeah, it has been a wee while, hasn't it? But it's still there, still doing the thing. Now, if we take a look at Kalegen, you'll notice that the River Bergen goes up at an angle, and that Kalegen itself does not cross it. Now, on my master map, if there's a bridge, the symbol is placed on the river itself. So in this case, Kalegen has not got a bridge. There is no bridge over the Bergen here, which means that I'll be popping all of Kalegen over on the right-hand side of the bank of the Bergen there. So when we're drawing our map, we want that to be there. You'll also notice that going up to the Herzogsfjord, or whatever that's pronounced, we've got ourselves a canal, with a couple of locks that are leading up to whatever that Newtifil or whatever it's called. That's a big mine that's up at the top. Don't ask me to pronounce half the names, even though I may have made some of them up myself. Let's just not go there. We've got a canal which is coming out. Now, that's clearly for the important minerals that the Holzkrugs are importing down. They also have a second canal that goes down to, if you can, let's just move it down here. It goes down to the Weisbruck Canal. The Weisbruck Canal, and has a major loading on point by Jägel there. The Holzkrugs were one of the primary supporters of the Weisbruck Canal and one of the primary funders of it. So it's no surprise to see them using it directly. In my version of the Warhammer world, there's quite a system down by Jägel there, and a small working town that is primarily based around getting all the enormous amount of ore that House Holzkrug get down there, and either taking it up to Altdorf, which you'll note because of where the canal comes in, it doesn't need to deal with Altdorf taxes unless it goes upriver, or alternatively, ignoring that, going down to the Bergen and going past Karaberg to sail all the way down to Marienburg, where they will be making a significant chunk of coin. So in response to that, we're going to want to make sure that any map that we have beside our canals has got various warehouses or something similar to, and probably large stacks of ore, which have just been turfed out of various ships that or barges that have come down from the canals. And they'll be piled to be shipped off by somebody else at a later date, or perhaps sold to various forges or whatever. So that's something we're going to need to consider. Other than that, you can see that the trees have broken. So clearly the entire area is surrounded by farmland. So we're going to want to include that as well. And then we have a question as to whether we want to include anything on the opposite side of the Bergen. Now, if we take a look at our overall map size, given that we want our map to fit nicely in a double page spread, we're probably going to want to have the river running down one side at an angle, then have the town itself mapped there with the canal probably coming in at the bottom side. So we're going to want loosely river on the left, town sitting near the middle, canal coming in from the right and moving down towards the river. And I assume that our canal probably goes directly into the town for a whole host of work-based and tax-based reasons. So that's a loose starter. Now, if you've got any other ideas for what we could drop into Kalegen, and we could take almost anything that could, I don't know, change the way it looks, drop them in the comments now. I'm going to go loosely for, given the nature of the land that we have, for this section, topography being relatively flat, maybe a slight rise on one side of the town, and working on the water. So if you've got any other further ideas for that, now's the time to ping them into the chat. Other than that, I'll just start bringing that up. I'll get rid of my master map, pop up here, and then pop into terrain. First one, water. And I'm going to get a big brush that I can just, not quite that big, because that's really silly. And let's go, obviously, blue. Some sort of palish blue around about there, and then just fill that in. So we've got an idea of where the river is going to be, like so. And to make sure that's nice and clear, I'll also add a little bit of an edging to it so we can see it clearly. So I'm going to do that by popping in here and going stroke. One nice little edge. I'll fade that off a little bit so it's not too dominant, but there we go. Right, so I'm going to leave the reference map there just so I can have a quick check at anything that it shows. We've got that canal, the River Bergen. We don't really have anything else. So yes, if you have any extra details, now's the time to call them out. I'm going to quickly add a canal. I'm going to presume the canal's coming from the mountains and it's coming in from the south on the master map. So I'm going to bring it in from about here. We'll make the canal relatively straight. Often when I'm doing rivers, you'd never use any tools like the one I'm using just now because they provide very straight, firm lines. But for a canal, which is often plowed straight through in a straight line, totally cool. So I'll drop that on and quickly brush that in place. How big a brush do I want about that? And stroke that. Stroke path. Okay. That brings us the edge of our canal coming. And then I will probably bring it in from about there. Widen it out in a couple of places to give the suggestion of some berths. We can add the detail in afterwards to make it look good, but for the moment we're just putting the basic shapes in place for later. Perhaps a shipyard with its own area in here too. Perhaps it's making barges, so we can actually have that connect through to the main canal as well. We're going to need an area to turn it. Like so, and cut off that edge as well. And then the lock systems will move in there as well. Now, there's no mention of whether there's a lock system here or not, but I'm going to presume there is between the river and the canal coming in. And I'll probably drop a lock system on both sides here to control the water flow. Okay, cool. Right, so we've got our basic water. The next part for sorting out our topography is any highlights for showing where the elevations might be, as in the bits that are a bit higher and a bit lower. Now, to add a little bit of detail to this, we probably want to have a higher area over in the top corner if we can. So I'm going to quickly grab a brush and do exactly that. Let's see what we've got. Let's go black. Let's drop that down to it. Yeah. Size. So we'll have an area over here. And again, this isn't going to be on the final map, so I can be super loose. All I'm doing is defining some areas that are a bit higher. And also, if we were doing a map where there was lower areas, a bit lower. But yeah, there's not going to be any lower areas in this one. Now let's do it and then go overlay. That'll do. Right, so we've got a rise over there. Anyone got any other ideas for anything we should do just for the topography? Is there anything else you think that we should possibly see here? Do we think we should have walls? Where do we think the walls should go? If anyone's got any comments, now's the time to drop them in before I start drawing the actual details as we press forwards. Okay, now again, this isn't meant to be pretty. All this is doing is giving us an idea of where some of the peaks and the heights are, so to speak. So when we draw in the roads and we draw in our various details, we already know that there's going to be some steeper areas, some less steeper areas, parts that you're going to have to snake upwards rather than just simply having straight roads. You'll find that roads, as they move towards the edges of the higher areas, they'll start to curve around the natural contours of the place. So very loosely putting a couple of them in now, even though they're not going to be the final way it looks, is worthwhile doing. Also, it's worthwhile giving a very loose idea of where the boundaries of our city are going to be. And the quickest way to do that is just to drop some color onto the map over the outside of the area. If I make that multiply, that's far too bright. Drop it down to about that size. That's also useless. Let's go for closer to maybe about there. How's that? There we go, some loose green. Now, this is going to be outside the town. Possibly the walls go down to the... Possibly we have something that's there. We want to make sure it doesn't go off the map. So about there-ish. And again, we're playing loose and fast here. That brush is way too small. Loose and fast with this, just so that we get an idea. What sort of shape do we think our town should have? I'm about to go look at the comments. I'll be there in just a second. At the moment, we've got a loosely round-looking town. If you've got any preferences for looking different, drop it in. If you've got any ideas for things that could look perhaps a little bit different on this one, again, drop them in, and I'll get straight to it. Let's start bringing up the comments. Okay, so walls are always fun. Totally agree. Let's make sure we've got walls all the way around this, particularly given that House Hallskrug is super, super rich. It's been rich now for a good 50 years and has been growing in power. So we want to represent that if we possibly can graphically on the map. And one of the ways of doing that, for example, is through high, strong walls, and is also through some rather rich and sumptuous looking palaces or something similar that sit on the inside of the city walls, demonstrations of wealth. Another interesting point about House Holzkrug is that Leipmund Holzkrug, the Duke and the head of the household, he's the Lord Ambassador of all Reichland. Now, as Lord Ambassador, he has two primary duties, one of which is basically he's the Lord Spy Master, a position that he has taken to with a certain amount of glee. So he's somebody who's probably got some form of black chamber in Kalegen, i.e. somewhere where a lot of information is stored and cryptographers are working on codes for various people. The large primary black chamber will be in Altdorf itself, because that's where most of the mail will go through that they will be attempting to intercept one way or another so that they can gain intelligence. The other primary job of our High Lord as Ambassador is representing the Reichland. Now, it's important to note here is the High Lord Ambassador of the Reichland, not of the Empire. So as the High Lord Ambassador of the Reichland, he's essentially responsible for speaking to the other grand provinces and discussing overall policy decisions between them, and also speaking on behalf of the Reichland to other realms, whether those realms are Bretonnia or the individual duchies that comprise it, whether that's perhaps a Cathaean ambassador or a Nipponese ambassador, whether it's to do with the Hiles coming over from Althuin, whether it's to do with, I don't know, the Aeonir sending down their ambassadorship, which is currently, they've got a big camp, which is sitting outside the Amber Mountains. All of these things are things that he himself will be dealing with, and they will be dealt with both in Altdorf, while he will be doing on behalf of the prince, and also back home here. So we're going to want to make sure that we've got some buildings that give you an idea of somebody who's dealing with large diplomatic issues. So that's something. Let's carry on down to our next comment, which is some trace of an old moat system and in the coastal canal. Something like that might be quite fun. Now, you tend to find that old moats don't necessarily correspond with where the walls currently are, because as cities expand over time, they obviously grow much larger. And I think that might be something that could be a lot of fun for this one. That's a really good idea, John. Perhaps if we imagine that there was a keep originally in this area overlooking a village, perhaps it may have been a smaller fishing village to begin with, and that keep was protected possibly by a moat that went all the way around. We might want to bring over to this side, the lower side of the map rather than the top, so we can get it closer to the canal, and we can also have small traces of it being used perhaps to get some trade from those parts of the buildings that are there down into the canal system. So they're using the old moat and upgrading that, and perhaps some warehouses sit against it. That's really nice. And then we can have the city expand out from those. During the last 50, 60 years, the Holzkrugs became much richer when they basically discovered some pretty deep seams. Now, the Holzkrug had in long times past been princes of Altdorf, but they had fallen on, shall we say, harder times. And these times for them are quite the opposite. They're now one of the most powerful families in all Reichland. And representing that on this map will be, I think, part of the fun of it. So yeah, an old moat system, perhaps sitting around in the old keep, which used to be up there, that could be an awful lot of fun. Let's see what's next. Palisades versus stone walls is always a hard decision to make. I think in this case, it's not so hard. I'd say if we're building it from scratch without any background, it would be super tough. But we're not building this one purely from scratch. We've got some existing lore we can draw from. We can, however, give the idea that there may once have been a palisade or older stone walls in some of the other places. But nowadays, with the enormous amount of money that's been running through the building of the Weisbruck Canal, the building of and funding of all manner of extras to ensure that House Holzkrug doesn't need to pay the taxes in Altdorf, has brought them much richer. So that being the case, I would probably, to support that, go with stone walls only. Well, yeah. There is also that point. Moving downwards, any chance of us getting our hands on the map? Yeah, good luck with that one. It's something that's constantly being updated, and actually at the moment is in a state of upheaval because I've switched the scale, which means that half the whole map has gone up in scale so I can fit more details on it. But doing that, it means that now at the moment only one part of the map is actually finished, which is the Reichland. All the rest of it's out of scale and looks really weird. All the details still on there, but it's in a very unpresentable fashion. But I'm going to be updating that as we go along with our campaign that we're doing. Don, next one, Master Map is correct. It totally is. Why wasn't Kalegen built on the river? It is built on the river. Just to quickly re-show that again, in case it wasn't clear, if I bring up the master map there, you can see that Kalegen is built on the River Bergen right there. the main river that is a primary tributary of the Reich, which we can see over there, making its way up through the marshlands by Karaberg over to Altdorf, with the Weisbruck Canal making its way down through here. So Kalegen is built on the river and has a second canal system working from the mountains up there, running through it as well. So Kalegen is on the river, fortunately. Moving down, some Hanseatic style warehouse district would be cool. I agree. I think that'd be pretty fucking cool. And maybe a shipyard of some idea as well, particularly given that the Imperial First Fleet is known for being old, hoary, and a bit rubbish. And upriver in Karaberg, they've been for a while attempting to build themselves some sort of competing fleet. This is a fleet that will come very much into its own later when Boris Todbringer takes over all of Middenland. But that's assuming it happens in your game world. But at the point when this map is depicting, which is just before the enemy within, or at least that's the plan of it, at that point, Karaberg is the capital of the of Middenland, and very much has strong political concerns of its own. So the idea of them being barge builders originally, which were inside Kalegen to support the growing industry around the mines, turning into shipbuilding so they could sell it down into Karaberg, I think makes a lot of sense. So perhaps making sure that we leave good bits of space for that is worthwhile. And of that, there is absolutely no doubt, Nicholas. For someone like Holzkrug, he's not a nice man. So Leitmund Holzkrug almost certainly has torture chambers in more than one building because of the type of chap he is. Yes, I agree. Rather amusing. Yeah, well, that's fair. And then we fall down on our last comment. Drawing the canal kind of established. Well, we haven't done the scale yet. I'll get to the scale in just a moment. We discussed this in the tutorial, and I'll loosely discuss it again here. It's not going to be quite the same amount of detail, but I'm going to use it to set the scale, which might thin down the canal that we've built already by some significant measure. You've also got to remember that the Weisbruck Canal as well widens out at various points because there has to be passing lanes and similar. Mostly by the locks and elsewhere, but as barges head towards each other, a little bit like old roads that were built in the 1930s, where they're first tarmacked and left passing places every once in a while. The canal system has something similar to that in place as well. It widens and thins at different places. So that's our comments done. Let's bring up our map again and loosely discuss scale now that we've got an idea. Now, through our conversation there, we've got a couple of extra details to add, so I'm going to do that now. If we go back to our heights, we're going to make this one the higher height because this hill down in the bottom left-hand corner, bottom right-hand corner, pardon me, is where originally there was a fort which had a moat around it at one point. So we'll add that in. Let's just clear off the top here so we can see it a bit more clearly. We've got another hill over here, which I'm going to presume is where we're going to have our palaces and our other important areas. I'm going to think that originally this area was forested and it was cleared out. So that's the area up in the top right-hand corner. That was forested and cleared out, and that's where the new money that came as an influx through Kalegen was spent to build some rather impressive households and similar, perhaps for some of the fiefdoms or inside the duchy as well, have got themselves some nice houses up there too. If we quickly bring up the small reference map one more time. There we go. Holzkrug is a Reichland estate. That means that it has, in fact, I can give you a link to what that means. Oh, here's something relatively exciting. I'm in the moment building myself, let me just pull it up, building myself over in World Anvil, a complete guide to what I'm going to be doing in my next game, and all of the locations that are on my map are all going to get themselves little entries. And I've been trying out World Anvil. Now, if you don't know, World Anvil is effectively the GM's best friend. You can build your entire world on it. Lots of people already use it. I hadn't used it before. I am now using it because it's pretty gosh darn it brilliant. So let me just quickly see if I can find that, because if I can just drop a link directly in, I will do so. I'm not on my ID. Wait a minute. I'll do it in a little bit because I don't want to get caught up in tiny World Anvil bits. But I'll put a link up for the end of the stream which explains what Reichland estates are, and why the Duke of Hallskrug is one of the most important people because of where he is. It'll also explain why there's certain fiefdoms inside the Duke of Hallskrug. In this case, we've got like the Barony of Hallswig, we've got the Barony of, I think it's Oskag over to the side. We've also got a couple of others kicking around. Weisbruck as well, the Barony of Weisbruck. Officially, the Barony of Weisbruck is underneath the Duchy of Hallskrug. So an awful lot of the tax money that will be coming from Weisbruck is going through Hallskrug coffers, even though much of the money that was spent to build that canal what came from Hallskrug Schliechten money over in Altdorf. There has been some rather cunning things happening between them. We can worry about that in some other stream if anyone wants the details. That's not what this stream's about. Putting that back there, we have ourselves loosely an area. Now, given the size of this town, we're probably looking at a population of around about, it once would have been not more than about 500 to 1,000 when it was a fort and a fishing village. A fishing village, probably 200 to 500 people. A fort that was very well maintained because it was one of the primary defensive points in the area. So you'll find that that's probably where the Hallskrug held their state army. As a duke, they're responsible for a minimum of a single state army regiment, which must be trained by law. This is probably where it was trained. So we're looking at a population of a minimum of 300 to support the state army regiment alone, up to 1,000. So its original population was probably split there up to about 1,000 people. As the place has massively expanded and gone from just being a fishing village here and spread out to cover the top, to cover the old fort, and then move down towards this old hill, which is cleared here, we're probably looking at a population of about 10 to 15k. It's expanded significantly, and a lot of it quite recently, working around industry largely. All the extra mining has dragged people in. The shipbuilding that we've decided, that's dragged people in. And perhaps there's also a local trade on top of the fishing that is responsible here as well. So we've got all sorts of different buildings we can potentially add to cover all of those. But that gives us a loose population of about 10 to 15k-ish. So we're talking a major town into city in the empire. It is, if we take a look at the reference map one more time, it is one of the biggest in the area. You've only got Houtstad, which is inside the Barony of Karburg. Karburg itself, not the Barony, pardon me, the Princedom of Karburg. The Duchy of Karburg's off to the side. Altdorf itself, which is freaking enormous, particularly in my world. And then Kalegen, all the rest of the smaller villages and towns that are spread around. There's quite a few of the smaller hamlets marked. You've got, oh, but that's got the mark there for Idamark. Idamark might have its little symbol there. It's covered it by mistake. Badstedden sounds like a good place to be, just off to the side. That's a village of about 100 to 300 folk. Sickenlich, that's a hamlet of about up to 50 people. Edam Gieter, that's going to be another up to 50 people. It's a hamlet. And then down to Weisbruck itself, which is a little bit larger, between a few hundred people down there. But Kalegen is big. It's a major place, and we want to make sure that we represent that. Now, loosely, the next question we need to answer is population density, i.e., how many people do we have and how much space would that number of people take? Very, very loosely, and I say this with my tongue firmly stuck in my cheek, but very, very loosely, you get approximately 40,000 people per square mile in the population density you'd expect for somewhere like the Empire. Now, I say those numbers with a certain amount of salt, and I do mean a lot of salt being sprinkled on it, depending on the species that are local, will completely change population density. Halfling population density is significantly higher than human population density. Dwarves, they're more lower than human population density, where the elves are much lower than human population density. But very loosely, for a human city, approximately 40,000 per square mile. If we're looking at around about 10 to 15k, we're probably looking around about a quarter to a third of a square mile in total, all the way around. So that gives us a very, very loose idea of what sort of scale that our map needs. So if we go back to our, oops, I've got rid of the long layer. Get rid of my reference area. If we go back to our map, we want this to be, I don't know, around about at maximum about a quarter of a mile, about a quarter of a mile, maybe a third of a mile, but about a third of a mile that will probably do maybe a third along the bottom and a quarter along the top, approximately. And that immediately gives you a loose idea of what sort of scale we're going to need to draw to. So half a mile, you'll be looking at around about, that's going to be about from there to there, maybe about 800, 900 yards. So that means down here, we're going to be looking around about 500. So this is where we then quickly do a quick scale for our map. And I'm going to do that by going to my preferences. I'm bringing up a nice little bit so the map can do it all for me with the units and guides. There we go. Now, currently, we've got 300 DPI. So each inch of the map is 300 pixels. So if I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 inches. So we're talking about 10 inches. So that's approximately 3,000 pixels being about half a mile. So if I bring this up, units and rulers, there we go. So we're at 300, and I want to bring up my squares, please. Let's bring up the squares first before I get completely lost. View, show, grid. There we go. We now have a nice grid sitting over a map, and I want to define where that grid is so I can decide my scale. So give me a second while I just quickly do that. Okay, so it's currently every 1 centimeter. So if we moved it to every 1.5 inches and subdivisions of 10. Okay, let's that's not it, hasn't changed my grid. Let me just do that. Whoops, pressed entirely the wrong button there. Preferences. Now, that's better. Right, there we go. We now have a loose grid on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that's about right. So that'd be about 700 yards by about 500 yards. Let's make it a little bit smaller. Larger, pardon me. Change my grid one more time. And again, a slight delay while I do that. Oops. Let's go to 1.2. And 10 subdivisions. There we go. Right, so we now have ourselves a map. Now, if I get rid of the... Now, we can see it much more cleanly if I do that. Okay, so each one of these big squares is 100 yards across. So each one of these small squares is about 10 yards across. And that immediately gives us an idea for how wide this canal should be. Now, we're matching the Weisbrook. Weisbrook was, how wide does it get? It's like 25 feet or something like that, isn't it? It's not very wide at all. Somebody made a there we go. There's the comment about it earlier. Weisbrook Canal sitting around about 25 feet wide. So you're looking at about 8, 9, say 10 yards just to round it off. So we'll be looking for our canal to be about 10 yards wide, which will be one of these squares, which it almost is in some places. If we just look there, it's just over a square. So we're wanting our canal to be approximately 1 square wide. So I'll thin that down before we start the actual mapping process. But we now have ourselves an appropriate scale for the entire map. It's worth saying that we are going to be dropping a couple of things like, I don't know, parks, because we want this place to look like it's relatively in with the money. But equally, we're going to have to drop some really rather nasty slums, areas that were built up to be really pretty, but over the course of the last 10, 20, 30 years have collapsed into slumlands. We probably want those relatively near the docks where most of the workers are working. People who've arrived inside Kalegen with big dreams of making it big and ended up in somewhere relatively horrible. So we're going to need that too. So we're going to have areas of very high population density and areas with very little. Before we do that, I'll very quickly run through the water and thin this down. As I said, if you have any questions at all about anything as I'm going, just ask and I will answer as I go. I definitely think we're getting a feeling for what this place looks like though, and why it is the way that it is. I imagine most people haven't used Kalegen in their games very much. It lies just outside of where the enemy within visits, assuming that you play it as written, where the enemy within will obviously go down, with most playthroughs, the Weisbrook Canal, meaning that Kalegen is entirely missed, and most people never really need to have much of a thought about why it's there, what's in it, what isn't in it, what they'd like their version of Kalegen to be like. As we all know, when we're playing our own games, we make all the locations very much our own, even if we're trying to make them as much like how the books suggest they should be as possible. All right, so if we've got, what, each square is 10 yards, that's actually quite a length, 10 yards. It means the houses in this map are going to be pretty tiny. And that's the way that it should be. It's one of the things I discussed in the tutorial is house density and how many fantasy maps get it completely and utterly wrong, where they think they've got themselves a big city of about 10 to 15,000 people, but they've only drawn enough houses to properly cover maybe 500 to 800 people. They just get the scale wrong. This is something that historical maps did as well. Now, there's various reasons as to why this may be the case. Some people suggest that historical maps were artistic primarily, and because they were artistic primarily, they never really bothered making the houses look entirely accurate. Others suggest that censuses for old cities in the past were completely wrong, often fabricated for political reasons. Sometimes they were inflated to try and make people look like, to try and make certain duchies or certain people look like they controlled more people than they actually did. In other cases, the exact opposite was the case. They were trying to hide how many people they might have had. In other cases, it was purely because there were just large slumlands and they never really did a proper census of them. I've read some, I have far too many mapping books. You don't need to know how many I've read, but I've read some very interesting books where they think that many of the old Roman populations were massively not over, pardon me, but underserved, in that the populations were probably far higher than many of the Roman censuses of the time said, with long descriptions as to why. And Rome was already freaking enormous. So take that into mind loosely when you're building your own towns. They can look any way you want. Because even history isn't sure how they should look. If you want to have big overpopulated cities, you can do so. If you want to have smaller ones, you can easily justify that as well. If the best experts in the world can't decide how it should be done, then I'm pretty sure that when we're making our fantasy versions, we have a lot of free reign to do it in any way that we want, particularly if you're dealing with the Warhammer world, which we are for this particular map, where things are often a little bit odd. Standard population distributions just don't work for the Warhammer world. If you went to an historical society that looked like the Warhammer Worlds version, its population density would be largely spread out into the fields. The cities would be smaller. The populations that were rural, pardon me, would be much, much larger. That is not the case in the Empire. In the Empire, that's just too freaking dangerous. The cities are much larger than our real world equivalents. The villages and the towns are all of them pretty much walled to some degree or another. On my map, on the master map, it's worth noting, if you ever see parts of it, and a part of it I believe popped up in Enemy in Shadows, so it does exist. Everywhere that's in full caps has got proper stone walls. So Kalegen, for example, proper stone walls, where if you look at Idmark on the outside, it doesn't. If you go for this little small place here, it doesn't. Yegel, however, does. That doesn't mean it doesn't have a palisade, perhaps a wooden palisade or some sort of fortification, and maybe a tower. Often in the Warhammer world, that is pretty much the basic standard, because without those, all it takes is one passing tribe of greenskins or a war herd or something, and that entire village is gone. And that is the starting story point of many a novel where that occurs. But the towns that last tend to have some form of protection. So whenever you're mapping your local areas, consider that pretty much everywhere does. Now, that doesn't mean there isn't large populations that are rural. There are, and in some parts of the Empire, they're enormous, like Averland, for example, completely different population spread, or the Vorburg land down between the mountains and west of the Reichwald forest down in the south of the Reichwald. Huge rural populations down there, and many of which are in towns which don't have proper walls because they are to a degree safer. There's not forests sitting on their back door at all times. But we're dealing with a place here where the forest has been cleared to a degree. It's probably got a host of farmlands and villages all around, with a couple of towns that have grown up to support the separate market town trade that you'd get from that, but mostly not treed here. So let's get back to the actual mapping. Too much chatting for me here. We've got our scale. We've got an idea of how big our houses should be. An average house with a frontage of, say, about 5 to 10 yards will be absolutely tiny on this map. Let's bring it up so you can see your average tiny house. It's only going to be about that size. Let's make that a little bit bigger for my brush, please. And let's put this on a layer that we can actually see. Let's go to buildings. So our average little hovelly house will only be about that size. We're talking relatively tiny. Our little scale that we've got in place gives us a good idea of the individual sizes we're doing each time. If we want to, for example, take ourselves a longer warehouse, we can easily just drop that down near, and it would be approximately that length. Warehouses generally don't have big chimney pots and similar, so we can just add a couple of extra details. Loosely, that's the size of the buildings for a map this size. Now, looking at it, we can see how much drawing there's going to be if we're going to fill this entire area with houses. It's going to be quite a lot. That, however, doesn't happen until we've done a couple of other things. First of which, most importantly, step 3, districts. We need to loosely decide what sort of stuff we have in our town. Now, districts tend to have a flavour, whether they're middle class, lower class, upper class, whether they are trading districts, mercantile areas, whether they are warehouse districts, whether they're more industrial because they're dealing with, for example, ore that has been shipped down. Perhaps there's smelters or similar here so that they can turn all of the ore into metal. Perhaps some of those smelters are upriver. Perhaps they're dealing with metal here and selling metal directly to individual traders. There's all sorts of different things that we can add here. If you are in a position where you can add some comments, I would really like some ideas for areas that we could add. So if you could drop some comments in, that would be great. Very loosely, I do have one other general comment to make about this as well. One thing that you tend to find with fantasy maps is that they have far too few districts. Large towns have a lot of them. And that might be because they've absorbed several villages. That might be because they've just got areas that are built around old manors or estates or anything similar. But to take a single example, and this is the same example that I gave when we did the last masterclass, my old hometown of Thurso, where I grew up for most of my childhood, at the very north of the country of Scotland, has a population probably smaller than this town here. And it has a load of different districts, all of which were built up for one reason or another. Now, the town is ancient. Thurso means Thor's River. It was an ancient Viking settlement back in the day, and it used to be the most important trading point in the north. Rotterdam Street leads down to the primary port up there, which had trade links directly to Rotterdam. And it way back in age, like in the 14th century, it was a big built-up place, and all of those original districts still lie there. And then on top of that, you've got all the new town extras, gridiron pattern places from the 1950s, well, 1920s, and then moving up to the new areas that were built to support a nuclear power plant that came in the area during the 20s, the 60s, pardon me. The place has a lot of districts, as we would describe them in a fantasy mapping front. Not just one or two, not just 5 or 6, but we're talking like 20 to 30 of them in each area, with about 10 to 15 of them which are primary, some of which may be split up into smaller districts within. So you've got large areas like Pennyland, for example, up in Thurso, or Alrig, good old Viking name there, or Mount Pleasant or Mount Vernon, far newer ones that were built later. Burnside, a very ancient one. Upper Burnside, another Burnside that's elsewhere because people name things really badly. The port of Scrabster, the main central old harbour port as well, the old harbour, moving into the old town. All of these areas need to be defined. And for our map, we need something similar. So we need to have old towns for where things used to be. We need to have newer towns where things have been expanded out. We need to have industrial areas. So as I say, if you have any ideas, drop them in. I haven't been looking at the comments to see if any, we've got all manner of comments. I'm going to get down into them in a moment. And well, there's quite a few here. So well, let's just start going from the top. How about rotating? But I love a rotating bridge. Palisades, stone walls, earthworks, reinforcements, something kind of vampire age. Yes, I agree. Solid stone walls, everything, but I keep it distant. I think we'll do that too. I'll take a wonky map over no map. Yeah, that's fair. Would revolutionize the yeah, it would, wouldn't it? But yeah, we'll see. Perhaps an old moat, if we're still, it could serve as a natural barrier between the older and newer parts of the set. Quite like that, and serve as a divider between. So that's pretty dang cool. So we'll add a little bit of extra water to support that in a moment. Some defensive towers with cannons facing the water would be appropriate. Damn right it would, given the naval rivalry. I think that's a really good point. Plus, there's also the fear from House Holzkrug that it may turn to war at one point. The Holzkrugs, like many of the families in Reichland, are very aware that politics are fragile. Now, some households believe that the status quo will continue for others forever because they don't really think too much into the future. Others think they're in a permanent state of Game of Thrones. And House Hallskrug is very much one of those Game of Thrones families. So they're going to make sure that their primary seat, where they're going to withdraw to, is as powerful as it possibly can be, should they, for example, fall foul of the Emperor and should things turn to proper civil issues, which means, yes, absolutely, ensuring that they've got themselves some form of protection against the Imperial First Fleet coming. And I think if we're looking for the politics and how that's built, if they have been building with their shipyards for the last 10, maybe 20, 30 years, that means they've got a strong tie down to Karaberg, which means probably the Hallskrugs have signed some form of treaty with the Prince of Karaberg as well. So should Hallskrug be attacked, the Prince of Karaberg and their ships activate, and part of that will be part of their deal to try and ensure that should they fall foul of the Prince of Altdorf because they're, let's say, they get a bit too greedy and the prince decides to try and slap them down, that they've got themselves some support. That means that the prince goes, maybe I don't want to be going onto the battlefield with this because it will army turn into a protracted war, and I may lose that, which wouldn't look particularly good. So yeah, I think that's a really good idea. The city of X, home to, yeah. Let me have a quick drink because clearly my throat was drying up there. Totally. Agreed. I think that's a good point regarding historical cities and how often they were just made up. There's some really good maps from the 15th century. The style I've copied a couple of times. And it's fascinating to see the level of detail for some of the European cities that he almost certainly definitely visited. And then as you move down through some of the Middle Eastern cities, and the detail just becomes, let's just say, different. And I really enjoy trying to see the difference between them. Where were we? I brought up the wrong comment there, didn't I? But I brought up the next one, which is nice. Also, tannery, some other kind of, yeah, good tannery would be good, particularly given that we've still got an awful lot of forests if we look at the main source map. The setting, they're very close by, so clearly we can have not just wrong place. There we go. We can have not just farmland, and perhaps there's sheep and goats and cows and various things spread out amongst farmland, but we can have actual wild animals being dragged in as well. One of the big mistakes of many writers when they consider writing for fantasy realms, and some GMs as well when they're building theirs, is they only think of real world equivalents. But we're in a world where monsters are actually relatively common enough that most commoners talk about them, common enough that they can be hunted down, common enough that because of the dangers that they pose, they will be hunted down. I'm not just talking your bears, we're looking at our hippogriffs, or we're looking at our demigriffs, for example, of which there are a significant number. Herds of them down in the Reichwald, in fact, which get attacked by various knights desperate to get one for their mount, the idiots. So considering how tanneries may be taking in very different styles of flesh is also something to consider, and and all of the different extras that they bring, what they use the beaks for, the bones for, what they use the different potentially almost magical aspects of those creatures for, and considering what sort of businesses may be brought up as supplementary secondary businesses to your tanneries, what is done with all the extra stuff, and figuring that out for your own cities is worthwhile. We don't need to worry about all of the details, or indeed many, or if indeed any of those details for this map, but it's always worth being aware that there's extra industry on top of the primary ones we're thinking of, our tanneries, for example, and we can drop extra buildings around them and figure out what they are at a later date. Yes, definitely. I think this is a great idea. A midden ball field for the workers to enjoy themselves. In fact, I think having a couple of parks is definitely a good idea. One of the little extras inside Rough Night Hard's Days discusses how many pubs have got their own local leagues where they play midden ball, and they're going to need to have some sort of place to play that. A local park is a good way of doing that, and having perhaps some of it worn down for where they've been playing midden ball, I think is a great idea. In my version of Warhammer, midden ball is also used by the colleges of magic as perhaps a part of their team building. It's a support and a doubling and representation of Dungeon Bowl. If you remember the old Dungeon Bowl, which was recently rejigged in one way or another, and Dungeon Bowl between the colleges of magic was basically they played Blood Bowl for reasons that are described in that game. Midden Ball is effectively the Warhammer equivalent of Blood Bowl. It's the acceptable version. You couldn't obviously have Blood Bowl in the Warhammer world directly because they've got orcs. I mean, you're not going to be playing against orcs with your right clan team. That just doesn't happen in Warhammer. They'd be too busy beating each other up for one reason or not. Well, maybe they are playing Blood Bowl. So Midden Ball is the slightly more balanced version of that. So whenever Blood Bowl offers something interesting, I like to see if it can be reflected over into the Warhammer world as well. So in my Warhammer world, the Colleges of Magic very much have their own Midden Ball teams as well. And that's been incorporated into the write-ups for mine. Now, I fully admit that wouldn't suit many people. Indeed, some people who play Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay there don't even like the Colleges of Magic, and they kick those right out the window. So the idea of adding Midden Ball to what is already for many, and it's a ridiculous set of establishments, isn't going to go down well with some, but I think it works really well for me. And I think popping here will work here well. I think it's also, there's a level of a statement of intent. If they actually build a stadium, not necessarily a big one, but if they build one, it shows that Kalegen is very much a place to visit. If there's any big teams, if you decide that Midden Ball in your world has actually got some sort of, not formalized, but informalized league at least, that means they've got somewhere else that they can go other than, say, Altdorf or Karaberg, or moving up to Middenheim. They can come to Kalegen as well. And if they're looking to support the links that we have now decided that they probably have with Karaberg, Midden Ball's, in my Karaberg at least, is a part of their society. It's a part of Middenland society. It's something that they all kind of do. It's a good bit of stress relief, if nothing else. So providing something for the local Middenlanders who may be coming down to Kalegen to engage with would go down really well. So I think this is a great idea. The good old drill squares. I think that's essential. And we're going to have more than a single temple of Sigmar. In my world, Sigmarism in the Reichland is not entirely dissimilar in prevalence, if not in tone, to Christianity. And by that I mean there are churches everywhere. And they are all split up for the various little the equivalent of dioceses that they have everywhere. And for me, that's one of the big differences between how I generally build my maps. And you'll have noticed this in a couple of the descriptions that I wrote for the official product, where there's never just a Temple of Sigmar. It's generally 2, 3, 4, 5, sometimes even 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of them. And that'll be similar here. With each one of my towns will generally have a high temple. That's the most important temple in the local area. If the town is smaller, the high temple may be in another town locally, and all of the temples are underneath effectively that high temple. There's a very strict social order in my version of the Temple of Sigmar. Now, your version may be completely different. But I agree completely, Drill Square. And I think also possibly a newer temple or large shrine to Ulrich as well to support those Karaberg ties. So that's well worth looking at too. Perhaps a series of fishing districts. Yeah, I think that's a good idea, particularly the old fishing village. We can decide where that goes. That's a great idea. Nice butcher shops and slaughtermen. Probably, yeah, agreed. That's a great idea. As we move down, some small fishing district. Yep, agreed. Next set of comments I'm going to quickly get rid of because they are spam. Excellent. Good to know we're being spammed. Move down to, okay, what have you got? Sorry, rural districts are pegged by, yeah, I agree. And I think to a degree, yes, to hark back to the conversation concerning each one of the major temples of Sigmar. And now we are in the Reichland, so I think that this is a good way to separate it. This is clearly not going to be the case if we move into Middenland, where Sigmarism dims significantly in importance. It's still important. It's the core religion of all the empire. But it's not as, if we go over to Talabheim, for example, it's even less important. Sigmarism was outright banned for centuries in Talabheim. And for the last 200 years, it's been making a slow return since the time of Magnus the Pious, but has never really made the return that the cult of Sigmar would like. The Sigmarism in Talabheim is nothing in comparison to many of the other cults. But we are in the core of Reichland here, and Kalegen will be looking to create strong ties to the cult of Sigmar. Particularly if you look up, you can see on the map that we've got there, the Monastery of the Holy Word. That's actually a separate individual tiny Reichland estate that's held inside the it's actually held separate to the Duchy of Hallskrug. It doesn't answer to the Duchy of Hallskrug. It answers to only one person, and that's the Prince of Reichland, but in truth, it really only answers to the Grand Theogenist of Sigmar. This is where the Holy Word of Sigmar himself is supposedly kept. This is where all Sigmarite law is founded. It is here, and it is there where the last court of Sigmarite law is held. So if everything falls apart with a various Sigmarite case, it's the priests from the Order of the Anvil from there that will then move out to Altdorf and make legal decrees that even the Grand Theogenist himself, to a degree, will be, to a degree, at least going to be listening to. But he is, of course, the mouthpiece of Sigmar, as is the Emperor. It gets complicated. Anyway, so yes, I think they'll be deeply, deeply interested in ensuring that the Sigmarites are happy, which I think can be reflected in the map that we make. So we're going to want to have a map that reflects the character of the people. So separating up our districts so that each one of them has got a Temple of Sigmar is a beautiful way of both getting our Temples of Sigmar in place and also representing what Reichland is in comparison to other cities. It looked completely different if we did Middenland, for example. So I think that's a lovely idea. And we can also drop some other temples here and there as well, where it makes most sense and most appropriate as we go along. If it's a walled settlement, I imagine there's some of the livestock we kept outside the walls. I agree completely. Some sort of flesh market, I think, is going to be entirely required. And if I pull out and look at the map as a whole, as I move over to that side, we've got ourselves, I think, down in the south, probably our tanneries, close to the canal work as well, so that we can have stuff shipped down from up in the forested areas, so all of our skins can come down the canals as well. So we're probably looking down at the south, maybe bring the green up a little bit, so we've got some outside areas and some flesh markets that lie on the outside, some big, huge market areas where livestock are gathered. I think that's a good idea. Caribbean-style harbour forts. Yeah! Can't go wrong with a harbour fort. What sort of distinctions between work districts? Now, I'm not quite sure what you're meaning by distinction here. So our docks, temple, etc., and those where primarily people live. Do you mean distinction is how they're going to be depicted differently, or what's the difference in reality? If you could clarify that, that'd be great. Building sizes and distribution. Yeah. Maybe a bear garden as well, beastman garden for blood sports. Yeah, perhaps. That'd be more down to an individual location. I wouldn't be so keen on beastmen. The Sigmarites would go mental. If anybody, they are quite literally, as far as the Sigmarites are concerned, the children of chaos. We should not be mixing with them. They are the worst. So that would be something that would probably almost certainly be deeply illegal. Doesn't mean it doesn't happen. It just means that you have to be careful how it's depicted and where you depict it. Some grain silos, yeah, good one. And other granaries within the walls in case of sieges. I think that'd be something that's super important and something they'd want to have. They'd also want them relatively deep into the city so that they couldn't be easily attacked from bombard or equivalent from the river. So we're probably looking near the river, so it's very easy to transport to, near the canal, pardon me. So we're looking maybe down the middle here somewhere. We'll have our primary stores and not too far away from the fort where we'd have the old stores as well. Next up is from Prince Kryos. Stables near the gates. Yep, good idea. Another thing is the old moat can be used for the parks that are no longer flooded, could be turned into parks. It's a good place for a park too. You're all the ideas this evening. Love it. Can't go wrong with a good snowball. Yeah, about a horse racing track as well. Yeah, this is something that we added to Talabheim. A horse racing track is I generally only add them onto maps of this ilk if it's either a big city, because they always have some sort of sports going on and you want to represent it somehow, or alternatively that culturally makes sense. So as a culture, they're interested in racing animals for one reason or another. In this area, given that we're going to be looking at a town that's slowly spreading out into the woodland as each 10 years pass, each decade goes by, the likelihood of there being a track is lower because the population has expanded fast, which means if there's a track, it will be arriving soonish, maybe within the last 5 years or so. And because the town has expanded organically within a set of walls, it will lie on the outside because there won't be space within the walls. So if we are doing that, we're going to need to make sure that we've got some space somewhere for that to lie on the outside. I think it's quite a good idea, though, or a track of some sort. I really like it. Midden Ball within the College of Magic sounds like it'd be an interesting event to say the least. We had betting events on it and all kinds of things. Entire teams, all the Midden Ball teams in my game have got names. They're established. They've been going for the last 200 years. They were established for a reason, but we can discuss that in another stream if we want to do so. World Legends beside Heavy Metal Jesus, who'd have presence in Kalegen. I think that's an interesting question. You've got the primary cults, and they're very worth quickly looking at. Ulrich, probably not, but because we're in a Reichland place, and in the south he's got much less favor. But because of the favor that they'll be looking to draw from the Midlanders to the north, I imagine they've almost certainly got several shrines. All the barracks will have shrines. All of the local places where the Midlanders may be coming in and trading, they'll have shrines as well. So I imagine that be on the shrine level. If we look at Shalia, definitely the place is growing. Disease will have been prevalent. The Shalians themselves will be interested in making a monastery of some sort, or making several mercy houses for the poor and for the sick and the ill, and they will definitely have arrived. The next question is, how do they afford to build? Because they are largely, I mean, it's not fair to say the cult's a mendicant cult. It's not, but they generally work from donations rather than themselves earning and gathering cash. That being the case, we do have a very rich lord who wants to look like he is the best, while simultaneously being the worst. So he almost certainly will have funded a Temple of Shalia. So Temple of Shalia, definitely. Temple of Verena, we're a very new location. It would almost certainly be empty. We don't have a university, nor do we have a college. This place has been built far too quickly, and it's got very different concerns. Its concerns being industry and defense. So I think shrines to Verena are probably more likely, unless anyone's got any other ideas there. If we move to Manan, Manan is the god of the sea, not the god of the rivers, and be very careful of that. Far more likely you're going to have some deep shrines to Bogenauer, for example. There might be something to Grandfather Reich. Grandfather Reich is the entire Reich basin. It's not just the Reich River itself. So Grandfather Reich might have some sort of shrine or building. I quite like the idea of perhaps an old shrine, perhaps in the river itself, possibly an old temple where Grandfather Reich is a statue rising out, and a temple sitting on top of Grandfather Reich's like hands. Like so, a proper Warhammer looking location. So drop that in the river. That might be quite fun. What other gods? What gods have I missed? Ronald, that'd be gambling halls and similar. He'll be there whether we want him to be there or not. Handrich, or probably, although he's still relatively new. I mean, trade is strong here. They will have had petitions from the cult of Handrich to build, but because the Kalegen is going to be very much looking to appease the Sigmarites who don't like the idea of cults impinging on their grounds, I can see that being something that's in progress just now, not something that's actually happened. What cults have I missed? Can we bring up the cults I've missed for those? I think I'm pulling them off the top of my head at the moment. Talon Raya. How can I not mention Talon Raya? No. Talon Raya will be very much on the outside of this. Doesn't mean they're not worshipped. They will be for a whole host of reasons, but there's not going to be a big temple here. We're not in Talabicland. This is going to be something that's very much rural affairs. You could look at some of the minor goddesses like Haletha, for example. She's an equivalent to some degree of Raya, although quite a different goddess. I think Katja might deserve a little bit of a mention here. The goddess of disarming beauty. We could drop down a small temple of Katja in the old river districts, an old cat house down there. I quite like that idea. In fact, yes, Bogenauer. Agreed. Bogenauer, I think local shrines, I think that's a very good idea. Moving down, Manan might be worshipped too. Yeah, I agree. A small shrine somewhere, definitely, because there's going to be several warships that are going to, because warships can reach this part of the water. Several trading vessels are going to be coming up to Kalegen as it grows as well. They're going to be taking ore away and metals away. And there's going to be certain ships who want to make small offerings to Manan, not because of the river journey they're about to take on, but the journey that they intend to take afterwards. And some ship captains just always want to give some offering to Manan wherever they are, even if they're on a river system. But I do think that we're probably going to be looking at mostly shrines. Not a problem. You enjoy your football, Creative Fossil. Good to see that you've arrived. Are there any major exports and imports area? We've discussed some of this earlier in the stream. The major exports and imports are probably metals and ore and skins. Meat are going to be a lot of that kicking around here too, but there's no probably shipping down to Karaberg for any excess that they have. Most of it's going to be subsistence level here. unless we decide that there's an awful lot of goats and sheep and cows in the surrounding area being moved into a market down towards the south of the city. But I think our primary exports, as decided already, are where Kalegen has got its money from, which is its metals and its ores. It does have a very deep silver mine. Possibly want to add something else to that, like maybe salt. Given that we have subsistence level fishing at the very least here, there could be a salt mine that they use and then take down to Carberg and sell the salt down into there as well. But if anyone's got any other ideas, let's pop them on. We're almost at the bottom of the comments. We're going to start building out our districts right once we hit those. How do you balance the details and something that doesn't have 2 stars yet? We'll worry about that when we get there, Creative Fosse. It's about to happen. Do pretty much all districts include housing? No. Administrative with no residences? Yes. Although in the Warhammer world, you tend to find residents creep into everything. The best way to imagine that is look at your classic bridge where it's covered with houses all leaning off at funny angles. Now most of this city is going to be standing contrary to most of your Warhammer expectations in that a lot of it's new build. So there's going to be a certain amount of town planning and a certain amount of authoritative care put in place, much like when Napoleon took over Paris and kicked down entire sections of it to replace it with an entirely different street system that best matched the military and political ideals of the time. This place is getting made to spec as it expands, but it's going to have had at least 2, maybe 3 generations worth of Hallskrug dictating it in different ways. To begin with, it will have expanded organically as the mines suddenly added an influx of cash to the area as the canals were then built. And then it will have expanded far more rigidly from that point with a certain amount of town planning in place. The oldest town planning will be the most messy because that's the one that's had the most time to change over time, where the newest stuff on the edges will probably be the cleanest. Then we've got the city walls that they've worked up to. So there's lots of different ways that we can look at different areas and how they might present. Small temple, local river god. Yes, we've already discussed Bogenauer and Grandfather Reich. Our Grandfather Reich temple is probably going to be sitting over in the water up here, and it's going to be a big carving of Grandfather Reich that's on an old stone island with a temple built on top of it. So the big beard flowing into the water. His hands huge and meaty with a man sitting on top of it. So they're really quite big, maybe several yards across each hand like that, with a big temple of Grandfather Reich sitting on the top of that. Probably very old, one of the oldest Grandfather Reich temples in the area. Quite like that as a nice place to go to. And some knightly order could use a patron like Hallskrug. Yeah, you're right. Particularly when you look at the knightly orders, many of the smaller ones don't have a great deal of money. And if Hallskrug is looking to establish himself as the proper rival to the Holzwig Schlesens that he believes that he is, he will be looking to have military might supporting him. And certain knightly orders won't come near him with somebody else's barge pole, largely because he is seen as a rival of not just the Prince of Reichland or the Prince of Altdorf, but also the bloody Emperor himself. And they, for religious reasons, even though they may be a secular order per se, very much believe in supporting the Emperor pretty much no matter what he says. It's very much the old Cult of Sigmar version of the Emperor pretty much is put in place because he is Sigmar's representative, much as Sigmar was the first Emperor himself. So you have various orders that have strong Sigmarite leanings won't go near him. But many of the younger orders, particularly the secular ones that don't necessarily have a lot of money, they're going to be well over that. So some sort of chapter house to one of the knightly orders, I think, great idea. Perhaps one of the lesser ones could be dropped in there. Yeah, I like that. That's a good idea. Right, anyway, let's sort our districts. Drop in comments as I go. I'm going to be looking at the comments as I go through this one as well, because I'm going to be... Let's see how big my brush is. It's not big enough. Smoother one. I'm going to be just very loosely shading in each district with a different color, and that's it. This is not what we're going to use to actually show the districts. We're going to do that later with nice little funky district lines. What we're going to do is just say this here, for example, is clearly old fishing area. That's district 1, and now I'll just put a different color on for each one of the districts until eventually we've got all the districts we want. Now, there's a few that we definitely established. Number 1 is that we have ourselves the old fort up here, which was before Kalegen took its new recent influx of buildings as it expanded with the new mines that were sunk into the nearby hills. there was once a fort and there was once a fishing village down here. So let's quickly mark those two with a couple of different colors. Our old fishing village. What color do I have? One white. There we go. Old fishing village down here. Let's say it was originally there. So that's going to have a very different feel to the parts that spill out from there. Let's keep it away from the canal. So that the new canal areas can have been built outside of the fishing village. So that was where our original fishing village was. We have a new area up here, which is definitely upper class from our earlier discussions. So let's drop this area here as being a new area that's upper class. We've got ourselves clearly some sort of shipbuilding stroke harbour district there. We have got ourselves our tanneries and similar sitting down to the south here is where our flesh market's going to be on the outside probably. We're going to need ourselves some sort of primary trade area where all of the goods are being gathered, and the merchants probably from their trade hall are discussing what they've got on their ships that are in the harbour and selling to each other in the guild hall. That's probably going to have to be near to our warehouses and everything, but far enough away that so we're probably talking there for our merchants, and then we're going to have all of our warehouse districts sitting on the edge. These are purely warehouses, so we're not talking about all the extras that include things like our pubs and our shops and everything else that you often get down in your docks district. So that's there now. Oh yeah, good one there from Priscaris. A more opulent. Yes, the one thing that we definitely require here is some form of palace. Now we've got our richer parts moving up here. They, given that House Hallskrug are, well, they pretty much rule the diplomacy for Reichland. The Duke Hallskrug is High Lord Ambassador. He's going to want to have not just his home in Hallskrug and another home in the country and another home in Altdorf, but he's going to want to have several impressive buildings here. So having something that is loosely, oops, I'm on the wrong layer. Let me just pull that back. Loosely representative of that. We'll drop something there for the moment and we'll worry about how that fills as we go. Be down in the canal basin inside the city. Yeah, we've got some of the workings already for that down here, although my brush appears to have stopped for reasons I don't understand here. So the shipbuilding is indeed in the canal basin down in there. And I think we'll expand that out as we do the water, because I agree with you completely. These are the loosest of districts. This is just so that we know what sort of buildings we're going to start drilling into when we start drawing. And then we fill in all the details and then probably change what we build as we go. As is often the case with these things. Let's grab another color so we can get a loose idea of what else we have. Now, we've got warehouses leading into our flesh houses. They probably go together. We've got probably our secondary barge building area up here. We're also going to have on the other side of that, that's almost certainly going to be where we've got all the large piles of ore where they can cheaply lay them rather than putting them down by the docks, because they'll need a second one. Second piles down there for ores, metals coming out through there. Yeah, that sounds about right. Next, we need some loose residential. I was thinking more the basin to the right page. We're just gone for the barge building. Yeah, I think the ship building will be done down in the water because it's got the deep draft, where the barge building will be done up where you say. Yeah, I agree with you. Assuming that you're agreeing with that, I think the barge building up there makes a lot of sense. And then the ship building down this one, because you need the deep draft for the ship building, and they're going to be using those skills and talents and selling them down to Caribur. Assuming we stick with that as our plan. Right, we need ourselves some sort of slum area. Anyone any strong ideas for where the slums are most likely to sit? They often gather in the older areas or newer areas that were built that have fallen to slums as time has passed. So perhaps down by the old river area, the oldest buildings on the edge there have never really been properly repurposed or rebuilt, because everything just built outwards has turned into slums. With the drop point, yeah, totally good. Glad to hear that. So old slums there sort of makes sense. Some sort of slumland is grown between the primary industry areas in the south So cheaper housing that's turned bad, cheap labor. We're going to get a lot of cheap labor from the docks coming from there. That's unlikely to be slummed up, possibly purely for contrast. Yeah, near the stinky tanneries and industry. Yeah, I agree with you there, bringing up that comment so we can see it slums near the stinky tanneries and industries. That's the blue chunk that's sitting down here at the moment in the southern part of the city. That makes sense. Having some up here between the richer part and the military part. That's done, I think, possibly for tone, so we can get ourselves some lovely rich beside poors. You've got the poor lying underneath the rich palaces that are above and various tiered gardens collapsing down into horror at the bottom, because it's always nice to have those contrasts visually seen. So having one there, and then you come up with a good reason for why this area has collapsed into slumland. So having one there. We're now looking for some middle classy style areas. Again, if you've got any idea for where they should be, do ping, but probably center near our merchants and where they're trading. Some good houses there, particularly for people who are renting townhouses locally. A new build over in the corner up there, another new build down here, supporting the better parts of the industry and our foremen and our richer folks gathering down there. Okay, so we've got a couple of obvious areas that haven't been filled in. What do we think are two big holes? Three, arguably. There's one there as there and one there as well. What do we think they could be filled with loosely? If you have any ideas, drop them in. I'm now going to quickly, before I worry about the roads, I'm going to very quickly put a loose line on to define where the edge of the city currently is, and to also define some of the older walls. Let's have a look at that pen. That pen's far too thin. I'm not going to, again, use this for drawing the walls, so this is going to be super loose. It's just so we get an idea. Now, we want the tanneries to both be within and without the walls, because there's several large flesh markets down there. So they'd have built that section, built round it, and then possibly built around a market that was already existing to defend. Walls are expensive. Parks, thanks. Walls are expensive, so they'll cut across here into the old wall, which goes around the top of the hill, and then goes across there, goes up the hill, perhaps winds on itself slightly to move around, goes around the edge of the rich district, meaning that we've got ourselves pretty much just crags on the other side. It goes down the side of that, and then we'll probably go relatively straight, and then over to the old. That would cost too much stone. They wouldn't go over. They just go straight to make less stone. Okay, that loosely looks like a wall stroke path. Does anyone think that wall should be different? Where's my wall going? He said, just quickly get rid of that. Delete path. Does anyone think that our wall should be different? If you do say so, bring it up now. I will bring in the extra walls just very loosely that would have been around the old fort. Possibly during the first build, they had a wall that they intended to build around what they thought the city was going to be. And there's remnants of it sitting around about here. Let's have it connect onto the old wall. So there'll be an internal one, some of which has collapsed, some of which has been taken apart for new buildings that can pop on. We originally had a fort up here, so clearly there's a large fortification there. If there's anywhere else you think there should be walls, say so. Let's have a look at this. This wall doesn't look too natural, so I'll probably straighten that one out a little, because it wouldn't be on straight unless they had to. I'll quickly go through our comments and see where we're at before I decide anything else. Parks near the wealthiest district. Yeah, let's quickly do that, because I agree that that's a good idea. Let's just do that in grey, so we've got some very clear, definite parks in place. That's way too small a brush. Let's just quickly change brush and go big. So I think definitely some sort of park there. The parks will be on the outside and built later, one of which may have been a state. We're going to probably have a muster ground here in front of the old fort, which originally would have just been a large flattened area. It wasn't paved or anything similar. It was just a large, flat, mud-packed area, which has now become incorporated inside the town, where once it would have been on the outside, with the fishing village at the bottom in our town. So we've got a large open area here, and We can have military buildings around that. So this is effectively becoming a military district. Perhaps a park sitting on the top of the hill around which some of the lesser mansions are and the bigger one there. Park here between our middle class ground and our upper class bits there. A park inside the old walls where they're originally going to build. That makes sense. We can also drop our midden ball field in there. We want to have our lower class midden ball field area. This is going to be scrubland, I think, more than an actual proper park. Areas that have yet to be properly built. They built all the way around that way, perhaps because the ground wasn't as firm in this area, so they had to build around it. That means we can also have the another reason for why there's not as many buildings in that area. The area is just a bit marshier. Good place for the lower class ground. It gets rather boggy during rainy times, standing still water and similar. That seems to make sense. That looks like a good place for our parks where we are. Yes, I agree with this entirely. We probably want a new Main Street leading from the Merchant District to the Rich Hill District, and I agree 100%. We'll get into that when we move to Step 4. Step 4 is our roads, which we can't really do. You just notice I've just highlighted the roads layer. We can't really do the roads until we know where all of our districts are. So we'll build that one in a second. I 100% agree, because we definitely want that feeling of the promenade. Where you're being led through something that looks absolutely marvelous. So there's going to be a certain amount of hiding the nasty bits on the sides. So whatever primary road we build for that, we can ensure that we've got some lovely details leading up to it, perhaps some trees and similar line looking things, some sights to see, a beautiful Temple of Sigmar that's been recently commissioned, and similar, where behind that lies our slums and our lawfulness. Yes, I think so. I think there will be both new developments and slums on the outside. Unfortunately, for the map size that we've picked and the size of walls we've built, we've not got a lot of space for doing that. But one of the joys of doing this is at any moment I can just say, let's make our map bigger. As I said right at the beginning of the stream, this map is actually designed around being a double-page spread inside a book. If, for example, we were ever to print this one. We're never going to. This is done purely for us. And you can see the double page there. If I put that later on and off again, you can see the double page with a little bit of bleed on the outside. That's the extra area we put on just in case the printing's off. And that's what this map was originally designed around. But I'm pretty convinced that as we discuss, we might want to spread it out a little bit, because I think some slums, new developments, and perhaps a smaller fishing village on the outside where there's not going to be taxes involved with landing your loads, they're going to build up as well. But you also won't get all the benefits of being able to sell in the local market without passing through the walls. So all sorts of fun things there. Moving down, should the wall extend into the water and be attached to defense towers? Yeah, I think so, yeah, especially given what we've been saying. So let's quickly do that so that we don't forget that detail as we're moving along. What was my last brush? That's far too freaking big. Let's just make it. And then make that clear that it's going out. Also, to support what we were discussing earlier, they're going to want to defend their shipyards. So let's make sure that we definitely have a couple of artificial islands that have been sunk into the place, old Roman style, where they've pegged it all out and then filled up the area with dirt and then built on that, once they've packed it all up with proper foundation work, and then they've dug out the water leading up to the fort and then built a bridge over that area so that we can get ourselves something pretty special building there. It's just a statement of intent, really, more than anything else. And they are super loose lines, but who cares? Moving on. Hi, just arrived. Hi, French Unicorns. Delighted to see that you've joined us. May I ask what city this is? Yes, you may. I shall quickly say that, but not spend too much time on it. We are mapping the town of Kalegen, which is this town here. If I move over here, you'll see Altdorf over there. This is from my master map of the area. It's south of Karaburg, which is just up there. South of the Monastery of the Eternal Watch, not too far away from the Monastery of the Holy World, one of the most important Sigmarite monasteries in the entire old world, let alone just locally. So Sigmarism has been something that we've decided is very important for this place. But that's it. It's the seat of House Halskrug. The Halskrugs are the primary rivals for the Halswig Schließens in Altdorf, and the Halskrugs are also, well, Duke Halskrug is the Lord Ambassador for the Reichland. He's a very important individual who's constantly talking to others, and a spy master. So that's what we're doing. And as others have already noted, yeah, that. Moving on down, well, it's all great, thanks, glad to hear it. I like how the parks are like no man's lands between social classes. Yeah, me too. Sometimes it's good to have nice clean divisions of these lines, because it allows not just from the perspective of presenting it as something that's potentially realistic or pretty or whatever, but from using it as a player or as a GM, you've got lovely places you can move through and talk about different textures of people. On one side, you've got one type of people, tight townhouses. On the other side, it's long walls and single houses and towers rising up from the nobility that live in those areas, or perhaps something much more palatial, or perhaps a beautiful temple. And comparing and contrasting those on either side makes for a more varied, more interesting description as a GM to what is hopefully an interesting place for your players to visit. If it's all just slum, if it's all just horror, if it's all just broken down buildings, then there is no texture or interest in the areas. And it also is super unrealistic because sometimes things are new. And even in the grubbiest of fantasy, there's things that look new. It's the people that are grubby, so to speak. To go back to the old Warhammer is grubby fantasy, not high or low fantasy. Walls guard outside the walls. Yeah, I think this is something we should perhaps take just a moment to consider. We originally had ourselves, with our original build for our town, a fort up here. That's what we decided. And we've got a fishing village over here. And as the money came in from the mines, and the Hallskrug started their power plays and made an attempt to make themselves look far more impressive than necessarily they were, possibly getting into a bit of debt doing so. They will have built themselves up the rest of the town to stroke potentially city, depending how you look at it. And through the course of that, there will be the need to accommodate Moore's Garden. Now, initially with a small fishing village, that would almost certainly be served by some wandering doom speaker or whatever, a wandering priest of Moor, going from town to town, dealing with the dead. There'll be a small garden of Moor that originally was on the outside. Let's bring that up now, and we'll bring it into purple because we want it to be like Shyish, the Wind of Death. There will be a small one sitting up in the top corner, which is probably underneath a small hill. In fact, we want it a little bit away from the river so that when the rivers rise, it doesn't cause all the corpses to go. Let's move it even further inland. You've got to think when the river swells, which it will do frequently, that area will become boggy, makes a very poor ground. So we need something that's a bit higher, which means that they're going to troop up to the original one, which probably was about there. As the ground starts shifting up higher, and you've got some heights, so they've dropped it there as a small area. That was slowly moved back as the town walls moved back. That area has become richer, so we've got a division line clearly there. And then as the town has become big, we're going to need, obviously, an area for many more corpses to be dropped as people die through natural attrition, disease, and all the rest of it. But we also have something else to consider. We had the Kalegen's primary military might was primarily stationed here way before Kalegen grew up to be a big place. Kalegen was probably the name of the original fort, Fort Kalegen. And that means that we've got ourselves 300 to 500 soldiers also living locally who probably would have used the local small garden of Moor. So there's going to be a path that goes between those, not necessarily something we need to worry about for districts, but that definitely will be the case. So there's going to be a bunch of old military graves there as well. So that adds a little bit of texture to this garden of Moor and how it may appear a bit different. We're going to have local, really rubbishy graves sitting side by side with some old military graves that are properly set up. Now, House Kalegen itself doesn't live here, so we won't have the old family graves here. But for some local officers who may have lived, I don't know, 15 or 20 years in the local area, they might want to be buried in the area, which means we can get ourselves a couple of old ancient family crypts that drop into there as well, which I think will be quite fun. Then on top of that, we want to have the much newer Garden of Moor. Now, if I go image, canvas size, and drop the height up to 45.72, so it's exactly the same height as it is. We'll give that a second to catch up as my computer goes. Let's now do what we said we might do and make it bigger. Now, if we're doing that, our new Garden of Moor will be sited on the outside, both for practical reasons, because people just don't like corpses or being reminded of death, and for other practical reasons. There's always that chance that the city may expand further, so you want to have the graveyards far. It's also going to need to be in a higher area, so they'll probably move from where they are there to about, turn it around, to about there-ish, and the desire of the Hallskrugs will be to support this properly and fund a Temple of Moor. So we're going to have a proper Temple of Mor there as well. Another one of the major building works. It's new. It's probably been built within the last 20 to 30 years. The Garden of Mor itself is probably mostly empty, which makes for, again, quite an interesting Garden of Mor. Perhaps the black roses are not fully grown yet, where the old Garden of Mor perhaps has got old black roses, really twisted, tangled bushes. It's thorny and it's difficult to get into, and those who make their way in tend to get their clothes ripped or something similar if they're making their way in. And we can contrast the two different gardens to be quite different in tone, perhaps give them a different name. So I think that absolutely have that on the outside. Where do you think they'd be, just to give us an idea of where they'd go, and what do you think they'd be connecting? Hello, Marianne. Yeah, well, we started within, Marianne, a square size, so it's not a surprise. And because this is much like, in some respects, where I grew up in Thurso, this is a half-planned town. Planned towns do tend to move out in blocks. And that's sort of what's occurred here. We originally ended up with quite an oblong area up here. We had a second smaller area there. They've then been connected. Oops, pardon me. They've then been connected, and they've then expanded outwards, worked along the canal, worked along this canal. And as we expand out further down to the south, we're going to end up with something that's probably a bit more H-shaped than square, but it's still going to be loosely one giant square. But yeah, it's just how this one's organically devolved. Do I care? Yeah, nah. Nah. Too old for that crap. Moving on, having a podcast with the wealthy normal grace for this. Yeah, that sounds like fun. And finally there, maybe an ancestor shrine for the dynasty. Humans have that. Yeah, if we're doing that, though, we probably want to put it closer to where Kalegen's currently hold court. And let's have a quick check where that is on my map, because I might find that I was wrong in this. Now, each one of in fact, okay, I'm now going to contradict myself from what I earlier said. On the map, each one of the Reichland estates, that's the important, as I said, I'll show you a blog post about this one later. They hold court in a different place, and the actual crown is over Kalegen. That means the family now live there. They used to live primarily up at Hallskrugberg, which is the castle up here, but they've moved down into Kalegen. So the ancient family crypts will be in Hallskrugberg up here. So I think we'll leave having our massive crypts to that place, should that place ever be visited at a later time. But local military lords who've decided that they want to be buried where they did most of their work, they can pop in there. I think that works relatively neatly. Let's get rid of my reference map there. This time being rather new. I presume no sewers, at least. Yeah, I think that is probably the case. I think it won't have any sewers at all, which means it's going to get pretty damn stinky in several different areas. And I think that that can make for a fun contrast with the many much older cities in the Reichland, which most of the older ones do have sewers because of the long, strong ties with the dwarves. And most of them, if not necessarily dwarven made, were at least dwarven influenced. So I think that will be something that's next on the docket for this place, and there'll probably be all manner of adventure hooks for the difficulty of trying to sink sewers down into a waterclogged set of land, because this area is quite close to the Reich, and the Reich is waterclogged for most of its length. It's going to be a difficult job, which is hyper expensive. And then when you add that to the fact that House Kalegen have been House Hallskrug have been throwing money at this for so long, they're probably not going to be as rich as they pretend anymore. So the added cost for sewers for a place where Hallskrug himself rarely attends, he's mostly going to be up in Altdorf nowadays. He comes down here purely for the benefits that it brings to have people tour around his special part of the country. It makes him look more impressive. So he's only concerned with the bits that he takes important people to and through, which means that those parts are clear and the rest of it can fall to stink as far as he's concerned. So having our Lord use the place and the detrimental effects of that show up, I think is important. So yeah, I agree. No sewers. Did human ancestor spirits get retcons? No, actually, they still pop up every once in a while here or there. And it depends on the writer. Some of them like to occasionally reference it. What you've got to remember, just in the more holistic view, is that ancestor spirits were dropped hard onto the dwarves. And because of that, to ensure that the dwarves keep their unique discrete, distinct character. It's very rare for you to find that other species are discussed in any great length for having ancestor spirits, because they want the dwarves to stay dwarfy and for other people to not look dwarfy. Having said that, when you drill down to specifics, there's often individuals and individual households who do indeed do that, largely because Sigmarism is so strong in the Empire, and ancestor worship is effectively Sigmarism, and that comes from the dwarves. The dwarf relations with Reichlanders in particular are super, super strong. And the concept of ancestor worship is at the core of Sigmarism. Sigmar being, well, after all, it's Sigmar's heirs, isn't it? We are all descended from Sigmar through one way or another. We are the holy people of Reichland. We rock. The rest of the empire sucks. And they tend to focus their ancestor worship tightly onto Sigmar. Some of the old families, like take, for example, House Jungfreud down in Ubersreich, they believe they're directly descended from Sigmar for reason X, Y, or Z. Indeed, some local traditions say that Sigmar was born in modern-day Ubersreich, or indeed close to it. So ancestor worship for them is Sigmarism. And other important ancestors that have popped up down through the periods are also, to a degree, celebrated. So the answer to that is, no, it's not really retconned, but at the same point, you won't find it being a focus for primary books because it attacks the discrete individual nature of dwarves. Right, I think we've got a very loose idea of where our areas are. We still have a couple of areas that don't really have much in it, in terms of a discussion concerning what could go there, but I'm sure that will answer itself as we build our roads and get our primary areas in place. Now, what we're going to do is now go through our primary roads. Now, this is primary roads only. Some areas it's going to be very clear where those roads connect. In other areas, it's going to be less clear. This is where we pretty much nail it down. We don't, again, care too much about being neat because our buildings are going to be drawn over most of these roads anyway. So being neat literally provides nothing of benefit. Now, as we discussed before, if we're keeping our map in scale, we've got our scale as we move up really closely here. Each one of these boxes is 10 yards across, and your average road is not that big by any stretch at all. Your average road is only going to be around about 5 to, I mean, I'm looking at my room here, it's about that wide. So I'm going to drop to a brush of about size 16, so about that size, to mark in my primary roads, and we can worry about secondary ones after that. If you have that, see that road sitting beside a house, it looks about that big. Again, if you want to know what brushes I'm using, that was discussed in the tutorial that we popped up that we did, last Wednesday. The video for that's going to be going up to our patrons for Inside the Rookery. I think that's due on Monday, so that'll be Monday. Right, okay. Before I go and start doing all our roads, let's see if there's anything important to say regarding roads. Tracing was actually seen as lack of historically known legitimate heirs, notwithstanding. It's a big trend amongst established noble lines. Yeah, it totally is. Particularly the Reichland, it's a big thing there. The Bildhofens claim it, whether it's true or not. In your world, it might be. The Holzwig-Schliestens claim it. That's almost certainly an absolute lie. The Holzwigs were a minor line. The Schliestens, perhaps. I won't go through them. There is a lot of old family lines, many of whom do indeed claim ancestry straight back to Sigmar. Right, let's just double check that I have got nothing left on my map. I don't. Okay, so if you have ideas for where primary roads should go, do tell me. I'm going to be placing the primary palace for House Holzkrug up here. So I'm just going to drop a roadish sort of square for buildings to be plumped on up there. Now, how big should our palace be? It's a really good question. Anybody got any ideas about how broad you think a newly built palace that's attempting to look ostentatious should be across? I mean, palaces are notoriously square, much like this map is turning out, as Marianne mentioned earlier, with central courts in the middle. So let's go for a squarish block up there, and we'll have it around about 50 yards across. That's really big for our palace area. And we're going to want to have a connection directly to that from the primary harbour, which is going to be the lovely, beautiful one. And we're going to want it to go through the parkland. So down into the parkland, like so. And then down towards the primary new harbour. Now, the old harbour is here. We don't want it to go there because that's not very nice. So we're probably 300 meters. You reckon that big? That's big. I'll get on to that in just a second while I scale it out. I've got a small one at the moment for the palace, about 50. That's a big 4 soccer fields. That's pretty big. Should have a garden too. I agree about the gardens. Let's bring it down now. We've got our, I mean, given that he's going to want to boast with this particular route, he's probably going to want it to cross the canal. So that they go over the canal and they can talk about the canal and how it's brought so much wealth and how rich he is and how marvelous it is. So having it cross over the canal, but not get too close to our tanneries, which are down here. So we want it to cross about here, close to the merchant district, perhaps even further down through the merchant area, which means we want to connect our park. We've got another park here. So let's go down through there, over through there, and then down towards the primary dock. And we're going to have to go around all of our shipbuilding areas, which looks frightfully industrial. And they're not going to like that. So around that side, which means that we're going to have a primary dock sitting out into the water here. Now, that's pretty goddamn it long. We don't need something quite that long. So that's one primary road. Okay, so let's now zoom out and be the original path that the nobles took when they were going to the Garden of Moor. That will have been paved and that will have been built up. And regardless of how much people may want to have changed it, it won't have changed. So that'll be in place. The original path here has been eroded and completely destroyed. So I reckon it goes to about there. And it's now overgrown and stops at a noble estate. Like so. I think the road crosses the internal wall. Yeah, it probably will do. And I think that that's not necessarily a bad idea because we can have ourselves a lovely gate for them to cross over. And we can have a new harbour that was recently done. There used to be an older harbour, but it wasn't seen to be pretty enough. So it allows them to show off some stuff on the outside. We'll worry about that when we get to it. In fact, let's pull up that wall now. Where is it? I got is it there? Layer 3? Didn't write it down. Oh no, it's still on the inside. Look at that. In fact, it's right between those. In fact, look at that as a statement of intent. It's right between the two forts. I actually quite like that. Let's move it over a little bit so that it lands smack bang in the middle of them. Oops. Road, please. Like that. That tells a story. Like so. Yeah, that works surprisingly well. Have you meant this wall up here, the internal wall? That's very possibly the case. Let's have a little think. Do we want to move around that one? It will be more of that might have been the old city gate. So we can have had that as one of the old city gates for the secondary set of walls that they were building. So that works all right. Right, so we need to do our primary connections. Our old road that used to go up to the Temple of Moor will peter out where they've cut it off. So it probably peters off about here and then will be in place right into the warren that is the old fishing village. So that's there. We've got, this is one large open square muster ground that sits on the outside of the fort where one of the regiment of foot for the empire gathers. This is a duchy, so it's got probably at least 3, if not 4 regiments of foot, maybe a couple of regiments of cavalry. So there, now we've got our primary building areas here, and we've also got to consider our moat. So let's build that in now on the things that we were suggesting for our moat. Originally, it would have cut over roads here. So let's get our water and pop that in. So our moat, oh god, I'm coming. That on our lower, check where it is. Right, let's pop that in place. So we have the moat that used to originally go around that way. A large pool on the outside now. We want to connect it through to the canal system. Old water fed into place. Why is that such a weird color? I've got an overlay. Let me just get rid of the overlay. That's better. So at the bottom of the hill, we've got a gathering of water. Now, there were some ideas for what may sit along the edge of the moat. If you can ping those up now, we can possibly consider those. We can have the moat come to an end because it's no longer required, perhaps. Would they keep it? Would they not keep it? What do we all think? If we've got a rope wall that we want to go up to the heights, they may break it and have the wall just mark the end of the old canal there. Yeah, they probably want to break it, which means you've got the old canal, which is now largely boggy marsh and mess on the outside. Straight in places, perhaps. What have we got there? Definitely needs a road from the old fort to the village. Yes, I agree. Definitely needs, let me just bring those up so that they're marked for the video. And perhaps a paved road along the canal. That's a good idea too. Locks in that canal in the city itself. We'll worry about the locks afterwards. No longer a flooded section will turn into gardens. Yeah, where do you think you think, because we've got a garden over here which is quite a bit away from, so you think maybe turning one of the over flooded areas around here into a garden, or are you thinking on the outside? What's your thoughts there? If you could clarify that. I'm not quite sure what you mean there. Oh, the no longer flooded section has been turned into gardens, as in they've been once they had dried out. So these areas here, possibly on the inside, a nice garden here, perhaps some gardens sitting along the edge here. Is that what you're thinking? Right, so let's tidy that up. Let's get a second little shipbuildery area into place. Since we're building barges in this area, the barges have to be able to get out. You're thinking of along the old city wall, so what, being tight to it, like that all the way around? Is that what you're thinking from that? Yeah, it does make more sense. So bring up that comment so I can read it out. The Duke might keep some of that defensive faces in the case of popular urge up, and he goes against the Emperor. Good call. The now in oh, you mean all the way? You mean all the way down here? So having that one there, or are you thinking up here from the what's now the internal wall there? And now I can't get it in my head too. Thanks for that. Where we be at? We be at building the town of Kalegen in the Reichland. I strongly recommend you go back and look over the video if you want to see exactly where we are. Right, so let's pop on some of that. Let's have some of that fall into water on the outside. Right, and I think we're loosely. I think it was there. Oh, I'm not sure what you mean where there is. Right, so let's pop over that. Let's get some more. So the internal wall that was partially taken down. So yeah, you're thinking of popping a moat out by there as well. I quite like that idea as well for perhaps a couple of old water sections that perhaps turned apart, particularly given that we've got parkland sitting here. That does make a certain amount of sense. So we could have one that actually goes around that wall, moves in. That can be turned into a nice park with perhaps some sort of folly building on the inside of it. Let's build another one there. Now that we've got, and we're going to have to figure out how big that palace is. Some palaces are freaking huge. And he's going to want to look impressive, but at the same point, not a lot of space on this map for that. Where's our other park? We can have a nice little lake sitting on that park. Our kidney-shaped pool. Okay, So we've got our water. Let's get back to our roads to make sure that we don't forget. I was working on roads with a size 16 brush so that we can mark it. So first, road along the canal path, a road leading over. We're going to need to worry about where our primary gates are. We're going to have a gate that crosses over near the flesh mark. So they probably be there and moves into the primary trading zone on the inside for flesh. So there's going to be open areas, probably grass and dirted over, but I'll just lay it as a road for the moment to make sure that I don't accidentally draw houses over it. For the far larger market on the outside, a road running along the edge of the canal here, leading up to the other one. All this is probably flattened out, major area for our building yards. This is where the shipbuilding takes place, which means that we're going to have at least one internal area as well for larger ships to moor. Now, I'm not thinking imperial great ships, which can sometimes be, well, the size of a small mountain, but I am thinking at least the size of wolf ships. So we're talking proper small warships. Each one of these big squares is 100 yards long. So that's currently a very long, presumably deep pier. I'll put one cross in place. Let's be honest, there's the Empire, so there probably should be at least another 15 of those. They do love to overdo everything. This is probably all stoned up as well, with a few buildings on it. We now need to have a primary road that leads from the village down to the main original fishing village, to the main fort, pardon me. I'm being messy just now, but whatevs. Right, so our main fishing village was here. Their primary road would have gone through the eastward up to the other primary junction about there. We can connect that through. There is a primary road, and it being the military one, we can have the old harbour, the primary harbour that used to be used to take in any military dignitaries or anyone coming to the main fort that used to be here. So they would have come in there, and the road would have been relatively straight, following the contour of the land, which means originally would have been a gate built there if they were thinking of building a second wall. And indeed, I think I will mark that just so I don't forget that there should be, I'll make that black. There should be a collapsed old wall there, because I quite like that. Do we have anything else important regarding content? I have no idea what you're talking. Is there a problem with Shortober? Have I missed something there? Dark Elf Galleys. Well, not quite Dark Elf Galleys. At least not for this one. Alrighty, so back to our roads, so that we can then get onto some buildings and just start working on some of the districts. Okay, so right, we've got our Garden of Moor. We're going to have to get to there. Our procession for the dead through our northern gate, which we can have connect through to the old path there, through to the new one. People looking to get there, military. If we're doing that, we can have one go right through the center of that. We can tidy up those roads in a moment when we build them. This is all slum area, so to get into the slum area, let's move across one bridge there. We're also going to have to, we can butt it right up against those walls. That's good. One slum area here. We've got enough roads working for that. Middle class area here. There's clearly a road that's happened. And I'm thinking that some form of other merchant house or someone who's got something else has got their own port down there that they can work from. We're going to have a lot of smaller jetties here, but most of this is going to be boats strung against boats in the older harbour. There's going to be some rock sitting in between, I think, before we go to the new harbour that was built for the shipyards down here. Now, if we take a little think, how if anyone could look up what the how many of you are on? Oh, there's still quite a lot of people on, so hopefully someone can look this up. If anyone can look at the length for your average first class, no, let's say second class ship of the line, type. If anybody's there and the capability to do and a place to do that, if not, I'll go search it myself in a moment. I'm just trying to avoid unnecessary pauses while I'm putting this all together for you. So yeah, second class ship of the line. That'd be perfect. An average length for some sort of galley. Okay, right. We've got our primary park that's sitting there. I'm imagining a loop around the primary park. And what else will we have on that one? We're going to need the primary road up. The primary road up is going to obviously be a little bit tighter and more difficult. So let's, because we're going uphill up there and then move into there. That means we're going to have a road that definitely goes through there. We can have, I'm purposely going to leave that water there. Actually, we can. Oops, I'm imagining some sort of silly bridge thing, very grand that they can look at. All right, back to our roads. Roads. I've lost my road layer. There it is. Okay, that leads up to there. That's going past our park. We've got a slum area here, so that's going to go. There's going to be one. I made a road copy, I can say. Get rid of that. Yeah, so into there. Clearly, we're going to be moving out that square into there. Where's the bridge going to be? Where's it going to be cheapest to bridge if we're going along that canal? It'll be cheapest to bridge that way, and that would have been the first thought while they were building it as they built the canal, so it will come out that way. Just to bring up that comment. Yeah, that sounds about right. And yes, they absolutely were rated by that. But you tend to find that there's a loose standard, and yeah, 180 feet sounds about right. If you, for those of you who've got Shades of Empire, there's a nice article in that about Imperial ships from both the First Fleet and the Second Fleet and how they're rated. And I'm imagining primary one that leads out down towards the villages to the south. And then from here, we can have the one that leads off to the villages to the north. I'm imagining wolf ships and smaller basic ship of the line are war galleys being picked up here. So 180 feet, pardon me, that's what, 60 yards? It's about 6 of those squares. That's more than big enough to get a couple of them in there. There's more than enough space to get one out, more than enough there. We can get our war galleys in. Basically, our current size is about right. I hoped it was, but I wasn't quite convinced that it was. Right, okay, cool. We have ourselves some primary roads connecting our main areas. It's all super, super messy just now, but while you're planning out these maps, they always are when you're starting them from scratch. If I was doing this professionally, I would have had all of this provided to me. We wouldn't be doing any of this work. We'd just be basically taking something that somebody else had made and going, right, how do I make this look as pretty as I possibly can? How can I turn it into our Freeport sitting up there or whatever? For example, just to give you a couple of examples moving on, when I did the Freeport map, that entire shape had already been designed for the first edition of Freeport. Now, the map that they had was really, really different. Its building density was much looser, and although it was the same size, in no way represented the number of people that they wanted it to represent. So we had a big, long discussion about how we could take all of those buildings and massively up them. If we compare that to, say, a completely different map, well, let's get rid of those 90-foot comment there. This is the map of Westruun. This is a place that does have an established population, and it's in the tens of thousands. This was for the Tal'Dorei book for Critical Role, Darrington Press in particular. And this place has got buildings of many thousands, but if we did an accurate many thousands map, the houses would have been effectively invisible. It would have just been blocks. And they wanted to have a slightly more artistic leaning. So you'll notice that on the outside, as you move beyond the walls, there's lots of like little farmsteads and houses and little village hamlets and similar. And they wanted to be able to see those because they're more fun. And they add just that little bit of extra texture for GMs. And I completely agreed. The walls, if they were at all realistic, would be nowhere near as thick as they're presented on this map. There would be many, many more houses to be accurate. But on the loosest front, it did fine. This is a fine example of why many fantasy maps have too few districts, though. In this case, there's only 5 for a place of many tens of thousands. It works perfectly for your average game. You drop into a place, you go, you need to go to the Scholar Ward, the Opal Ward, or whatever, because you often don't want to have too many places to remember. But if you're looking to build somewhere that feels like it's a real place, particularly if you're intending on using that location again and again, and you want it to build up its own character, then it's much better to think about a far more realistic spread of districts, which can often be in excess of 20, 30, 40, 80. If you just think of London, I mean, billions of districts this has because it's absorbed so many different towns as it's spread out. Other cities across the old world, across the real world, are the same. They've got all their own districts, and it's entirely up to yourself how many of them you want to depict. The more you add, the more complicated it is for your players to remember them all. But the more realistic it might feel. There's a nice balance there for you to decide what you prefer. Erengrad is another fine example of far too few districts. It's got like its harbour district, it's got its high city, its low city. That's pretty much it. It's not an accurate representation of how a city might actually evolve, but it's the city that was written, so it's the city that was put down on the map. By comparison, the first city is very cleverly handled. In that it's got a lot of districts. You see the trade district, the Katani district, the Pearl, the uncleansed areas, and all that business. There's loads of districts, okay, which are absolutely lovely. But because the entire city is a reclaimed city, where the entire city fell to ruin for a very, very long time. And on this map, that's graphically represented by all the turquoise side over to the right. So that's all the ruins. So you can immediately see them if you're scanning the map. And all the reclaimed part are in orange. And the ruined parts are full of monsters and all sorts of horrible stuff, where the reclaimed part is nice and clean and lovely. The districts are large and new. And yes, they may be built in ruins, but the names have arisen recently. Sometimes because of the old names they had when the city was originally there, sometimes for other reasons, but it allows you to have fewer districts yet still maintain that realistic feel. I think they did a really good job with that. Quite a few districts, lovely different character between each one of them, and a reason for why there's fewer districts than there might have been in other places. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Oh, there's a little bit about another city that I did for a completely different one. That's Nestora for Will Wheaton. Nestora had, I think there was 8 districts in total on that one. But it's a relatively large city. And it's inside its districts, they said there were smaller areas and districts. So basically that's the 8 top tier districts, and you go down into smaller ones if you wanted to do those. Anyway, let's get rid of those and get back to where we were. So we've got loose buildings, we've got loose districts. We can now just start doing the actual job of doing the map. Now, this is where we take pause. Now, admittedly, I've been chatting for ages here. So this has been a lot slower than if I just sat down and just started mapping. Because I've been describing everything that I do as we go, but I think that's a necessary part of this process. But it gives you an idea that now we're 2 hours into the stream, and so far I haven't actually started mapping yet. And I think that sort of says something, doesn't it? Before I get started on the actual mapping, I'm going to quickly, apparently I had some extra texture down there. I'm going to quickly spread my texture out to the top. Let's get a clone stamp and just take a bit of texture and just spread it up there. Oh no, it's going every layer. I don't want every layer. Yeah, please. And just spread my texture up there so I've got a texture for the whole map, not just the little bit that I originally was going to map into. Okay, let's do that. And let's peel off those rivers because they were never meant to, there's water, because it was never meant to be a full percentage anyway. And also while I'm here, extend the water upwards and downwards so we cover the new areas that we've added through, oops, bigger brush please, through the course of this. Let's show you there. New areas, like so. Excellent. And then finally, our loose green areas, we'll add those on the outside so we can see where they are. That's a little bit darker, but yeah, whatever, it'll do. Just make sure I don't have a comment up. No, I don't. And again, this isn't the actual color that we'll have for our final map. This is just so we can see it ourselves for when we reach those places and start mapping them. Also, because we've added some extra area, there's potentially a few more high grounds that we should cover. I covered at the start of the stream how we organize our higher ground, and the difference that'll make towards building our city. I'll loosely add a couple of extras onto this one, just so that we've got them in place for if we map out those areas. So I'll just go into a nice loose brush, black, white. Let's go onto our layer. Let's check that. Excellent. So this hill can a little bit too. Let's build a little extra hill here. This is clearly the garden of moors on slightly raised land to ensure it doesn't get waterlogged. So there's another hill there, and I think possibly just a slight rise down at the bottom, and that'll do. And we can work around that for our topography. Yeah, that'll do just nicely. We can put a watchtower up there, perhaps, on the outside. Love it. Okay, right. Let's get to the actual mapping part. Let's see if we've got any comments before I do that. Just double check there's anything else I want to do there. No, I think we're in place. Let's have a quick look. Glad you love Aaron. Love it. Let's see what else we've got here. How does the start stack up with 7, 8 if you count the castle, in your opinion? The starter set accounts for it inside by saying that the larger districts are split up into smaller ones. So it accounts for it sort of fine. The plan for the starter set was to not confuse, which meant that we didn't want to have too many districts. Further, Uber's Reich had already been detailed in Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 3. Now, it was a future version of it, and it was slightly different, but the concepts had already been laid down, and I didn't want to add more detail that would contradict the other books. So rather than add extra detail, new districts that weren't mentioned there, instead, the districts were described as having internal smaller districts, and the primary districts that were new, like, for example, the big castle at Blackrock sitting down there, that wasn't strictly speaking described as a district previously. That was nothing more than taking material that was already there and explaining it in a slightly different framework by saying this is now a new district, which added a little bit of extra depth to the overall affair. Yeah, how does it sit in my opinion? I think it sits in a lovely little middle ground. It's both welcoming to new players and there's not too much to remember, while simultaneously makes it quite clear that each of those individual areas are complicated and perhaps much deeper, and individual GMs can add to that depth if they wish to do so. Yeah, we got that one. Do we want an inlay or small cove? Oh, smugglers. You can't go wrong with a smuggler or 10. Yeah, I think so. Maybe when we get to mapping the actual coastline, when we move through those areas, I think that would be a very good idea. I'm going to peel off my wall layer because it's very stark. And just have it so it's enough so I can see it when I get around to mapping those areas. I think that might be quite fun. Yeah, we've got a general idea there. Maybe to the south of the town. Yeah, sure. That's as good a place as any. Although it might be nice to contrast it with the, if we look here, for example, we've got the primary route in for our nobles, and it sort of overlooks there. It might be nice to contrast that and pop it up on that side, also on the fisherman village side as well. But that's really down to personal preference. I'm not really sure if that really makes any difference. So that's a step for our roads. Now, obviously, there's not a great deal in place here in terms of building a map, but we are in the first steps towards seeing that we've got a shaped building. And as that's all detailed out, it's not going to end up as a square, although it looks sort of squarish at the moment, because we're going to end up with quite a lot of smaller buildings moving along those roads. Less so in the canal, which is not a primary route where people are going, but this is. So we're going to have farmland and all sorts moving along here, with the new roads moving off towards the trees, possibly some extra bits for that too there. So, right, we're off. Let's go to step 5, which is buildings. Now, I think, add buildings to this before we begin for about the next 3 days with ease. Because buildings and doing them all slowly but surely, step by step by step, takes a lot of time, particularly for what is turning out to be a city of this size. So I might end up streaming this one again, and maybe even again at a later date. I won't do it as part of Inside the Rookery, because Inside the Rookery really has no interest in me doing maps for my own game. So I'll probably pop this over on the Lawhammer channel, because we've opened the Lawhammer channel now. This was meant to be a demonstration of the tutorial, loosely, all the things that we did in that and seeing it come out in practice. So it's adjacent to Inside the Rookery. It makes sense that it goes there. But continuing on with it doesn't. So I'll probably drop another stream or two up in Lawhammer if we decide we want to finish off this map and have something that looks relatively pretty by the end of it. For the moment, what I'll do is I'll probably move through a couple of districts, drop some bits and pieces on it, show how all the buildings will look. We'll have an idea of how the roads will look once we've got those all in place as well between those buildings. And then we can also move up some labels, put some trees and some other bits and pieces in, so that at least we can get an idea of how some parts of it are going to look when it's finished. It won't be a complete map by that point, but we'll at least have done quite a few details. Now, as those of you who followed my stream where I did the Princedom of Altdorf knows, I went on for 7 hours with that one. I'm not sure that it's wise doing that again, but I'm certainly going to give a start on this one. So we're going to dive in. As I dive into each district, we're going to need to name it. So if anybody out there has any ideas for our names, that would be great. We're going to start off, I think, with the fishing village, because that's a natural place to work out from, because it was one of the very first places that was in place when this area developed out to become a full town. So it's going to be the place that is perhaps most cobbled together, old fishing houses all leaning against each other down by the docks, without an awful lot of space. It's not exactly the pride of Kalegen in terms of how it appears, but it's an important place for us to start with. After I've done that one, I think I'll probably move over to the oops, pressed the wrong button there. I'll probably move over towards the castle at the top of the hill, because that's something else that was already in place and established and wouldn't have been built over. So we'll get a nice clear area. We'll decide where the walls are exactly and the bits and pieces around it, get that into place, organize the mustering ground in front of that, and then we'll just spill out into the city itself. If any of you have any preferences to where we go next, just slap it up as comments and we can go there. If any of ideas of stuff that we should drop in as we go, again, drop them into the comments and we'll just add them as we go. We're pretty much making this up as we go along anyway, so that should be pretty easy. So the last decision is, as we now move down towards actually putting some stuff on this map, do we want to make a clear differentiation between our feature buildings, this is the stuff that's going to go onto our key, the important places, and the remainder of the town. Now, for example, I have two very clean examples of this in the example maps I showed earlier. Let me just quickly take my mouse over there and show you. This one does it, but the map's so big that you can't see it. So let's start off with the cleanest example. In the first city, only 3 colors are used for the buildings. Color number 1 is the ruins. They're in that sort of dark turquoise color, close to gray, more teal. Over in the orange, we've got all the non-labeled buildings. And that's a quick way for you to immediately identify buildings that aren't labeled. And then finally, you've got your labeled buildings, which are in red. That's a very quick way to immediately see which buildings are big and important. You can see, for example, that there's a big Colosseum in one place. There's a large racehorsing track as well, or chariot track, pardon me. A Circus Maximus, so to speak. There's another Colosseum in orange up the top because it's not a feature one. That's near the center of the map. But all of the important areas are marked out in red. That's one way to color in your map. It's a more graphical way. It's most certainly not an in-game artifact. It's not something you would ever find in-game. But it's certainly one way of doing it. An alternative way is to go more down the, Ehrengrad sort of does that. Westruun sort of does it as well. And both of these maps just tend to go with a single color or two for the roofing. Slightly different colors here or there. It's a bit more illustrative, but it's also a bit harder to read. Now, for Westruun, it was chosen to do this because the feature buildings were so tiny that you wouldn't see them under the labels. There was literally no point in doing a feature building color. In fact, the labels were purposely designed to be bigger to ensure that the areas where their feature buildings were super clear. where alternatively you look at, say, this, all the labels, because this is a poster map, it's designed to be viewed much, much bigger. You can actually see the map behind me on the wall up there. It's exactly the same map. Because it's much bigger, the labels are almost difficult to point out. Now, these they are different in terms of approach. This one as well, you'll notice all feature buildings are in orange. So you can spot those. All the other buildings are a mixture of greys to try and make sure that the feature buildings stood out. That's going more to the first city style of presenting it. It's just different options, really. When I planned to do the Altdorf map, I wasn't going to do that at all. Altdorf, at least my version of Altdorf, the terracotta that they have means that a significant chunk of the roofing is the same color. Again, this is because of some old art of the city, and it became, for me, largely what became my Altdorf in my head. Same with the great white walls of Altdorf because of some old art of it. I was going to do that, so there can be variations of tones all over it, but we can do whatever we want in this one. Let's see if there's any comments as we stack up. So we do have a little bit. We have one, which is organic colors, no highlights. Well, so you reckon not highlighting the buildings? I think for this one, it might be a decent idea, actually, because only about, if we look at the size of the map that they were dealing with, only about maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the locations will be big enough to be seen. We could possibly even do a combination between the two, where we have generally organic colors, but with the feature one standing out for one reason or another. Go to Bartosz, what does he suggest? I prefer highlights personally, yeah, but we could maybe do a mixture of both. It doesn't hurt. So let's pop down here. Now, if you've got any ideas for feature buildings that we could have inside our funky little fisherman's area, bring them up. I think one is probably certain, and that'll be some form of fisherman's mission. I did one of those to Griswold a long time ago. A building that is collectively run by the Fishermen's Guild, and the guild dues pay for it, and it's where pretty much all the old fishermen workers gather, and they let off steam and they play pub games. It's one gigantic pub, but it's also got a restaurant attached to it, which serves super cheap food for fishermen who've got their guild markers. Anyone who doesn't have guild markers gets paid, has to pay the standard price. There'll be all sorts of looks at people who aren't fishermen who dare to enter their private zone. I think a fisherman village, which would probably attach to some sort of smuggler's ring as well, given that this is the poorer part of town, makes some sort of sense. But other than that, you could maybe have, given this, we've defined it as a village. Here's an interesting little note. In my version of Warhammer, village in the Reichland, but only the Reichland has a legal definition, as does hamlet. In my version of the Reichland, a hamlet is any small settlement without a temple of Sigmar. And they are generally 50 inhabitants or less. A village is any small settlement with a temple of Sigmar, but just one. The second you hit the second temple, it becomes a town. Because the population's become big enough that it's expanded to the size that it's no longer seen as a village. And in the Reichland in particular, the spread of temples in many respects helps determine how big your cities are, with your city in particular being defined as having a high temple of Sigmar. So that's a temple that is responsible for all the local temples inside its area, which in turn will be underneath one of the lectors in their lectoric, which is held in place. So possibly an old temple of Sigmar could be here as well. What do we have here? I'd love to see two things. Well, I'm not sure they belong. A copper dome and a large glass roof. I think both would be awesome. So yeah, if you see somewhere that we go, let's drop them in. Right. So anyway, let's start putting some lines in this bad boy. We're just going to start with some buildings that sit over here. If you've got any ideas for how the buildings should appear in this area, drop them in now. Because we're about to map it. I'm going to get rid of the texture because it's going to get in the way of me seeing everything that's here. It'll also let me see once the texture is gone where the grids are. I don't know. I'm still sitting on the... let's move back to the stream. There we go. Here's our nice little village. You can just see the squares, hopefully, on your screen, assuming that you're watching. And all those little squares, the little ones are 10 yards across. The larger ones being 100 yards across. So we've got ourselves a relatively sizable area. Most of the buildings here are going to be pretty small, at about just looking at the size of my room. Some of these will be hovels, only about 5 yards by about 2-3 yards. Some are going to be huts leaning against them. A couple of larger houses. The buildings that will really stand out will be the probably the temple, maybe our mission. A fisherman's mission is probably going to be around about, I don't know, about 8-9 yards by about 15 yards, maybe some extra built-on bits, an old pub that's put on, maybe a women's area, because I can imagine these old fishermen being relatively sexist. I grew up in a fishing community when I was young, and it was one of the most sexist communities I ever saw. We're in the Warhammer world, though, where sexism isn't anywhere near as much an issue as in the real world for various cultural reasons. But that doesn't mean that the old grandfather Reich or Bogan are all very male-viewed gods can't express in some form of differentiation between the community splitting out, which we can do if we want. I don't like hard coding that in too much, though, because an awful lot of people prefer to avoid having that in their setting at all, where others like to hard code it into everything that they build. And I'd much rather individual GMs built their own version rather than me imposing upon them a version that I think makes sense. So let's have a look. We've got ourselves, oh, that brush is way too big. Let's have a look how big my brush is first. That looks all right. Let's go have a look at the buildings that we added on later to make sure that we've got something that looks similar. Let's see what my brush is like. We want a bit smaller than that. We'll drop it down to a size 4. Yep, there we go. So we're going to be drawing it about that size for this area here. Now, the buildings, them being, I'm on the Zoom, get off the Zoom. Oh, my Photoshop's decided to stop letting me draw. Let me just check that. Yeah, look at that. Huh. Give me a second while I just restart Photoshop. I'm going to say I haven't saved this map for a long time, so let's save that while I'm here as well. Save as, let's call it. Now we know what we're doing. Kalegen. Save, like so. I'll switch that off and open it again and see if that'll do. So yeah, if there's anything you'd like to see down in our fishing village part of the map, drop in the comments now, and I will attempt to bring those up. Let's just reopen that up and see if it goes. Let's see if I can draw now, because it was being really rude and it wouldn't let me. No, I'm going to, oh no, here we go, we're back in. Yeah, so that's, Yalab says there. That's if the Photoshop's broken, we're in trouble. No, we're off. Okay, so yeah, we're drawing as well. So loosely, we're going to have a front line of old huts, an old pub, maybe the mission, which replaces some things that probably won't be big enough for an inn. I'm just imagining it in my head. So we're going to have some old buildings at different angles, some of them with old bits attached to it. Some of them sitting out on the edge, one hanging right over. An old fishmaster's house as well. So it's going to be a larger one. Let's get our mission off to the side. Now, I remember the fisherman's mission from when I was a kid. It went butted right up to the road and was also right beside some old warehouses because they wanted to go straight from one to the other. So I'll just quickly lay that out. The way that I'm going to be building houses, as I say, was covered in the last tutorial, which hopefully you watched. If you didn't, that's available for Brazen Rooks and above from Monday onwards, because the tutorial took place last Wednesday. Right, so we're going to have probably some old warehouses. We're going to have a couple of old boat houses as well. The area itself is going to be mostly loose. So rather than having the tight boards that you'll get elsewhere in the tighter streets, it's going to be a bit of a mess. Let's go into have my road layer always handy so that I can drop in some extra roadage wherever it makes most sense, drop in some path to individual areas. That's going to have a little bit coming out to support it. Let me just double check if there's any comments before I go beyond that. Yeah, we can get to there. I think that's a good idea. And some kind of distinctive rope yard is a must. Ropes are super funny. Now, you've got a couple of different options here for rope yards, because you've got areas where they make rope which are done in a slightly older fashion, which was big, long areas where they tightly wound them in. But as time went by, the rope yards went longer and longer and more mechanized, particularly when they were looking for building the rope yards for the big ships. Now, if we're going to be making this place a shipyard, it's almost certain to have a rope yard as well. Rope yards, though, are not small. I mean, some of them are really big, like 200, 300 meters long, with rope houses at one end and the big long areas where the ropes are done for warships. And just for ships in general, where they need big, long hawser wires and all sorts. These rope yards can often be pretty big. Now, I imagine the primary rope yard for this area would be local. So I'm thinking that we probably want to have one down in the south and laid out on the outside of the city walls because it's too big to build into the center. So I'm not going to build that into our little village up here. Other comments before I move on. Boat repair yard converted to a large tower. So yeah, I think that's a really good idea. So we have a couple of buildings, but right up onto the water. That I think will look really quite nice. Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah. And if you've got any other ideas, throw them in. Or we need a lumber mill as well. Yeah, when we get there, I don't think we need a lumber mill for our garage. Where's my mouse? Let's just bring that one in. I don't think we need a lumber mill for the fishing area. I don't think that's necessary. Would lumber be done here? A lot of lumber has gone through here because they cleared this place out. So clearly that lumber has become part of the local industry, and they won't have stopped just because the town has reached its natural current size. So that lumber work will still continue, but it'll probably go along the rivers because that's the easiest way to get it down to the river as well. I don't think it's going to go along the canals too much. There'll be a certain amount of clearage. In fact, no, you're going to get yourself some deal copers. The deal masters, they're the people who used to deal with the wood. And you got yourself the ones who sold it, the deal copers, and then you got the one who stacked it, because stacking wood is a super specialist stevedore skill. And the deal porters, as they were called, were highly paid stevedores because stacking wood was dangerous. In the same way that stacking in general for stevedores is dangerous anyway. So I imagine there's probably a fairly sizable stevedore community for stacking wood. Would they go down the barge routes? I think they probably would, which means that you're going to be getting wood barges coming down there as well, which means the lumber yards, there's going to be some down in the south of the city, not far away from where our flesh markets are going to be. We're going to have a large flat area for storage, which is going to be fairly close to the ports as well. So that's definitely something to consider marking out. But that's going to be down the south of the city, not beside our current area. Large rope yard in the shipyard district makes sense, yeah. Yeah, we're definitely talking more fishing nets and fishing, and that doesn't require a lot of space. The old fishermen's huts down where I grew up, there was about 4 or 5 of those, and they had their rope and net making areas, which were basically just scrubland that they used. And I can't see any reason why the locals here would do anything else. They just use the open areas of land and peg out their nets into those areas for the making. Totally is. Enjoy your prep. Lovely for you to come in. Feel free to watch the studio. Feel free to watch the stream at any later date. This will be up as a video the second this one's finished. So you'll be able to watch all the rest of it at your own leisure whenever you wish. So moving on there. Who would want and who, yeah, quite. I don't even know what to say to that. Let's move on quickly. You said it properly the second time. It was no better. A beached Hulk that is meeting is for oh yeah, that actually may be a fun thing to add. Really like that one, Martin Iron Rook. We could possibly drop that into our, particularly we could have some failed shipbuilding near the beginning. So having a boat that is sunk and is still half sticking out down near the south end of the city would be really fun, particularly if we balance that out against the Grandfather Reich version that we're going to have slightly closer to this area. In fact, the Grandfather Reich temple should probably be relatively close to our fishing village. I'm totally attending strings like yeah. The things you learn when you read all the books, when you're writing up individual things, pops out. In fact, I'll read that out to make sure those who are listening can read it. I'm totally attending these streams, at least partially, just to hear learn things about medieval economies. Yeah, quite. Now I imagine some kind of scheme of building another Temple of Sigmar in a village to inflate its status as a town for tax purposes. Totally, 100%. And I can see it's those sort of stories that I think make for some of the most fun ones, because they're the things that naturally come out of the world's building. And if you've got a world without any building blocks, so basically it's just fantasy world X, there are temples, there are gods, there's law, of course there's law. But people being people try to codify everything. So working into the details of your world, what those codifications are, suddenly brings everything to life and naturally creates adventure hooks. One of the things that I do whenever I'm writing up any individual bits for myself is I always try to add at least 1 or 2 sentences of interesting side fact. Not necessarily for the day that I write it, but when I read it at a later date, I'm like, oh yeah, villages work that way and hamlets work that way in the Reichland. Well, that would be, as you say, for this interesting adventure hook. Okay, what if the locals were desperate to be designated as a town, particularly the local lord, because he could charge higher taxes, or he'd be able to attract people, or be able to make some form of boast, or whatever reason you decide. They're super, super important little adventure hooks, inflating the status in this particular case, that the PCs can then get wrapped up in as they find a second temple being attached to a tiny hamlet of 5 houses. And the local priest of High Priest of Sigmar finds out about it and is not happy. The local lord butts in on him. You find out that the local lord and the local high priest are in fact brothers. The local high priest doesn't want to do one thing for one reason. The lord wants to do it for another. You find out that there's a reason he doesn't want to build a second temple, and it's tied into some other local, I don't know, perhaps it's on a burial site or something equally dodgy and super classic in terms of adventure hooks. And the more you add the details, the more the fun that comes out of them. So whenever I'm writing something up, I try to add those details. I mentioned way earlier in the stream that I'm doing a World Anvil massive, hopefully, World Anvil support for the live streams that I'm going to be doing for playing through the Enemy Within. And I'm going to be adding in all my little details from that. So cut a long story short, you'll be able to access all those too. Much like all of the stuff that I'm going to be doing for our live streams, all the core details are going to be 100% free, literally everything, even though I'm doing it through Patreon, and Patreon is the angle I'm taking for our live streams. The lot is going for free. The patrons for those who can add extras or want to get all the super secret stuff that we're doing behind the scenes. I'm going to pop a link up to where I'm hopefully going to be doing the World Anvil at some point during this stream. I already have written up some basics for the Reichland. I've done the demographic details for all of the Reichland, for example, how big each one of the provinces are. But you can read about those things later. Anyway, moving back down, a bigger tavern or inn. Yeah, I think I'm going to have one tavern in the area and the mission, which in many respects, the Fisherman's Mission replaces the inn for many. Yeah, thanks, Yalab. Andy got flustered. My work here tonight is done. Thanks, Yalab. You're the best. Cranes and warehouses overhanging the water seems very Warhammery. Totally agree. And I think I'm going to leave that for the more industrialized built-up area. So we get a very strong difference between this small village within the town, this fisherman's section, and the far more industrialized, far more shipbuildery, far more trading, merchants, ships coming in and doing the thing. That's the classic Warhammer over the top in this area, where this is the classic Warhammer mud area. To compare the two areas, a couple of ruined plots recently burned down in mysterious circumstances. Their own ownership and potential for development is disputed. Can't go wrong with that. Okay, so let's actually do some stuff here, because I'm mostly talking and not actually mapping, which is not going to help us get any of this done. So I need to get onto the building layer. I have lost track of where I am because I got so excited about talking about, I don't know, Yalab flustering me. Yeah, thanks for that. So let's, we've got, oops, I'm on the wrong, right, there we go. We've got one larger one there. If we add in area which we can road in there, we can have that as our primary old inn that used to be outside. This is the place where old hands
potentially an old elf might return here, a dwarf who came to this town back when it was tiny, about 40, 50 years ago. And they still have fond memories of the old inn that they visited. It's still there, shabby and bedraggled in a corner. Its own little plot, which goes probably right down to the back, which means we need to balance that out. Let's ruin it a little bit, just put some detail. I'm not going to be very detailed at this point because I'm just laying it all out. And as I mentioned in the stream concerning how best to build these things, you don't need to be that careful with any of your line work when doing this, primarily because it's actually tiny. All these areas are super, super, super small, and you are not going to be seeing them at all unless you zoom in really, really close. We're currently zoomed in 500% of its actual size. I don't know how well you can see the little numbers on my screen, but it shows it up there in the corner, 500%. These details are super tiny, so we don't need to worry too much about the details looking good. Now, I want a relatively large one. This is my fisherman's mission. Fisherman's mission is going to have coils and all sorts of stuff around it, ropes hanging out of it. It's going to be a mess. Going off towards a small building where probably the guild master lives. Now we could go stereotypical, make the guild master a man, but I feel undermining the inherent sexism that comes hand in hand with that is worthwhile. Perhaps the guild master isn't. The old river woman, just to annoy many players out there who still hate the name River Woman. I will forever chuckle at that one. I apologize in advance if you're that person that hates that. But that was a conversation that we had at the time, and I'm still glad we did what we did. They all spawned out of discussions about nuns and monks and how they were in fact the same career and what name do we use and why is it always monk. So we went even further because we could. All right, so we've got ourselves some form of jetty here. Now this is going to be mostly mud path rather than proper road. So I'm going to put some looser detail on that to suggest it's all a bit broken. Let's have a stone one, an old stone jetty. It'll have its pilings to either side. And a couple of bollards. Now these are here largely just to take many ships. You'll probably find that the boats will be stacked up in here. That's just how they used to stack them all over the place. And a mighty conglomeration of just boats stacked out into the river will be the case, all swung down by the direction of the water and the flow of the water. As a small detail on that one, where I grew up, Scrabster, right at the very north of Scotland, beside Thurso, the old harbour was nothing more than a big, long line of cliffs with rocks at the bottom that were all flat and big iron rings plunged into the rocks. And all the boats, because the water just dropped off by the rocks at the side, would just sail up and tie themselves to the rings. And then the next boats would tie themselves to the boats and tie themselves to the boats and tie themselves to the boats. So the original harbour and the original photos of the very, very first photos, all the way back from the very earliest 1900s, are just basically boats lined up against a cliff. And they went right into the bay. Super fascinating to see the almost social nature of the community, because all the inside boats couldn't get out until all the outside boats had gone. So everything was super regimented as exactly when everybody went out. The outside boats went out first, then the middles, then the internals ones, and they were the ones that came back at different days at later times to ensure they all got a similar amount of fishing time. Although, having said that, a good chunk of that was nothing more than the local fishermen trying to claim that they were good. Apparently, they were awful to each other, constantly trying to cut into each other's places so that they could get their loads ashore first, so they could get them weighed first, so they could get their money first, and so on. But I imagine there's going to be a certain amount of that, and it's going to be a slightly more regimented version of that. But a lot of the boats will be actually mooring against what's going to be rough rock down here. So if we do draw the boats in, they're going to be pulling in out the entirety of the area down here away from the
the harder jetty where the more important members of the Fishermen's Guild probably hold their vessels. Now, before I jump back in, let's see if there's any other interesting comments. Another one from Martin. Hi, Martin. Smokehouse and drying racks. Yep. Good choice. And some areas to do that. Often mappers don't leave any open scrub because they automatically assume everything fills up. And it doesn't. If you want to run through that, one game that's quite well researched, even though they make their towns far too small, but one game that's quite well researched in terms of presenting their worlds is the Assassin's Creed games. Pop into one of those games and take a run around the era of your preference, and you tend to find that all of their cities have large open scrub areas, often inside city walls, and often ruined areas and areas that are currently being built. So if you want an idea of what it might look like to inspire your descriptions when you're in game, definitely a good game to run to. Fish Cutters Row, Small Almshouses for the widow, Small Almshouse. I like that for the Widows of the Fishermen. Nice one. One thing that the Cult of Manan does, or at least does in my game, I can't remember if I wrote it in anywhere. Might have done it during the Tome of Salvation. The Cult of Manan allows marriages between literally everybody, because they recognize that people die at sea frequently. So to ensure that the large family groups, the communes, can still gain the pensions or the money or still be supported and protected, they don't have, because it's a polytheistic world, they don't have any particular moral objection about marriage just being two people with attempting to create babies. Certain gods might have that as what their preferred setup is, but each of the gods have got their own preferences. And the Cult of Manan, at least in my world, marries in communes. Often there's entire communities that are married together in great families, and it doesn't hold the same weight of father and mother and husband and wife or whatever other terms you may prefer to lay down. They're just all together supporting each other, and if one should die at sea, everyone else is still protected. And I, in my game, have transferred that over to some of the fishermen communities, and that's been tied through particularly to the cult of Grandfather Reich. It's not a particularly large cult, but it's a cult that does officiate over weddings where widows can marry into existing families to get into their support networks. But it's entirely up to yourself how you want to run your own Warhammer world and its various small orchard to the edge of the field. You know what? That's quite a nice idea. They might have ploughed that down, but it does add a certain prettiness. Yeah, let's do that. Let's put it in the rest of Constantinople. Yeah. That's a good one. That's good for non-traditional marriage. Definitely. I have all manners. Manan or Moment. Yeah, that's it. You can run with that any way you want. Right. Anyway, I'm doing that thing that I was doing before where I wasn't mapping at all. I'm imagining wooden planks making up the majority of the road here. This is not a proper road, nor is it a proper harbour in some places. Planks of wood stacked across the raised ground, pilings driven in a few places. One stone jetty there, which will move back directly to the fisherman's mission. So that is a clean path, stone in an otherwise planky area. Moving up towards more hard pack road as we get further away from the water, by the water because it's so damp and soggy. You'll need planks or something similar to maintain any sort of footing without slipping all over the place. This could be a wooden one. We'll just put some loose lines in there so that we remember that for later when we're doing colouring or anything similar. Stone one there. A couple of bits that pop out into the water if you're irregular. I've got pings coming from all over the place in my ears. I hope you can't hear them at your end. Just double check. No, I'm just going to switch off Facebook because Facebook's pinging me. Literally, someone just asked, "Are you mapping, Andy?" Yes, I am. Thanks for that, for interrupting me as I map. Right, so let's pop in some more woody bits over here. Loose
poorly constructed area. Right, we want to start piling the houses up at the back. I'm going to just pop in squares for the moment for loose shapes, which we can amend afterwards. And then we can drop in loose pathways that come out from these. But for the moment, I'm just interested in generally this place being smaller, messier, a couple of buildings that go out over. Let's get the one that goes over. Let's get another one that goes in over there. One out on pilings over here. And maybe make that one an entire house that's over the water too. Andy is 100% correct. Letterboxes! That's pretty much all it is. Loads and loads and loads of letterboxes. The number of times Andy has come around this house and has seen me sitting in the corner of a room somewhere, much like this room at the moment, because we haven't changed where I'm streaming yet. I'll be streaming from a different room very soon. And I'm just sitting there, choring away at loads and loads of tiny little boxes, because it happens to be a city map. And city maps are often lots of tiny little boxes with embellishments added. And that's it. I remember when I was doing the maps for the Empire at War for Black Library, and I was delighted because at least one of those wasn't tiny little boxes. And I also got to draw actual faces because I had a chat with the commissioning people over there, and I said, do you mind if I put little bits in the corner, an image of the Zarina or the image of Attilia the First and things like that? And they were like, yeah, details like that be loads of fun. So I did, and that was fun, and I liked it, and it was much better than drawing lots of tiny little boxes. So there's generally almost always at about this point someone who asks something along the lines of, couldn't you do this automatically? Couldn't you get your program to do all of your tiny little boxes for you? The answer is yes, you can. But it always looks like you've got yourself a load of tiny little boxes that have been made by a computer. Now, you can dirty them up and mess them up if you want afterwards. And I tried that for a couple of maps. I did a map of King's Landing once. And King's Landing was so freaking huge that I figured it would be worth trying a slightly different method of putting the buildings down. Totally regretted it, ended up not doing it because they all just looked like they were tiny little computer-made boxes that I was drawing little embellishments on. And I added even though the boxes were massively different in size and scale, it just added a regularity to the map that I didn't like. So, yeah. So could you? Yes. Do I? Rarely. Let's quickly add in some extra road there. I'm on that layer. Let's show how these places are connected. So that connects through there. Get rid of I'm going to put the lines right by the roads so that I've got 2 layers beside each other. Make it quicker. Now, as I discussed in the tutorial, I handle my layers in a fashion that I never need to change the colors of my brushes as I'm working through my work. So while I'm doing the road color will be on. While I'm doing the houses, it'll be my house color or whatever I happen to be doing for that. Go check out the tutorial for more on that. We're going to have to add quite a lot more there. Just some going in between here. There's going to be some fish nets up. There's a mess now. If you're living there, you would just cross over. You wouldn't even care that you weren't meant to. They'd go around that way too. And that would go that way. Right, lines. Do we have anything else up before I do on that? I know it's not a really topic at hand. Says Yalab. But are there any significant difference in how a city on a riverbank would be built as opposed to a seacoast? Massive. I'll go into that in a second. Let's see the other one. I mostly mean in terms of the waterfront itself. Yes. Waterfronts, loosely, and I am speaking quite generally here, waterfronts build organically unless they are built from scratch for a purpose. And because they build organically, you tend to find there's lots of different styles of waterfronts sitting beside each other. I'll again
just because it makes an easy example, because it's one from my own life. Thurso and Scrabster, the two most northerly ports in Scotland. That's where I grew up. And it had pretty much all types of port. It had been a port, a primary port since the Viking era, as we mentioned earlier in the stream. And its original port was nothing more than, as I mentioned not that long ago, iron rings and a couple of small stone jetties. And then as Thurso itself built up, the main area where it built its jetties was out from the river mouth of the Thurso. Thurso means Thurs River. And that meant jetties that went out, and then they were concreted over at a far later date. And all the original shapes from the old town layouts were just basically repeated again and again. But you can see the old original jetties, and then the newer ones that get added as they become bigger and stronger. And for a river, at least, you tend to find it follows the line of the river and very rarely does what we're doing here. Often your river ones are nothing more than straight flat lines going straight down the coast. They don't jut out at all. They just provide a good hard line, and whatever it means for the building of the jetty is it's generally just one long line. However, for fantasy maps, nobody likes that, as it turns out. Everybody likes to see piers, so you tend to drop them out. But the problem with those is that they gather all manner of horror on the upflow side, and it goes all terribly, all clean on the other side. It builds up silt. You end up with what would be on a river here. You end up with what will be a big buildup of stuff. And I'm going to do that for this one because I'm going to make this one feel like it's been done in error. It's old. They didn't really think it through too much. All the lessons that have been learned elsewhere have not been applied properly here. So we're going to have a nice buildup of horrible stuff on the one here. Got another one there. In terms of the actual waterfront, you tend to find that the primary difference between them is less river and sea. If I think back to the all the sea, I've visited so many, and it's more down to culture. Different cultures place different buildings in different places. Most of the riverfronts I've seen are not that much different to the seafronts. In that they just tend to be long lines of buildings as functionally placed as they possibly can be, because we create lines by our very nature. And most of them are relatively long and thin along the edges, whereas city ones that are at sea, they'll have the extra depth of the city behind them. You tend to find your river ones, I mean, it's the same sort of buildings, it's the same missions, it's the same warehouses, I'm just going through the ones. Loosely, no. Not a huge amount, at least not for the ones that I've seen. If anyone's on the stream or if anyone comes in later, okay, and disagrees with that, drop in the comments, and then possibly we can do some sort of streamy thing at a later date, covering different ways they pop out. But normally, not really. Let's we were discussing that silt. Let's drop those in here to show how they've got all clogged up and the river has flown in. This river will flow in here, and the water will flow that way, which means this is dead water, which means it will collect all around here. It will get shoveled out every once in a while by folks who are looking to have more places to moor their vessels, but it will definitely gather and it'll be washed away at points as well. Underneath the wooden pilings, that can be cleared out. So I imagine they're going to have people clearing that out once a year. It'll be a big community event where they get down under the pilings, get rid of all the silt, allow the water to be free flowing again. Given that we're going to be popping a temple of Grandfather Reich out here, we can actually tie that into Grandfather Reich worship, and possibly the local priest is the one who officiates over that. We're going to have a big Grandfather Reich beardy bit going into the water about there, the temple itself sitting over that, a winding road leading up to that to a small jetty. Let's not do a jetty, let's have a flat area. It's not stupid. Yeah, that's a bit more like it. Let's get rid of the water on that area just so that we know where that is for when we draw it in later. Could be a religious ceremony. Yeah, totally. I think that, yeah, totally. I agree, Andy. When Andy and I are making stuff together, which we do quite a lot, this happens quite a lot, where we're talking about a place, whatever that place may be, and we sort of follow similar mental circles, which makes it super fun. because we both come from such different backgrounds, although we're both called Andy L from Dundee, born at about the same place in the same hospital. But we both have very different backgrounds, so we both bring very different things to the table. But once we're at the table, we tend to end up in similar places, which makes it super fun to create stuff with them. Whoops, I'm on the wrong way. Where was I? I was on lines. There we go. Let's make sure that's correct. Yes, it is. Yeah, quite. Wild card, Wolf Den, not inside the walls. They'd have been cleared out ages ago, but maybe outside. And hi, my baby. Yeah, totally. And just missed that from there. Yeah, you two guys are in sync. It's like you've worked together before. It is almost like we've known each other since we were 18. When I first met Andy, I was coming to Dundee to stay with my cousin because I had a massive interview with Games Workshop, an interview which went swimmingly well, but no great surprise. At that point, I owned every single Warhammer army at about 15 to 20,000 points. I was that geek. And I mean, I had a lot of Warhammer goodies. From that interview, I was then sent down to Nottingham, where I had a second interview, where I was told I could work pretty much anywhere in the company. And like an idiot, because I was young, I was only 18, I was a kid, same age my daughter is now, and she's a kid. I was totally a kid. And I was given the option to work anywhere. Away you go. And I was like, I could work in the studio, I could work in London, in the biggest shop in the world, but I chose to work in Edinburgh. And the reason I chose to work in Edinburgh is because it was the closest to my mom and dad. The absolute truth. And I remember having a conversation with, it was Gav Thorpe, because his path was not entirely dissimilar into Games Workshop, but he went to the game design route. And I always looked on at Gav's path through Games Workshop, almost like he took the job that I didn't take. Because I could have gone down and done pretty much what he did, but about 1.5 to 2 years before he did it. But I didn't. It was a fascinating experience. I ended up going down for what was about, when I was down for my interview there, I was there for 2 weeks, I think, because that's how it was done, and they were rather keen for me to join the company back then. I stayed in their company house in Nottingham, and I got feted, really. I spent a whole ton of time with the sales team. That's the direct sales team that were selling to shops, not the retail team, which were selling directly as Games Workshop, the shop. So this is like selling to a hobby shop. I knew all the sales team because before I joined Games Workshop, I owned my own shop and I owned my own hobby club. I had about 100 members up in Thurso that time that I'd mentioned many times before. And Games Workshop were obviously very keen for me to join them because I knew all their games back to front. And I had been selling their material for the last, 2 years of my life. I opened that shop when I was 16. So when they gave me the choice of where to go, retail just seemed to be the obvious choice because that is what I had been doing for the last age. To me, it seemed a no-brainer. They tried to convince me otherwise, but I wasn't having any of it. So yeah, I spent an age there. I went around the studio, I had a tour around there, got to see everybody. That was fun. And then ended up going up to the Edinburgh shop and never seeing the studio again because I worked in retail. It's quite fascinating. Not quite true. I also went to Games Workshop's very first ever induction. So that was to be inducted into the company, you had a big event. They only ever did one, as far as I'm aware, and it was the giant one we did. 300 of us from across the company, no matter where you were in the company, all got together in Nottingham and spent a couple of days down in Nottingham doing everything Games Workshop. It was astonishingly cool, particularly because I stayed in a 5-star hotel and got to stay an extra night there because I came all the way from Scotland. Good times. Games Workshop was quite a different company then to what it is now. That was their first attempt to move into full corporate. We are a grown-up set of companies, and we need to do all these corporate events and similar. And I benefited from that. I had a great time. Many astonishingly awesome memories from that. Meeting the Perry twins, for example, and watching one of them make a mistake on one of what was then the new Cadian models. They didn't exist at that point. It was the very first time doing separate Cadian models. And he was sitting there with his green stuff and he was going away at it. And he just looked at it and went, "Oh, no, I've got some spare green stuff." And we were all watching on quite excitedly going, "Oh, cut it off." And he was like, "Nope, it's a holster." And in literally 2 seconds, it was a holster. I was like, crap, I really can't sculpt. He's astonishingly good. It was quite a good memory. Yeah, good times, inductions. Anyway, let's have a quick check, see if there's anything else here. So was the interview just you bringing a crate of figures to them immediately going up by almost? The chap who interviewed me very first, I think his name was Jim Butler. It was a long time ago now. I went into the Aberdeen store and I looked nothing like what I had done just a week before. The week before, my hair was down to my waist. I could not have looked more like a heavy metal t-shirt guy than you could have possibly tried. That was me. I was super skinny at that point, unlike what I am now. And I walked in a suit with short hair, fresh-faced, extremely professional looking. And you could see him looking at me going, seriously, is this the guy that gave me this CV? The CV that's just full of geek. And I came in and the discussion was pretty much him trying to sell me on taking the job and why I should definitely move away from home and come down and work for Games Workshop. I didn't realize at the time that it was so atypical, but it was super atypical. He marked me out and then sent me immediately down to head office to get a second interview, where normally that wasn't the case. And I'll admit, I wish I'd known at the time, because I'd have probably made different choices with my later life. But having said that, though, I wouldn't be here with my family and the cool people that I know, chatting to Andy and doing crazy stuff if I hadn't done it this way, because Andy and I met because of Games Workshop, meeting through Games Workshop. And I helped him get a job in Games Workshop right at the very beginning, when he was a student in Edinburgh and I was working full-time in the Edinburgh store. We first met, as I said before, we did the first interview for Games Workshop. So yeah, I'm super pleased where I am. Could have been a different place, could have worked in the studio, could have done all that. But no, I'm glad I did it this way. So yeah, there you go. Pretty much was a yep, you're hired. Except I got a second job for them to do the same thing. Yeah, I totally am a cute dork. And was. Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, totally. That would be nice. Navy, isn't it always? That's what a lot of people say. Yeah, pretty much. It totally was. A cult. No. I mean, no. The thin red line. All the red wearing shirts. It's fair to say that we in retail and indeed Games Workshop in general often referred to ourselves as a cult as well. Frequently, repeatedly, we were fully aware of what we were doing. We had everything from, we had the 10 commandments for how you should best deal with things in retail. They positioned us like Space Marines. The whole thing was very much cult-like. And what made it particularly difficult come the end of my tenure, my first time I was with Games Workshop, was because it was so cult-like. Leaving it was like a heart-wrenching, horrible situation to be in. I did not want to leave. My first resignation was the most painful thing in my entire life. I was still a kid. By that point, I was 21, so I was less of a kid. Was I 20, 21? No, I'd worked for 3, 18, 19, 20, 21. Yeah, I was 21. So I was less a kid, but I was still a kid at heart. And it was heart-wrenching leaving Games Workshop. I cried. I was a kid. Dems the brakes. Okay, we're getting some sort of idea of let's build some more hovels over here. Some loose shapes. Add some extra little bits for sheep. Like little bothies and similar for you Scottish folk out there. Put in little bits of land where they're perhaps holding chickens. There'll be pigs roaming free in this area. Let me just put that comment up because it's 100% accurate. Yeah. It's one of the many lessons I've attempted to teach my kids, and that is that we grown-ups, we're not really much different to them. We've just done more shit. Because we are all just children at heart. And we've done a lot of shit wrong often and try to repair the errors that we made in the past, which makes us hopefully better people. But behind it all, I'm still that same old Warhammer geek, which I think should be relatively obvious from the stream alone. I remember an old area manager of mine, when I came back to Games Workshop for the second time, he was super delighted to see me because he really enjoyed my company, which was nice. But he's like, it wasn't right having a Games Workshop without you. He said, Andy, if I cut you in two right now,
I would find the words Games Workshop written there, because you are who you are. And you're so excitable, and you're so excited about what you're doing. And I'm so happy to see you back doing the things that you really enjoy. And I was like, oh, that's kind of cute. Thanks very much, I think. I mean, you are saying that you're going to cut me in two and everything. But, well, that's quite nice. So yeah, so the second time at Games Workshop, I didn't last very long. It was only about 6 months, and then I moved out, went to university, and then went and freelance for them instead. Do we have routes to? Yeah, that'll have there. That's we've got nothing coming into there, so let's have a path move through there. Catch that as like a minor thoroughfare, which will go into a path up to there. Let's make sure that that is a bit more clean as a road, and then mark it in. Now, this is basically just line work. Line work is like, for a map of this style, it's like 90% of the job. The rest is making it pop as you add color and highlight it. And I'll do that before I move on to some other areas, because that's worthwhile. There we go. Let's break up some of these shapes a little bit. Let's see what we have. I just spotted comments coming in. Oops, hide that. Showing at heart with bills to pay. That's the truth. That's why I was working for Games Workshop directly, not just paying the games at home. And that's, I suppose, to a degree, while I'm here, go support Inside the Rookery, where you can get tutorials for how to draw these maps yourself. Or alternatively, as I move on to streaming live, go and support us as we stream live. You're going to find all manner of awesome details over there. As we go for the next one, gotta go. Well, it was lovely to see you, Grunwald. HD, whatever your preferred name is. I'm super excited to see how those boxes go as well. I'm almost starting to be streaming this one again, because as we move up towards midnight, I'm only at 10 o'clock just now, but I am going to keep on going for at least another couple of hours. But as we move up to midnight, I will have come nowhere near making this a full map. So you'll get an opportunity to see this again. Plus, you'll be able to watch this entire stream at your convenience later anyway. But obviously, you can't make suggestions as I go along if you're not watching it live. And Bartor says, thanks for stream. Wish you could stay, Laura. I wish you could stay longer as well. But I understand that not everybody's insane and is willing to stay up long into the night like I am. So that being said, let's get back to drawing tiny little lines, and then we'll go color in some stuff more. I'm going to do a few more before I start coloring in this area. If you've got any idea for anything else that could go in here, now is the time to say so. I'm going to move this area up here into a little bit of a orchardy, wooded area here. I'm also going to have some obvious pathing going down to the water here, so that we can have some clear areas where boats have been tied up. I think that's Lindsay just saying good night because she is weak.
No, I just got out of the bath.
Oh, you just got out of the bath? Oh, okay, cool. She's not saying good night at all. I don't know if anyone heard that, so I repeated it just in case you didn't. Right, so we've got let's have the idea that there's a bit of land in these. Now, we won't do all the side buildings that would butt into the next district, because we'll want to see what that district looks like first, how it would have built up to the river buildings from the original village that was here. This collection of buildings that is just a mess, and is about to get messier when I put in the other layers, as you will see. And the inevitable arguments that will have befallen from the original village elder that will be here. We haven't put our Temple of Sigmar in, so we should probably pop that in now. Legally speaking, villages have rights in the Reichland, or at least my version of the Reichland, they do. Village elders have got rights that they can take. They are free men, they're not slaves, they're not serfs like they are over in Britonia. They have certain rights that they can attempt to push towards the local lord, but ultimately the local lord wins in every single case. Those rights mean very little unless the local lord happens to be on their side. So in this case, with someone like Hallskrug, he is not going to be the nicest fellow when it comes to clearing out. So I imagine there's going to be an almost abrupt halt as they just burn into certain parts of this land. But the local priest of Sigmar is almost certain to cause issue with that. So let's drop the temple now, and we'll make it a classic small village temple. So we'll do it with a classic hammer shape with a nice nave, a sacristy in the middle. And let's have a look at what that village would have looked like. Let's as you come in, you probably want it looking over. So maybe there's a slight raise of highland here, which means it wants stronger foundations because it's made of stone. So you're probably looking there as a building. Let's pop it onto an angle, actually, because that's altogether far too neat. And twist that round slightly. With a main. Why aren't I drawing? Oh, because I was on a different layer. There we go. And let's focus it in a little bit more so it's heavier and definitely got a bit more of the hammer shape there. That means we can have a door that leads in here, that leads into the vestry. We can drop in another door here, which is where the main. We'll have a very good road that leads to there, because that's where the officers, when they were coming from the fort, would once have gone down back in the day, because the officers and the nobles will come in through that part because they're separate from all the folks who will come in from the bottom down up the main nave. And then you'll have your various other important theological peeps coming in from that side. So we'll need a good road there as well. So that one, let's pop up in road size and go up to about 9. So that's going to need there. We're going to have a small area. Now, they're probably going to come down by coach back in the day sometimes. So there's going to need to be a small area here where they can effectively park, tie up horses, and do similar. We can drop the manse, the building for the priest, here-ish somewhere. The main folks will come in here, and that road will have well worn down to that side because that's the primary route they'll have come in. Where this one will come here. And if we end up with any other temples local, our local priest of Grandfather Reich, if we decide to have one, he will have come up from here, because remember, this is a polytheistic society. One mistake that many Warhammer players make is thinking that Sigmarites only attend Sigmarite throngs, or that Ulricans only attend Ulrican gatherings. I mean, like Ulricans really have them. It's a polytheistic society. Everybody's in everybody else's pockets. If you want to do something that has to do with fertility rites or something similar, you go to Raya, and the local priest of Sigmar will be there praising Raya as well. This is even for the cult of Sigmar, which is often seen as a cult that is trying to, in many respects, push all other cults out. Even the cult of Sigmar do this, particularly amongst the more rural folks. As you move into the city, and everybody gets closed into their little boxes, which is perhaps slightly ironic, given lots of little boxes and saying it's the opposite here. But as you get closed into your own little tiny little lives that wander in your tiny little circles within a far bigger one, there's much less interweaving of community, arguably. Certain parts of that society will still be just as interwoven. But yeah, the gods are real. And that's something that Warhammer folk sometimes forget, because they draw so heavily from the real world, where the gods, assuming that you think like I do, aren't real. I apologize if you're religious. I'm not the most religious chap. But presuming that you don't believe in all, say, the Norse gods and all the Roman gods, and you can accept that they're not all real. And that's the histories that we're drawing from in many respects. In the Warhammer world, they are actually real. There are folks wandering around who bring real divine miracles into reality. Now, in my game, those folks are relatively rare. It's not like every priest of Sigmar is bringing down comets from the sky. The majority of the priests of Sigmar are just people who represent the common folk to Sigmar and represent Sigmar's word to the common folk in turn. But some of them are blessed, marked out by the god, and they're super special. And all of the gods are special to a degree, and all of the people know this, and that includes people who may be blessed by another god or who perhaps represent other gods. Another thing that is definitely part of my Warhammer world, but is not necessarily part of everyone's Warhammer world, is that village elders often take the place of priests. largely because, I mean, we popped this up a little bit actually in Realm of the Ice Queen, as I recall, with the Atmans and the Boyars and such like that. That's by the by. Because there may be no local priest, so they have to treat to the gods on their behalf. And we discussed this to a degree, I think, in the Tome of Salvation back in 2nd edition, as I recall. I wove that into some of the history sections of Tome of Salvation as well, because the gods are real, which means when something happens and you feel that your town is cursed, it could be the gods that did it. It might not be. It probably wasn't. So they're going to be constantly superstitious for one reason or another. And when something works, they're going to keep on following down that route. So pulling on the superstitions for your Warhammer world is always a good idea. But yeah, in my world, the priest of Grandfather Reich will almost certainly attend Sigmarite throngs, not necessarily all the time, but definitely for important festivals, definitely when things are necessary. The Sigmarites are pretty much the only cult that demands people turn out every week, because they've just got so much to tell you. All the other cults have got their own individual circumstances and their own individual requirements. I mean, how often do people go to, say, for example, the Cult of War? It's when people die. Other than that, it's just not. Anyway, then I'm not doing my lines. I need to be drawing little boxes here. Oh, evening, Alan. Is that an evening you're arriving or an evening you're leaving? I can't decide. Let me get back to all my little lines. I got too caught up in what I was doing now. I've got a gigantic brush, not the brush that I want. Let's drop in a bell tower, because Sigmarites do love their bell towers. Let's give you the idea that it's a little bit broken. And off to the side, it's got a big hammer on the top. And I just noticed that Alan has just arrived. Lovely to see you here. We are mapping a town in the Warhammer world to demonstrate my last tutorial, on which I'm currently on step 4, which is drawing lots of boring lines all over a map to slowly but surely mark out where all our buildings are. Now, for our temple, I want the idea that it's not entirely regular, that it's a bit broken in places, lost some slates. The local lord, Halskrug, has had many issues in the past with the local priest, because the priest did not agree with the lord's plans for the fishing village, and vocally and vociferously argued for not destroying the village and a community that existed for several hundred years, because that would be an affront to Sigmar, of course, because everything is an affront to Sigmar. So he has not had access to all of the funds that the later temples of Sigmar get offered to them, meaning that his one relies on local donations, probably from the Fisherman's Mission that we were discussing earlier. They'll hold their temple with a certain amount of pride, but it is a bit broken, a bit messed up. We'll probably drop a tree or something in there. A little bit long. We're going to put a manse at the back, as I recall, so let's do that as well. A nice little corner house here. Let's have an upper area where he can sit and read his holy books. A nice little tower. It's probably rickety and at a funny angle. Let's drop in a couple of chimney pots. It's probably a bit broken as well. This priest is not ripped. I imagine this guy is probably in his 80s. So he's been here for a long time. And he doesn't get on with the other local Sigmarites. In fact, he doesn't get on with anyone. He's a grumpy old bastard, and I like it that way. Let's drop in a wall. He's probably responsible for tending that orchard that you mentioned earlier, Yalab, which I think we should drop out the back here. And it's probably well walled in to a degree, because this would have been the old wall for the town as it sat off there, which is it. They should choose to accept it. Yeah, quite. So I'm imagining now that we've got an old wall, half crumbled down, half broken, which goes along the edge of the orchard and breaks down about here. That would have originally been supports for an old palisade back when it was just an old fishing village. It's now bits of old broken stone. Kids play around in it, come and steal apples. Boats moor up to this point when it turns into proper rock. So we've got a bit of a story building as to why the place is the way it is. There, that's once we get the color onto this, it will start making much more sense as an actual space. We just fill in some of that area there. Our temple's going to have some grass around it. Let's pop that in there and tightly define its grounds there. And no one's ever gone into that area. So that's loose, and it's loose up to about here. Right, that's going to be our parking place for the nobles back when they used to come, but now it's all a bit of a mess. No one comes down from the barracks anymore, except for maybe one old officer who's retired and still lives in the place. So he still comes to this temple and meets his old father for confession. So let's drop a little bit here. He still ties his horse here. His servants help him out, help him down into the what would be the claw of the temple, if you want to view it in hammer terms. Maybe a couple of trees out here. A monument to a past war that the regiment, the state regiment that lives in the fort not too far away. Perhaps when Grom the Paunch invaded about 100 years ago, swept through the area. Regiment maybe withstood Grom the Paunch's invasion by staying inside the fort. All the villagers withdrew. They did a nice little statue. And we've got a statue of one of the old Hallskrooks, who was the colonel of that regiment. And he can be here. Nice little statue standing up nice and tall there, with a big long list of everybody who died in that war sitting underneath. Can't go wrong with some sort of little kind of taffy thing. Pardon me for bashing my mic there. Probably all heard a big boom there. Sorry about that. So right, we've got a definite area for our orchard now, and that's going to be far firmer in ground because of all the roots from the trees. We can give it a few little lines here just so we get the idea that the elevation is changing slightly. Let's, oops, I'm the wrong way. Roads. Let's drop the road along here because that's where some boots. Let me just, yeah. Rest in peace, headphone users. I do apologize. In my excitement, we've, in fact, on this, and if Andy's still on, you'll attest to this because we were discussing it just yesterday. We've been discussing how best to set up the mics for our live stream version of The Enemy Within. And I'm naturally quite an exuberant person. And sometimes when I'm getting in character with somebody who is particularly, let's say, effervescent, I get a little bit arm flingy, which means I can't have a mic here. I just can't. And Andy sat there and he went, yeah, neither can I. So we were discussing how best to get a mic into place. Just this today organized building a big frame that's going to have to go all the way around our table that we can attach all of our mics. I just organized it. I've got it built in my head. I'm now just buying all the parts. I'm going to be buying them all tomorrow so that hopefully I can set it up for next Friday so we can have all of our mics in place, which is super exciting whilst also being slightly super weird because it's going to be in the middle of my living room, this big metal frame, which we're going to be attaching lights to and cameras. And yeah. As Andy says here, we Andys are flailers. It's true. I'm a flailer, he says, as am I, particularly when we get excited about a particular thing. Oops, I'm on the wrong layer there. It's quite important that we get our mics in a good place. And this mic is right by my left hand. Now, I'm seriously right-handed, so I very, very rarely use my left hand to anywhere the same degree, particularly when I'm turning over this way. So I was hoping it was going to be fine. Turns out it wasn't. I do indeed apologize to anybody out there who's on headphones because you did just get a big wallop in your ear. Okay, maybe something, I'm imagining some sort of garden in the back here where he's doing his vegetables and similar. He's been tending his garden for a long time. He's probably got some herbs out to the front. Old priest there. What's that? I must be excited about this. Well, fortunately, one of them's just moved out. My eldest daughter has fled the coop and she's studying games design, which is kind of awesome. My remaining intern literally couldn't care less. She hardly ever has friends over. She's marvelous, but doesn't tend to bring kids around, which is, I think, actually also marvelous. She tends to visit everybody else. I'm not saying that has anything to do with me. It may, but COVID just changed how she dealt with all of her social stuff. Plus, we've got a cat, and one of her friends is super hyperallergic, as is Andy Leask, by the way, who was coming to our house. And it's worth saying that our living room is now almost entirely cat-free, and that the cat's not allowed in there and hasn't been in there for about 3-4 weeks. And we completely gutted the place. And Andy came round for the first time yesterday to check if it worked and to check whether he would immediately turn into red-eyed zombie boy. And after being with us all day, he had a slight irritation only and a little bit of I think I better take my inhaler, and that was it, which I confessed was the best thing ever, because I was really concerned. It also means we get to play X-Wing again. For those of you out there who play X-Wing, that is a good thing. And if you don't play X-Wing, there is clearly something wrong with you. Not that I'm biased. X-Wing is a great game. Okay, right. Let's. I've done an awful lot of box building here without an awful lot of detailing. So let's pull out, put some color onto this, define some shapes and make it look a little bit more finished, and then define our next district. So this, I think, is a good moment to pause and say, take a look at how little we've actually done and how long we've been working on this. This is not abnormal. And yes, we are silting up all of this because they're idiots and they've built jetties out into the river. Right. So look how little we've done of that entire map. So whenever you see a big city map, just pause for a moment and go, oh, it really does take quite a long time, doesn't it? Yeah, it really bloody does. Now, there are, of course, lots of cheats you can make to speed things up, but I'm not doing that here. I'm just letting this go as it goes. We're just going to keep on going until I can't go anymore, or perhaps until I have to go. Right, so yeah. And let me just bring up that comment because absolutely correct. Chat participation is mostly counterproductive to finish the map. You're absolutely correct. I would have done far more than this if I wasn't chatting away about absolutely everything I was doing, but I can't help it. Poor cat. Well, yeah, it's fair. Oh, what's that? A flailing Andy's otherwise known as Tua. Yeah. You're afraid of a little cat. He's not afraid, but his body just doesn't like it. Does the city have a distinct climate, and how will that affect the architecture? It's mostly wet, so there's going to be an awful lot of sloped roofs, hence me sticking to mostly sloped roofs and not doing any flatter ones. It's a relatively wet environment. Most of the trees locally will be mostly deciduous. We move into coniferous as we move into the depths of the Reichland itself. But yeah, almost all the roofing here is going to have to be sloped or slanted in some fashion, with lots of overhanging roofs to keep the water away from the people. It also means that, for example, all of the roads around here are going to require some sort of extra boarding up just to make sure they don't turn into horrendous mud pits. But we're down in a rather bad part of town just now, so it doesn't need to be done very well. And I agree with Andy. It's a win. Cannot wait for more X-Wing. Spot on. And we've already covered that one. And then Andy says it was a triple antihistamine next to an open window and there was an air purifier. I'm very allergic. Totally true. But it worked. So I'll take any win, regardless of what the cost was. Right, let's drop in some colors. Now, Yala was looking for lots of different colors for the different line houses, or at least organic flavored colors, where others were looking for a discrete color for non-feature buildings and a color for all our feature buildings. I'll do sort of an in-betweeny. So let's first decide a feature color. Households Krug have got purple for their main color. So let's, a bit like Bogenhafen. So let's drop in a pale mauve for the moment. We can pretty it up with maybe a different color later. Let's go into a color layer and find ourselves a feature building. So we've got the old temple. Oops, I'm on the wrong layer. That was an interesting way to do it. Let's bring you up here. Hello? Color? Yay, we're off. Okay, so the old temple of Sigmar. We've got ourselves the fisherman. That's not the right brush. We've got ourselves the Fisherman's Mission. We've got ourselves the old original inn that was here. Do we have any other feature locations you think should be marked on our map? Now, to begin with, it is just block color. That's it. We'll highlight and shade that in a moment to provide a little bit of extra texture. Here's our original inn. Small. I'll add some more detail to that. Here's our Fisherman's Mission here. As I said, do we have any other locations you think we should be marking here? Let's just add these little bits in too while I'm at it. Okay, I think some form of village elder's house, because I think this place has still got its own village elder, purely because that'd be a complete pain in the arse to the local nobles, and the priest will have somehow managed to gather that. So I'm going to give the village elder one of the houses. It's not going to be a very good house. He lives in a shack in one of these, so let's drop that one in. In fact, no, let's spread it out a little bit. He wants to live relatively close to the temple. Let's move him here instead. Bless him. Maybe it's not him. Maybe it's a her. Or maybe the priest is actually a priestess. Don't worry about that later. Okay, so we've got loosely some locations. Anything come up? Grandfather Temple is probably on the island. Yeah, it's on the island. I'll in fact go detail that in just a second. And yeah, just teasing. You also have a cat allergic friend. Yep. Yeah, everyone's got their own way of dealing with their cat allergies. Andy generally deals with it by being sensible and keeping away from them. I'm going to use some sort of muddy color, close to terracotta, I think, for our main buildings. And we can vary up the color a little bit in a moment. But let's just pull in some of these so we've got them detailed. Now, I can do this more quickly than I'm doing it by going through them all with a nice little fill brush or something similar, but I'm just going to quickly run over some so I can see at least where the housing is and where I've missed connecting marks. And do we have any other ideas for locations that could be in our little village? We're doing fairly all right. We've got 5. That's not too bad for a district. Once we go over to the Temple of Grandfather Reich, that'll be another one that's added. Oh, a bigger brush is taking too long. Boxes. There's nothing but boxes. Look at all these boxes. They look nothing like foxes. Uh-oh, I've clearly been streaming for too long. Okay, I'm not going to do that. Let's go down here. There's not that many buildings in this one, so I will do them all. Catch that building there. Catch that building here. We might want to have a few more that are sitting out over the River Bergen just to give it that slightly more stacked up look. Maybe a few houses in stilts similar. It's funny you should say that. Now, I'm not saying that we've got some songs written for something we're doing, but we do. Fortunately, my daughters both went to music school because they're musically inclined. Gods alone know where they got that from. It wasn't me. Although Lindsay keeps on attesting that I probably have perfect pitch. I just haven't learned how to adapt it. Because my eldest daughter has perfect pitch. My youngest has, well, she's almost got perfect pitch too. Yeah, fortunately she can sing. So one of the things that we're doing, she's going to be singing, but not all of them. Oh my God. Let's just not even think about that. And for those of you who are part of the Ship of Fools playtest for the Rookery, there were shanties in there. And yep, we have shanties because you can't go wrong with a good shanty. And because obviously our eldest intern went to music school, she has written all the music for those, made them all pretty on the thing. It's kind of cool. I'm looking forward to that. More on that in another stream, I think. Preferably one without me singing in it, I reckon. Okay, so when I've done all these houses, I'm going to do a quick highlight and show. Oh, Dread Pirate Joris is here. I have no idea if I'm pronouncing your name correct. Tjoris. Since a lot of gaming is being done digitally, I'm finding it with more options for maps. Does that change the approach to map making? Yes, it does, actually. And to a degree, the style of map making that I do is already kind of becoming obsolete for a few reasons. And I'll go through a couple of those. First, doing this is slow and boring for the person doing it. And there are faster ways of doing it just by grabbing yourself a piece of map making software and putting down loads of pre-made pieces in such a fashion that they don't look like they're pre-made because there's so many billions of them on there. That's one way that this is becoming obsolete, because nobody wants to sit here drawing bits for ages unless you're me. And I kind of find it therapeutic, and I just keep on going and going and going until Lindsay generally comes through and says, "Hey, dude, you haven't eaten for 7 hours." And I'm like, "What do you mean I'm ADHD? Get out of my face." No, she didn't say that. No, it's just the case. I tend to just go. So one way that it's become obsolete is that. Another is that AI mapping is almost certain to become a thing relatively soon, where you're going to be able to just use an AI to get everything that you want. And already there's map generators online where you can just say medieval town, but I'm talking about proper map generating AIs, which are going to make this stuff happen at a really fast pace. It'll just be auto generated according to your preference. And that's cool, because that means I won't need to do this. But on top of that, the map making that we're doing, it needs different levels of detail. If you're going to be looking at a map online, the core detail needs to be at a certain resolution to make sure that it's useful at the games table. In this case, the games table being the game screen. And that means that our classic dungeon map that you might, for example, find inside, let's say, your classic D&D book. It's 2 US letter page sized pages, and it's got, let's say, a 1-page map of a dungeon in it. That 1-page map, the resolution required for that dungeon is, well, I can actually show you on this map because I still have the letter page. It would be, our map would be about that size of the page. If you take a look, you can just see the white page there, and that's one side, and then the other page there, that's a book size. So if we were to move this around, we could make this map fit within a particular book size if we wish to do so. I've already set that up beforehand right at the beginning of the stream if anyone wanted to see how big this map would look if it was in a book. Drawing at that resolution, all of the individual squares where your characters move square by square by square through your dungeon are super tiny. They would probably be about the size of a square that you'll find on this map that we're currently doing just now. Because the area is so large, our dungeon is not small. We've got all manner of nasty gribblies to drop down inside our, let's find our, where's our line here? There we go, lines. So we'd have ourselves, oh gosh, this is really quite, let's change my brush because that's way too big. So we've got ourselves a square for a classic D&D square, which has perhaps got a crack sitting across it, shaded in slightly on one side. Okay, and that's it. Now, if you look at that on a desktop, for playing your games on, let's say, virtual desktop, or I don't know, Roll20 or Foundry or whatever, they are going to be super, super low res when you put your characters in over them. They look terrible. Let me just zoom out. They're just like lots of tiny little squarey bits. But often people are looking at it about that resolution, which means that all of the maps in the original books have to be drawn at about 3 to 4 to 5 times the size to be effective for a virtual desktop. And that is frankly expensive. So you tend to find that most people don't bother. They just stick with the ones for their books. They give you a PDF of the original map file that's maybe drawn at twice the size, not 4 or 5 times the size, and then they let you worry about it. And most GMs go off and then go make their own maps using some map making software that matches the maps that are inside the books. So does it change how they're made? Yes, absolutely. Does it change how I'm making mine? Nah. I was going to finish off these last little bits of color, wasn't I? Let's put the statue in with our bit of color as well. Well, this brush is tiny. I'm not entirely sure how helpful that was, though, as an answer. Hopefully you got something out of it. Right, so is that all the buildings? Can we go and do something a bit more interesting now? Yeah, I think so. Right, let's zoom out a little bit and see what we've got. Let's now go to the undercolor here and get ourselves a loose greeny color for our orchard area. We're going to be adding this onto a texture anyway. So it needs to be great. Let's drop it to about there. Let's see. Oh, that's there we go. Yeah, me too. I have quite a lot of loose opinions on this because I'm doing a streamed game, as we've discussed a couple of times in this thread. And part of that streamed game is going to be having NPC pictures for most of the NPCs. They're all going to be popping up onto my blog as well. And doing that all myself is going to be pretty much impossible. Also, doing it the way I'd like to do it, which would be let's employ someone to do that, is also going to be impossible because we just don't have any money. We're spending all the money on stupid things like frames to put cameras on and to put lighting on. And that's costing not just hundreds, but thousands of pounds. So it's not cheap, to cut a long story short. So I'm in a position where I'm going to want to present, around about 200 NPC images in very little time. And one way of doing that will be to potentially use AI to do it. Now, we had a big, long chat about not just the possibilities of it, but the ethics of it as well. And I think I'm quite happy doing it for my own game because it's for my own game. And I'm happy with the software I've chosen because it doesn't steal work or reproduce work. It measures from certain places. And that also works nicely. Measuring is just like looking, for want of a better thing. I'm not happy with using anyone else's art styles. Like, for example, please do me a picture in the style of Adrian Smith. That feels like absolute theft to me. Although it's almost exactly the same as someone looking at Adrian Smith's art and going, well, I'll try and draw that now. But that takes time and effort. And I'd rather not take someone else's time and effort. Adrian spent a long time building his career. As I say, Mark Gibbons. I'm not going to be writing or doing something in those styles. But I am, I think, going to look at some of the AI generators and say, hi, chuck me out some faces and see which ones I like. And the ones that I like, turn them into actual pieces of art because it'll be far quicker than sketching out myself, getting the way I want it, and then drawing it. I can just quickly paint over something that works. I put a blog post up about this over on Patreon. And unlike the last time when I said I'll wait, I'll actually get this one because it's quite a good post. Let me just quickly grab that. Hopefully it will immediately appear. So I'll get a link for that so you can have a little look at that if you haven't read it already. This is assuming that because I've been feeding everything over to the other PC. Oh, it's in Lawhammer. Brilliant. So I'm just going to quickly pull that out and then finish off this map section. So I am a creator, apparently. Let me just get into my creator account and go down to the AI map thing. I'm going to pop it up as a link so you can all follow it at a later date. It was quite a while ago. Here we go, AI art. Just got the link now. I'm going to pop that up as a post. That will pop up for anyone who watches the video later as well because all of the comments are kept. So if you want to see it on the thread, that's it there. That's AI art. And that's an example of how you can use AI art to turn into a completely different finished piece of art. And I think I'm pretty cool with doing that. I recommend having a read through because if you think it's not cool, I'd be very interested to hear what you think too. It seems to me to be a really good way of using AI art. Basically, it's a good way of inspiring you to create your own stuff. We also did a video with Inside the Rookery on that one as well. So if you check through the YouTube account you're currently sitting on, you'll find an AI art video in that one as well. That's a 1-hour chat about AI art and its potential utility. So that's a good one too. Anyway, let's finish off this little bit of mapping. Let's get rid of my thing because much like you, I also prefer good old crafting over AI generated assisted, but I think AI assisted does potentially have a place when time is not on your side and when you're just an old GM trying to make your own stuff at home. This is a situation where you're never taking anything from anyone else. And all the stuff where I'm going to be doing that, what layer am I on? Layer. I'm never going to be taking it from anyone else either. Let me just drop the color down a bit there and pop it on that layer. There. I'm getting pinged again. I thought I'd switched my pings off. I'm getting pinged everywhere. Let me just double check and see if it's anything important. It isn't. Let me switch off Discord now. Oh man, too many pings all at once. Right, let's get back to what I was doing. So yeah, if you have any opinions regarding that, I'm very interested to see and hear them. My Chrome has just crashed. I have no idea whether you can still hear me or not, so I'm just going to keep on talking. Are you still there? Steam has crashed me. Right, so I don't know if you're still there or you can still hear me, but currently my app has just died on me. So let me dial in another way. If you can still hear me, I will keep on talking. But I have got a full-scale crash on this side. Okay, so apparently you can still see and hear me. Excellent. Thank you so much for the people who messaged me. That's brilliant. I can see nothing on this side. Can you still see my computer screen for those of you who've still got comments? Can you still see the drawing screen? Because if so, that means I can keep on going, even though I can't see what's going on myself, which is a really crazy way to continue on with this, but I'll keep on going. I'm going to assume you can. Right, so someone's just messaged that you can. Excellent. So I apologize for just stopping there randomly. At this side, Chrome crashed completely and it's browser based, so I couldn't tell whether you could see me or not. Apparently you could, and I was just sitting there looking like an idiot for a minute and a half. Great. Thanks, Chrome. I'm blaming you for that one. Let's get a full one on this. So yeah, let's pretend that never happened, and just fill in these little areas with a slight bit of brown just so it's done. So we've got a loose idea of the color. And get out. Excellent. Glad you're all still seeing it. Also, I don't need my headphones in because Lindsay's not here anymore. This is exactly what happened last stream. I wore my headphones for an unnecessary length of time. Right, let's drop this on. Wow, I sound completely different now that I'm speaking out loud without headphones. Color in that bit, make it go a bit browner for this area. Drop that in the pasting. There we go. This is not a nice part. Okay, cool. So we've got some loose color in place. Right, I'm going to go into the buildings. Again, if you want to know how I do the color on the buildings and do the highlights and the shades, that's covered in the tutorial. Just check how this works first. Wow. Yeah, that'll be a big fan now. Let me put on a really simple drop just in place so I've got something to work around. Bloody Chrome. How big is that? Let's make it smaller. Very small amount. Let's tie that back to the. Yeah, it's just enough so I can see the light. Right, let's put our shade on now. Colors above. Shades, excellent. And that should already be, it is. Oh, comment there. It's great to see you watch your work. Can't wait to see the end result. Going to catch the rest later. Thanks very much. And it was great to see you, Dread Pirate. I do like to have a Dread Pirate in the stream. Can't go wrong with that. Okay, so as I mentioned before, if you want to know more about what I'm doing here, this was covered in the stream. I'm just going to very quickly shove this stuff in place. Yeah, this was all covered in the tutorial. I'm not going to spend time duplicating stuff. All the settings are also covered in the tutorial, so they'll all be available to you if you wish to go check that out later. I'm keeping this super loose for the moment, just so I get an idea of some loose shapes. Now, when you're doing your shadows and your shading for the buildings, a lot of it is just done by eye. Tower comes down there, up against that. But once you've done the first run of it, it really makes what is otherwise a relatively dull looking map suddenly pop, which you're going to see when this is finished. It goes from looking like a bunch of tiny little squiggly brown boxes into looking like it's actually potentially going to be a real honest to goodness map, honest gov. Or at least that's the plan. Mission. And here. Here too. I think that's actually a good point. Yellow said, so I've been thinking that the town needs something unusual as a sort of pet vanity project for the Lord, besides the fact that all of it is partially a vanity project. I think that doing that also reinforces the nature of the Lord that we're talking about here. He is doing this whole thing, expanding Kalegen the way it's been expanded, purely for his own political gain. But you've got to remember that he's just one part of a far larger household, and that the other members of the household are also going to have their own wants and whims and desires. He's going to have his partner, who's going to have their preferences, family members who are going to want to be in on it. Costs will start to inflate. Everything will start to go a bit wrong. There'll be regrets, there'll be recriminations, there'll be tears, and having a couple of failed follies and similar things helps reinforce the nature of the political situation directly into the graphical representation of it. So I agree that adding these sort of things on and creating some things that make for natural write-ups or additions to your own campaign is well worth doing, because it just adds extra. I've done all the main bits there. They're kind of shaped. That's way too heavy. There we go. There'll be some shades around here. Just quickly pop those in place. Hall screws. Can't remember off the top of my head. It's got a crest already, so I don't want to go. Oh, I think it's this. Nope, can't remember. That's really annoying. Purple and yellow is their primary colors. And no, I need to go check it up. I don't want to say what I think it is because I think I might be wrong. Okay, right. Let's put on some highlights and then be done with this step. Let's have a look at where our highlights. Oh, our highlights. I haven't got my overlay off on white. Again, reinforcing what I said in the tutorial stream. This isn't about being neat and making perfect lines. It's about getting everything in place as fast as possible so you can have a look at it, cover up areas, make other bits neater, play around with it a little bit. But for the moment, okay, I'm going to put my texture in place so I can have a look at what it actually looks like. or not. The texture is apparently taking a long time to load. Thanks, RAM, for taking ages. There we go. Oh yeah, it's definitely beginning to look like a real place in here now. Adding the texture, you see, immediately makes the land areas look much more interesting because it adds just that little feeling of detail all over it. Okay, cool. This is beginning to look a bit more like shades. Well, I'm looking at what's on white. Dang it. Black, please. 5%. Oh, missed that one from John there. What was that comment? Fancy clock built into the rat house. Fancy clocks. Fancy clocks are always good. Do you like a fancy clock? Oh, that's an interesting one. Okay, in fact, let's very briefly discuss that because I think that there is something to be said here. The colleges of magic, they're not a monolithic, the Bright College will build something here group, obviously. But individuals most certainly are. And we've got ourselves an old regimental fort sitting down at the bottom right of the map. And there's almost certainly going to be college influence there because there's going to be a wizard that supports that regiment. After all, the wizards in the Empire are war wizards by nature. They only exist to be mass weapons. Well, pardon me, weapons of mass destruction and force multipliers. Even the most rural, never speaks to anybody wizard is only allowed to exist because they can help the Empire army. And every single last one of them is supposed to answer the call when you go to war. Many of the wizards work permanently in the state armies of the Empire. And if we've got ourselves a regimental group down here, it's quite likely that they're going to have been supported for quite some time by a regimental group in the Empire, which means that possibly down here we should have some sort of fun wizards tower that may have been built with the original fort at the beginning. Also, there's a possibility that some local wizard now lives here, particularly given the way the place is springing up so quickly. It would attract people of a certain ilk. Now, there are many wizards that do everything in their power to avoid getting into conflict or battle. But let's just look at the nature of what this town is. This town is very much going to become a center of politics because the Lord Ambassador of the Reichland calls this place his home, and his family now lives here. And if there's any college that's going to be attracted to that, it's the Grey College. They're going to want to have their fingers on the pulse of the politics. They're going to want to be able to infiltrate any potential black chamber that's here. They're going to want to be able to look into the secrets of what is the primary rival to the Emperor himself. This man is potentially a threat to the Empire, which means that the Grey College, it's one of their primary, it's almost a raison d'etre, is to protect the Empire. And this man is a potential political threat. So would he work against the local lord? Well, that's entirely down to how it goes. The Elector Count, which is whom all the great wizards supposedly swear to, are meant to do the job of, most certainly will be interested in what's going down here. So will there be one? Yes. Will there be one attached to the regiment? Yes. Are they necessarily going to impact how the map sits? If I was going to be adding a grey wizard, I'd want somewhere for that grey wizard to hide, so you'd automatically add slum areas and places for that. Or court, if it's more like, say, the Alana Grauman style grey wizard that was presented in the core book in the introductory letter near the beginning, the one with the code in it, if you remember. She would be far more interested in court. So there's going to be lots of places for them to go. I'm just not entirely sure it would reflect on the map. Now, the regimental wizard, perhaps, but again, each one of the colleges have such different needs in terms of how their buildings might manifest that for that to be the case, there would need to be a single college that had permanently said that they would, for example, train with and work with that regiment, which we can do. We can say, for example, that the Bright College had done that, the most military of all the 8 colleges of magic, which means that we could have ourselves a Bright Wizard's Tower with a flame at the top or something similar. And I think that might make a lovely addition to the fort, and also give you a strong idea that Bright Wizards have been coming down here, Bright Apprentices, shuffled down here from the college, because Bright Apprentices are super dangerous. They set everything on fire. One bad dream and suddenly everything around you is toast. Not necessarily the most safe trainee wizards to have around.
and possibly they've been training down here in what was in the middle of nowhere. And in fact, we can now start thinking about how this could turn into interesting politics. This place has now been built up massively because of the influx of money from the mines. That means that this place has grown and grown and grown. And now what used to be largely deserted with a tiny little village, which was a fishing village, now has itself effectively trainee bright wizards that come down here maybe every summer. A bunch of them, maybe 10 to 20 of them, are shuffled down. Some of their most I don't know, their best or possibly their worst candidates come down here, and they get to fire fireballs in what is meant to be a safe environment. Suddenly it's no longer safe. So the local lords start kicking up a fuss. But they then pull out the old treaties that was signed by his granddad a couple of generations ago. And then we can get ourselves some interesting politics there, with the local state army standing against the very source of their money, the lord that's there, wanting one thing to happen. And cut a long story short, a wizard's tower there sounds like a good idea and could fit quite well. Let's see if he's mentioning that. Oh, you did add one. So how many wizard attached to regiments? How does that work on a rotation basis? Will the wizard be sent from the same college every time? The answer to that is as varied as the regiments themselves. Every single regiment has got its own history. Many of them are ancient and predate Magnus's reformation of all the state armies into the state armies, which was 200 years ago. Some of the regiments span back in time to, well, it's Warhammer 2,500 years ago. I'm sure there's one or two of them out there that claim to have fought besides Sigmar. Almost certainly nonsense, but they're most certainly going to be people that claim it. The reformation of all the regiments into the state armies and how the state armies were broken down by Magnus the Pious changed all of that, but some of them will still have their old histories. The addition of wizards to the state regiments, though, was something completely new that happened at Magnus's time, and each of the regiments were more or less comfortable with that, and over the course of time will have adopted that to a greater or lesser degree. Reichland in particular were one of the most forward-thinking, but that's largely because the colleges of magic are cited in Reichland, and they had a very strong positive propaganda campaign spilling out of Altdorf saying you should join, we definitely need this, look, we've been trained by elves, we're awesome. So cut a long story short on that one, because we don't want to be spending too much time not mapping. We can make up a story for each one of our regiments as best suits. There isn't a fixed model. So in this case, I quite like the idea that the House Hallskrug has had a long-standing deal with the Bright College where they've allowed them to do training down there, which in turn means that the Bright College will always supply a Lord Magister of their order to their regiment. It's a definite. So that treaty that they have with the Bright College puts it all into place. So we end up with a bunch of potentially, let's say, hot-headed apprentices learning magic down there with a bunch of relatively scared state soldiers. So they used to do it out in the countryside away from anyone, but now it's all farmlands and it's no longer the non-populated place it was some time ago. So there's lots of tension that comes from that, and that seems to be quite a lot of fun as a location. Yeah, I love the idea of finding things being sitting here training and causing issues. Yeah, me too. I think there's quite a lot of fun in that. Right, so let's ignore all that. Let's have a quick check of where we are. Okay, so we've got an idea. That place has already begun to pop. The purple looks a little bit weird. We can change the color on that if we want to a little bit later. Also, our lighting's got a little bit weird on this side. That should be down in shadow. But that's by the by. We've got an idea of a place, and it's beginning to now already look like a map. It's no longer looking like a bunch of silly little lines or boxes. That's beginning to look a little bit like a place. Given the nature of it, that place could probably do with a good bit of dirtying up. There's quite a few areas where I've been a little bit skimpy on the highlight and the shade. But we've definitely got enough that we can begin to see how that's going to go. I'm going to skip past this and just go on to the next bit, which is dropping in some details so that we can immediately have some trees. Now, as I said before, the method of doing this is covered in the tutorial. It does look a little bit like magic when you're doing it for the first time. Let's just double check how that sits. Yeah, so it's fine. Let's get rid of my extra so the lines aren't in place. So we've now got what it looks like. And what size brush am I on? Is that big enough? Yes, it is. So our old trees here, we're going to bring these out for the old orchard. So there's a certain regularity to them because they're still being tended, but it sort of collapses into bushes down by the edge. That brush is too big. Let's drop it down to that size. That's much better. Add a couple of extra details on the edge there.
A little bit of shade, so there's privacy around about where the nobles come in. You don't want to have the plebs looking at you after all. And it's become a bit overgrown of late. It used to be nicely tended, but no longer, because very few nobles come in there anymore. We can add some extra detail around that in a moment. Oh, an extra comment there, just in it. Yeah, I think so too. I think there's going to be at least one grey. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if the Grey College, upon sensing the importance of this place, had probably cited at least one wizard here, that the Emperor will have ordered, or at least those close to him, another one here, and they may not even know that the other is here. Greys are particularly good at covering their paths. And they may know that the other is here. Depends entirely on what you want for your individual game and how the Grey College works within your game. There's almost certainly, given the richness of the place, maybe another Grey Wizard or two working for maybe one of the local merchant houses, maybe working for one of the lesser noble houses, and they will be very aware of just how important this location is in terms of the burgeoning politics of the, well, not even burgeoning, in terms of the growing politics of the Reichland. So they will have probably sought out this location. It wouldn't surprise me if there are far more Grey Wizards here than many would normally expect for a town or a place of this size. It's just too juicy for them, and also potentially too dangerous to the Empire as a whole. This is the sort of area where plots can easily ferment, and someone looking to bring down the Emperor would most certainly potentially be found, particularly given if you look at the nature of the politics of the Empire during the time of the enemy within. So we're talking 2512 era, where the Emperor himself is weak. The nature of his politics are weird and broken. There's going to be all sorts of people with issues and problems, and they're going to look to vent them. And the natural opponent to the Prince of Reichland in Altdorf, Duke von Holzkrug, is naturally someone that you might lean to for that. Let's have some vines moving up our old temple here. So yeah, I think grey slinking around this place is a good idea. It's a little bit too many because you're going to lose the shape. Right, so okay, this is beginning to now feel like its own discrete area for when we're butting up something else against it. The description, assuming we ever wrote to this place, the description of the orchard would, probably the description of the Temple of Sigmar would include the orchard to explain why it is the way that it is here. So you don't need to mark that out as its own separate location. To make sure that the, yeah, let's put a little bit of color in on the planks as well, just because they're looking a bit, oh, wrong brush. And up to that. Have I got the right one this time? Yes, I do. Muddy this up just a little. That's on black. I want a brown. There we go. Just add a little bit of color into this just to pick out the idea that there's planks and various other detritus making up these areas on stone. Okay. Well, now it looks like we've got a bit of a messed up fishing village. It's a bit too green in places and not messy enough in a couple of places, but we're most certainly a place where our village has begun to form. Lovely. Let's zoom into that so we can see it a little bit better and then go do that island. And before I do that, let's check the other comments. We have, how about an astronomy observatory tower being one of the vanity projects, perhaps not the Lord's himself, but maybe his oldest daughters? Why not then just take the story one step further? I love looking at things like this, and whenever I'm creating something Warhammer-y, I always think, what else can I add to this to add just that extra zing? And one of the things that often occurs with nobles is their desire for their progeny not to be wizards.
And it's not for religious reasons, Sigmarites, which is bad. It's because progeny can't inherit if they're wizards. One of the stipulations for the acceptance of wizards in the Empire, all the way back from when Teclis was organizing this with Magnus, and Magnus was organizing this with the cults of Sigmar, and organizing this with the noble lines in general, was that no wizard could ever inherit ever a noble title. They don't rule, they are weapons. That is it. So when one of your kids happens to turn out to be a wizard, you tend to find one of two things happen. They Thyrus Gorman it, and they go into the colleges and take over the best they possibly can. Thyrus Gorman is a noble and a childhood friend of, for example, the Emperor. Or alternatively, they just never really become wizards. Honest. And we could run down with that angle here. So, for example, Halskrug may have no sons. Reichland goes very much firstborn son takes the title, unlike Visenland, where it's firstborn. I think it's actually Visenland, firstborn daughter, actually. Or is that no? Have to check. But in Reichland, it's very much firstborn son. It's been established in the setting in several places. And if he has no sons and he's only got a single daughter, and that daughter happens to be a wizard, it means he actually has no heir. Legitimately. So he could, in fact, possibly have an heir who is, she's rather interested in the stars and all the rest of it. She's been secretly trained as an astromancer in the background to ensure that she is safe. She is a celestial wizard in truth, but it's certainly not public knowledge and never will become public knowledge. The wizard that's training her perhaps is a family friend, or worse, is someone who's being bribed to stay very, very quiet, or has been caught up for some other reason. But cut a very long story short, we have got ourselves a vanity project on first appearances, and it's very much touted as a vanity project. But behind the scenes, it's quite the opposite. It's a very real wizard's tower with a very real wizard at the top of it, who is actually the heir to all of this duchy. And if it ever comes out that she is in fact a witch, then Halskrug, should he die, has no heir, and the whole family line potentially will come to an end. That is a single example of how you could just take a single step and go far, far too far with it. But all those fun little details and turning what appears to be one thing into something else, and then possibly behind that into something else yet again, when you find out that the wizard that's training them is actually doing it for a particular reason, when you find out that possibly the Halskrug have a secret heir, or whatever that you choose to do. Adding all those wheels within wheels helps keep everything super interesting, both from the perspective of building your own adventure hooks for your adventures, but also from just the investigation of PC, so they can look into something, think they've discovered something, go, that's absolutely brilliant. The first face value of it is, oh, he's just built a big observatory to try and impress everyone when they first arrive. What a waste of time. And then finding out that in fact his daughter has made use of it. Oh, that's interesting. And then finding out that there's another layer and another layer and another layer beyond that. So I quite like the idea of a tower for exactly that reason. Possibly change it with the actual writing. Partner sisters of ages aligned better, very possibly, yes. How much time details will you spend putting in this? You're going to do this for your own game with prep time and session and time putting map like this? Well, that's a question. For the stuff that I do for my own game, I tend to only do feature maps, as in the maps that are most useful for the game at hand. So, for example, a map of the Princedom of Altdorf is super handy, which is why I covered it last Saturday, because I'm going to use that. Kalegen is not necessarily a location that I intended to use for my enemy within campaign, but I chose to do it because I was pretty convinced that no one would ever map the place ever. So I would never be doing something like challenging an official map that's going to come like 2 months down the line or something. I can't imagine they have any desire to map one of the many, many towns that are found in and around the Reichland. So cut a long story short on that one, because I've said those words a lot. I probably wouldn't do this for my own game. I'd do this if I was being paid for it. For my own game, I would do it for the area where they are most likely to go, and then I'd go to town on it if they were going to be there quite a lot. I do much simpler, far faster maps for my own game, as you're probably going to see, because when I stream my game live, I'm going to have all manner of handouts, all of which I'm going to be giving for free up on the... I just bashed my mic again. I apologize if that pinged you. But I'm going to be popping up for free over on the blog as well. You prepare for a single session? Yeah, no. When this is what you expect players to sit there? Yeah, absolutely. This would be something that you'd be building your campaign around. And I normally wouldn't spend this much time, but I'm digging it. And I'm probably going to continue doing this for a few other streams just because I can. Came from having catch.
Kevin Black, a halfling baker that takes spoils from the catch and turns them into tasty fish pies. You can't go wrong with some tasty fish pies. Unfortunately, they don't travel well, so they remain a local delicacy. Yeah, that's something that people often forget is how things just don't travel. There have been rumors that the pies are too it's developing too tasty to be the result of earthly spices and herbs. One thing that here's a little secret about my Warhammer. My halflings are not human. Now I know that sounds super obvious, but I have spent some significant time building each of the species in my version of Warhammer. This isn't the official Warhammer, it's my one, to ensure that they are just not the same as everybody else. For example, my halflings, in their saliva, they naturally produce a flavor almost that's very strongly umami. So halflings frequently spit in their food to provide it extra flavor. There's a nice little aside for you. And it's one of the reasons ogres love eating them so much. And it's also one of the reasons that ogres love eating their food so much. So yeah, there's a stupid little aside from my game. My son came a couple of hours ago and was asking me what I was watching. I told him I was watching a man who created maps that I love hanging around. Oh, wow. How cool is that? Oh, you've made me a happy man this evening, Creative Frosty. Thank you very much. That was a red herring sprinkled around is appropriate for any fish. Boom, boom. I love it. Yes, I agree. Yeah, last time I spent a comparable amount of time making a map on a town like this in a much cruder random generated editor way. It's the basis of my whole campaign. Yeah, I completely agree. Mr. Smith, if you are spending time in something, make sure that you're spending your time fruitfully. I am. Because we're all discussing this and we're making a place together. And I think that's worth it alone. It may be even one of you out there, whether you're watching it live just now or you're watching it later, use this place when eventually it gets finished, I don't know, in however many weeks' time, then I'd call that a win. Plus, it was designed to show how one of the tutorials worked, because in the tutorial I explained every step and you get to actually see those steps in practice in a far more than just, here's a box, here's a shade, here's all the settings to do that. Away you go. Now you can go, okay, so that's what those boxes and settings and shades and brushes and trees and all that sort of stuff looks like in practice. So I'm actually doing something. I'm not sure what the gross was for there. I'm not sure which bit. Maybe it was, it's going to be the spitting in the food, isn't it? It's actually, yeah, quite. My halflings also have a different sort of vision. All humans, if you don't know, have got lines of, I can't remember the name of them. They've got a particular name. I'll pick it up later and possibly pop it into a comment that I drop in a blog somewhere. But they've effectively got flows that you can see under certain light. And it's the lines that your nipples go down, the very parts of your body go down, and it makes you look like you're a stripy tiger. Super interesting. If you can go find that one. I'll go find it at a later date. Halflings in my world can see that. And halflings in my world look at humans in a very, very different way to how everyone else does, because they see patterns and shapes on them in a way that no other species does. The elves can't even see this. My elves can see right up into infrared and down into ultraviolet, for example. So they see a different set of spectra. And again, each one of the species in my version of Warhammer have got different delineated limitations to what they can and can't do. And humans in my world are not the average worst whatever catch-all. They're just another species on the world, and they have their own strengths and their own weaknesses too. Not really about mapping though. So let's go over to our little island here and finish off our funky Temple of Grandfather Reich. Now, our intent here was to have a Grandfather Reich carving that was put into the original stone, where he is holding up the temple above him. So it'll be carved around onto the flatter stone where the temple was built. And he'll have a big face and a beard that flows down into the river itself, as if he himself is either coming out of or drifting into the river. You'll get his shoulders at the back, which is set into the rock, probably slightly misshapen because the original rock wasn't the perfect shape for this. And then it trails down into some sort of flowing black with his back, where there's bits of chipped away sculpture that's relatively rough. So a temple in the middle, our beardy bits here, some sort of shoulders around here. And that's loosely what our Grandfather Reich temple is going to look like. If you have any other ideas for things that could go on this, feel free to drop them in now, because I'm about to start. Obviously, this is going to be seen from above, so all those details will be lost. This is a fine example of where I would be noting down my intent in my head as a quick note. So if I was employing an artist later to draw this, I'd say, this is what it looks like from the outside. And they'd say, Andy, what? And I'd say, yeah, statue, like holding things and stuff, and big crooked and big massive crooked chimney, yeah, off to the side, and it's held up by chains, and maybe there's some carvings of some water spirits sitting around about. In fact, let's put carvings of water spirits all around the base of the island. And then they're old and they're worn away. And then the artist reads all that and goes, actually, this sounds pretty cool. Maybe I'll take a shot from it down below, where you'll see a couple of the carvings that are all worn away, covered in old bits of, I don't know, lichen or whatever, leading up towards the main temple itself. And then you can see the face of Grandfather Reich over at the far end flowing down into the water. That would be one way to pitch it, but each artist will have their own idea as to how to do that. Whenever I... what color am I on? Black. Whenever I... There we go. What a different brush. I'm creating stuff like this. I always try to just add just one extra Warhammer step, just to make sure it's not just a normal temple. It's a temple on a statue with a beard and carvings and stuff. Because Warhammer tends to do everything with an extra +1 on top of it. Must be getting old. Time to drive my head quite right too, Martin. It's late o'clock after all, and we all have lives to get to. Unlike me, I'm still ploughing on. So time to drag your sleepy old ass bed. Enjoyable, informative as ever. Night all night to you. Do feel free to come back and watch it later. You will be missed. Right. Let's do something. Let's okay, so we've got loosely our beard. Now we want it to fan out, I think. So you get the idea that's fanning into the water. It goes into the water probably like so. We've got a relatively proud nose, nostrils sitting about there, a heavy brow, going about there-ish. Our moustache will be about there, flowing down into the main beard bit itself. Now, the actual carving, I imagine, is going to be relatively simple. So smooth lines, sort of representing the flow of the river itself. They're a bit worn with time, coming into tighter parts here on either side. A little bit of darkness just to suggest a bit of extra depth down there. I'll worry about most of the depth when we do the coloring. Depthness. Okay, so if he's like that, and if his hands are like that, his shoulder will be sitting sort of like that. Yeah, I love it. Most of the there, shoulders about there, so our temple is going to be sitting loosely on this. Our hands will be coming out underneath the temple here. So we'll get the, just look at my hand here. I just went, which hand is that? It's that hand there. So that's that hand. That means I want to have that sort of going to maybe a finger coming out sort of there off the edge of the temple. Can't quite see the rest. Okay. And this one's going to be sort of the same. Just look at my hand and decide where I want to put it. Oh, and it's sort of there. Maybe have the, to give a bit of feeling, maybe have the thumb kicking out on that side of it. The big nail. The palm coming there, going up and then going under the temple there. Okay, so clearly we have a round temple. So this finger is completely wrong. It's going to be gripping in like that. So it's going to be like that. Or with the palm. And our temple is going to be, I think, round. Okay. That hand still looks weirdly wrong. It should look like, pardon me as I look at my own hand at this end. More like that palm should come out like that. There we go. Right, so that'll go down. That means you'll get a big muscle that goes down that way, and then it'll point into the water. So that drops into the water there. That drops into the water there. Let's get rid of that. Oh yeah, it's beginning to look a bit more like what I was imagining. Oh, got a hair. Bring that comment up while I'm just messing here. I have it with the factories established in the town making decorative skulls to use in buildings in order to tell product being shipped from Nome. The old decorative skulls. I mean, why don't we industrialize it at some point? I think that's well worth doing. Right. Okay. So I'm going to tidy that up after. I'm far more interested in the shape at the moment. The temple itself, I'm imagining, is probably going to be sort of flowing water carved down the. So I'm going to reinforce the flow with just a loose decoration. It goes down like so. And this place is going to be relatively old, so let's crack up a few areas. Put a couple of cracks around his arm where it's got messy. Yeah, okay. I'm beginning to see it now in my mind's eye. The details on that. Okay, so we've got a door that's going to be about there-ish. Let's get our road layer. Roads. And drop in a curved one. It's more of a path that leads down to our little jetty there. That also immediately gives you an idea of the heights we've got involved, so that we need to consider cliffing up some of these. And there's our path. Let's reinforce that. Drop it down that side. We need a bit more stone there. Okay, yeah, I'm getting an idea what this place looks like. Oh, someone else, I'm pulling off. Hey, John. Well done for lasting so long. We have been going for 4.5 hours now. It takes quite something to last this long. So thanks very much, John. I look forward to seeing you on another stream, and hopefully you'll catch the rest of the stream later. For a thing accompanying the temple itself, maybe a large wind gauge. So what do you see the wind gauge doing? Yeah, I'm quite liking the idea, by the way. Just what do you see its use for? What are we putting it here for? Why do they have one? Why do they keep it? We want to tie this into our local priest if we possibly can. Although it being for Grandfather Reich, I'm definitely a priestess for this one. And I'm thinking probably a blessed one as well. She's been around for a long time, tending to the river folk, providing them everything that they need and keeping the worst of the excesses of the River Bergen from them. And I think there's probably a shrine. One thing that definitely should be is a shrine to Bogenauer. I'm going to drop that down at the bottom here. There's not going to be much to see, but it's more for us. We know what it is. There's a shrine to Bogenauer. That's the god of the River Bergen, that some believe is descended directly from Grandfather Reich. Somewhere that small shrine, and if we actually make it somewhat of a bucket, we can have it that locals, passerbys, they make their way past, throw offerings down into the bucket area, whether that is bread or fruit or possibly coins or whatever else. And that would also be offerings that go to the Temple of Grandfather Reich. We can also say that some of the offerings here are shipped up to the temple in Bergenhafen to help maintain Bogenauer's only actual temple. So some of the offerings that are made here can be sent up to the temple in Bergenhafen as well, which provides us with a nice little link to the temple in Bergenhafen, which doesn't even have any priests, as I recall. So we can have the local priestess here being partially responsible for some of the maintenance of the temple in Bogenhafen, which nicely ties her in to the existing fiction. Right, I'm going to put a little bit of extra lining around the edge of the temple so that its edging can be seen a bit more cleanly. And a little bit of extra lining around the primary outside areas of our statue. So that stands out cleanly too. And let's have a quick look at what Yal was saying there. It's also visible in the so provide a forecast for the fishermen there. I quite like the idea. A lot like a little weather vane type thing that's sitting there. Yeah. Particularly given that most of the vessels that are making their way up and down the Bergen are sailed vessels. Almost all the barges, in fact, all the barges that are making their way up the Bergen are sailed. They have to be. There's no handy towpaths or anything similar. The blinking Bergen River. So that being the case, that makes for a handy thing, perhaps as well, given that it's out. We could drop a couple of rocks, both up and downstream from it, and it can potentially double as a small lighthouse or something similar. There's rocks here. Be aware of this. So they always have themselves lights on in the windows of the temple. It's as lighthouses go, super weak. It's probably just local candles, a big pile of candles on either side that are inside the small enclosures there. But yeah, that'd do quite well. Quite like that. Moving down, how about some fishnets? And oh yeah, totally. I think that sounds like a great idea. Fishnets, lost spots hang from his beard. We use as offerings and feast days. Totally agree. Let's drop some of that crap all over it as well, given that we're now adding on detail. Now, obviously, given the size of map that we have, these things often just look like tiny little dots. This is the sort of stuff where it needs someone like Andy, for example. Reese is currently sitting out there somewhere. Providing lovely textual descriptions, because the map is going to be so tiny for those details that all you're really doing is just giving this impression that there's nets hanging down the beard. He clearly needs a beard net because, you know, he takes care of his beard. He's a good guy. Beard oils and maybe a buoy sitting out there that's a rope that's sort of caught by the river. It needs to be straighter if it's caught by the river. I actually quite like the idea of his beard extending into the river with lots of small ropes with small buoys in the end of them. Or if you came from where I came from, buoys. And they'd never say the word boy because the word boy was for, well, boys. They said buoys, north of Scotland thing. Also, sometimes up there, they'd spell creels with a K. So the beard extending with a whole bunch of buoys. So they're going to be bobbing up and down in the water, which is pretty cool, I think. Let's see what else we've got here. Catching up. Hiya, Blue Satoshi. Catching up, but would you consider adding a pub somewhere named the Snips Fish and Chips, formerly Chuck's? Maybe when we get to all of our various pubs. At the moment, we're working on a very poor scrubby area. There we go. With a temple of Grandfather Reich in the water not far away. Now, to help ground this into its setting. So if you keep on Blue Satoshi, or when we're moving through a particular area and we're naming stuff, I'll see if I can recall that when we get there. Yeah, so to help ground this into things a little bit more, the color makes an enormous difference because it helps make the whole place zing. Now, there's various ways we could do this. We could stick with our purple that we're using for our highlight locations, and just grab a purple color and slap it on. But do we really want the statue to be purple? That'll look weird as anything. So, oh, John, I thought you'd gone. And you're right. I apparently am too innocent for said reference. What have I missed out on? I clearly have missed out on something. As we described earlier, we're all just kids in old man clothing, old people clothing. That'd be better. Let's pop this on. So I'm going to drop a purple on the actual temple roof, but not the rest of the statue. So the temple is going to be the feature location, which will have its own label and numbering. But the rest of it will just color much more closely to what it should actually have, which in this case is going to be some sort of grayish, greenish mess. I don't want it to be that dark because you won't be able to see it. Yeah, grayish, greenish mix. In fact, I'm going to drop down the opacity in that as well. Fair. Let's just pop in a bit of color, and then the shade will do the rest of the work when I get onto that. Okay, so the next bit is the shade, which is going to hopefully pull this all together. What brush do I have? Yeah, that'll be a bit thicker. So again, our light at the moment is with for reasons that I have yet to decide, is coming from, yet to determine, pardon me, it's coming from the top left. So this is where we're going to be dropping our shade mostly. We also drop a little bit of shade near the bottom so we can see where our depths are. That needs to be a bit higher. I need more on that. In fact, I'm probably going to have to change some of the colouring on that as well, just to give that a bit more depth. Then highlights. Whoa, 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 whoa. Bit harsh there, Andrew. Yeah, that's better. Now, typically with our highlights, the higher areas go a bit brighter, but perhaps not quite as bright as I was making it there. To give that sense of depth, let's pick out some of the details on that. Again, we're keeping this super loose because this is so freaking tiny. Let's have all of our buoys have a color so that they stand out a little bit from their surrounding water. Oops, I'm on zoom, I'm not on brush. There we go. That's not high opacity. That's better. And then the urge I have is to make all the netting blue and green, because nylon netting is what I grew up with. And everything within me says, oh, it needs to be that color, that shape. That's what's going to make it look right. No, seriously, it's not. Right, let's pop those in loosely. Let's get some green in here as well. There we go. We need to darken that off slightly so we can get the idea of where the face is. Darken it off slightly at the bottom. Okay, it's super loose, but I don't want to spend too much time in this given we have a lot of map left to do. I could tidy this up a whole hell of a lot more. But I'll worry about that when I start doing final details, where I will draw over all the bits that I want to have redone. What's important is that we've got ourselves on a bit heavy there. Just gently pick that out a bit more. There we go. I like that nose a bit more strongly. There we go. Right. Yeah, it's pretty loose, but I'll worry about making it look prettier later. Lines. Let's just drop in a couple of lines so that we're, remember, make that look pretty later. But we want it to look at least a little bit islandy. Oh, where's my lines gone? My brush is horrible. No wonder those white lines look weird. There we go. There's a couple of little rocks there just to pull it all together. Tidy up all that after. Or as Andy said, fix it in post. Okay, rock needs a bit more color. It just looks like the background water just now. I can't help myself. I've got to sort that just a bit. Just add a touch of green behind it. Oops. It's a little thing, but that helps. All right. So we've got loosely that area in place. We've got ourselves our fishing village. We have ourselves our 5 key locations there, which are the as a yet unnamed Temple to Grandfather Reich. We've got ourselves the old inn that used to be the Riverside Inn a long time ago. We've got ourselves the Fisherman's Mission, which really looks like it wants to be dirtied up and have a whole bunch of chimneys and various other things added to it. I'll do that in a moment. And we've got ourselves the Old Temple of Sigmar, and of course the old Village Elders House. I think we legit have a location here. And I'm just going to quickly cover up the little bits that I didn't do because I was doing it far too fast earlier. Let's also, sorry, 6 lines. That's too big. Size 4. So tidy these up in those as well. In fact, all these areas need lots of little detailing. Check here. Going back to general ideas, Lord being Spy Master, definitely he's going to need one of those kicking around somewhere. And or Car Seagull said, yeah, the local fisherman's mission. No, not fisherman's mission. The local fisherman's hut in Scrabster, where I grew up. They used to use seagulls to carry messages legitimately, because they were also drug dealers, and who's going to stop a seagull? That never left me. There is naught as queer as folk, as they say, and that is 100% the case. If a way can be used to use things, people will use them. Yeah. Hey, Dagmar. It's been pointed out that for the direction the sunlight would be coming in from the southerly direction, which I think, I know that's absolutely correct, which is why I was querying almost myself as to why I was having the sun coming in from that side, because unless I flip this map, it is coming from the wrong side. You're 100% on. Clearly, Mansleaf is very full and is highlighting this really, really well. Yeah, it's absolutely true. And I have done that multiple times in my maps. I once handed in a commission. Let's see if I can remember which one it was for. I think it was an FFG one. But I once handed in a commission where I did all the shadows from the south. And they sent me back a note which said, basically, what the fuck is this? This just doesn't look right. Everything looks wrong. I was like, well, I explained it. Sun comes from the south. Why do you think it does it? They're like, yeah, it looks wrong. It just looks wrong. Light comes from above. It doesn't come from below. I was like, well, that's an interesting way to describe it. And I completely get what you're saying, because yes, naturally one is inclined to think the light comes from above down onto the map. And I changed it. That, by the way, sucked. It took a long time, but fortunately, because I did it like this, where all the lights were on a different layer, it was easy enough just to go back in and change the individual lighting. So it wasn't so hard. It was just a pain in the neck because I'd already done all of that work. I have learned from many mistakes in the past to make sure that everything stays on its own separate layer, even when I don't think it needs to be on its own separate layer. I'm quite adamant that I do that, just because I have no desire to go through an FFG redo. Let's quickly add in some extra shades in a few places, particularly in the important areas. So yeah, you're spot on. And I also think that light from that side looks better. 100%. I just stopped worrying about it, largely because I think FFG were right. I'm not sure it was FFG actually. Was Andy Hoare? No. That's Games Workshop's Andy. I can't remember. It doesn't really matter who it was. Definitely wasn't Green Renine, because it would have been Hal, and Hal just wouldn't have cared. He'd have been, yeah, that looks great, let's move on. Or he'd have said, can you please do this, this, or this? Hal's great. But yeah, definitely wasn't that. No, I'm confused. I don't remember which one it was. Doesn't really matter. All that matters is that it happened once. Alrighty, let's pull out. We have our first little village, right? So we've taken bloody ages to do that part, but I think it was worth doing a little bit of time. Let's we had beforehand it moving into a proper slum.
Sorry,
here.
I'm not sure.
Oh, I have Alexa here as well. You may have just heard her try to interrupt. Go away. Yeah, so I've got what was very carefully pinned out here as a slum moving into it next, sitting beside the worst of it, which would have been a nicely built part that they tried to build afterwards and has just devolved over the course of time and collapsed into the what turns out to be possibly nicer part of the village up beyond that. So I think we should do lots of thicker townhouses in this area where a lot of the old fishermen moved to, and where a lot of the arguments with the Temple of Sigmar spawned from as the townhouses got closer and closer to the old fishing village. So I think that's definitely something to do. We had the fishing village extending all the way down to there, but I think we need a bit more of a barrier between it and the far more industrialized section where we've got our shipbuilding area here. I'll leave it up to whomever comments first, but should we just go straight into our slums here and build those up? They'll be significantly faster probably because they're bigger, chunkier houses. Or would you like to see me move to another part and just map another random part elsewhere on the map? And if that's the case, tell me where. If nobody says anything, which is possibly the case because you might all be listening on headphones whilst doing something else wise like sleeping, I'll just move on to the next session and start moving on to the next bit. While we're doing that, I'll bring up the next comment as well. Another idea for a semi-vanity project says Yalab is maybe an Imperial signal tower chain comes to the city, perhaps from Waldorf. I think that's too expensive, and I already have the chains worked into my map. You might actually be able to see it. Let's pull up the master map and see if there's any of the chain on it. Because I have 2 chains on it for this era and 1 half finished chain. Let's pull up the master map section. Oh, there's one of them right up there. Let me just zoom in. That is one of the signal houses. And there's another one of the signal houses up there, which goes down to the signal house in the north wall, signal house here. Now, the Kalegen is just not on the route. And it would have to be a completely separate commission set that would be added on top of the existing ones. And it would be a direct challenge to the Emperor's choice because the Emperor's currently building his and putting them into place. I think it definitely could happen and perhaps should happen, but it probably wouldn't happen for another year or two because it'll take quite a bit of work to put into place. You could have a screwed up crap version of it, which I think could actually be quite fun too, as they attempt to make it look like they've got it, but it just simply doesn't work. Actually, there's potentially a story in that. I'm going to sit in that one because I think there might actually be a good story in that. Creative Fossey says, just continue building outwards. Want to see the city grow. Well, you said it. Nobody else has said anything. So you win, Creative Fossey. You're the best. So let's get rid of our little master map section that we had away. Just take a moment to take a look at that and go, oh my God, how big is this map? And it does give you an idea how big these maps are. Now, normally, if I was doing this for your classic double page spread, let's bring up our double page again, you'd see I'd only map that area here that's marked by the pages. And we did do it a little bit slowly because I have been talking a lot. Anyone who knows me knows that I do anyway. Pardon me. But yeah, that kind of slowed things down. Let's go straight into the next section and think about how it would have been built originally, probably as a tier of townhouses, and it probably went up to about there, and then land issues, arguments. So if we've got the main road, which goes between the original fort, let me just bring up that comment because that's correct. Spot on. And let's bring up that one there. Is this 300 DPI? Yes, it is. It's a 300 DPI US letter size map. And because it's a US letter size map, I dropped a half-inch bleed on it as well because it's easy to work in inches. It makes an 18 by 12 map in terms of inches. So it's super easy. It's a bleed that's far too high, assuming you know what bleed is. Normally, you'd only need around about 5 millimeters worth of bleed, but I generally always do that much bleed just purely because it's such a simple set of dimensions to work within. And it also means that the map can be, if it's ever turned into a poster at a later date, there's just that little bit of extra real estate, so to speak, that they're going to be able to print out onto, which makes it look a little bit better, hopefully. Often because poster maps are printed with maybe a white border around, so they actually go right to the very edge of what would have been the bleed anyway. So yeah, but this isn't designed as a poster map per se, because it is only 300 DPI. If I was doing it as a poster map at the same dimensions, it'd probably be 600 DPI, because that could be inflated up to twice this size and still look pretty damn decent. So that's that one. Let's get rid of that and consider where our roads are. So we'd have had the initial part there. The townhouses would come across there. They would have been building. But at this point, they start complaining, and the village puts up its complaints. Let's bring up our. Have I got the? We've got. Have I got the wall? And the wall is there. Okay. The on the other side is sort of our parkland. Our townhouses will go across here. So that's all townhouse, that's all townhouse, and they've all collapsed to slums. Okay, got it. Let's get my roads, because I now know where it goes. Right. That's size 9. Okay, so we've got our one road which goes straight across. I'm going to continue that road over because there's no way they wouldn't. I'm going to put that up to the same size of brush that I had last time. That's not a smooth brush. Much better. Clean harsh angles. We're on a road here. This was the original road that was taken by the nobles when they're moving down to the temple. It's also the road where all the supplies to the fort would have been taken. So that road stays straight. However, the one that goes off it here will not. Neither will this one. Neither will that. So that moves into that. So we'll follow the contours of the land as they flatten out there. And then that'll be separated out, and they'll have a back wall line there, which moves into the far more regimented, later built shipbuilding area here. Let's just square this off so I can see where it is. Right, we're going to have ships coming through. That edge will be slightly beveled. Will it? Do we have enough space to turn there? No, we don't. That needs to drop down the size. That pops out here, and this is a far more sensible section. So it goes straight and then cuts into the natural riverbank there. Now we're going to have to give it a smoothness here so that it doesn't catch all of the silt as it moves downriver. That section there as well, and do the same there. Right, so yeah, I'm definitely getting an idea of what this place looks like now. Lovely. Right, so let's look at my buildings here. We're going to cut up to about there. That's not going to have a road. It's going to be hovels there, townhouse there, what would have originally been their planned gardens, which are turned to a mess. Right, so let's get our lines. Brush size, I think it was size 4, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh, it's a tiny brush. These townhouses are going right over and up to the road and right up to the corner, and they are going to be long with nary a split, all built at largely the same time, not built particularly well, built somewhat cheaply. The central strut, central strut down the entire length, some of which have slipped slightly because of subsidence, because of the watery nature of where we are. All these cellars are probably filled with water or damp. Just quickly pop a couple of lines in to suggest where our tiles may be. We can tidy those up later, as we said. A couple of nooks. So these are regimented doors. So they all have a regimented section, and similarly for the back with the overhang. Okay, there would have originally been an attempt to provide them with what they require to live, communal And that's going to be various states of mess at the back. I'll put some trees in there as well. So behind here, we continue with the fisherman's village and its mess. Goes in. So all made at the same time. Then repairs over the course of the last 40, 50 years have changed lots of little details. So this is where we stop being regimented and we start adding in individual bits. Perhaps one's got a small section at the front with a hole in the roofing there. Do the slums. I've just mentioned there from Jaya. So let's quickly answer these and do slums. No, I'm thinking these ones are big. I'm thinking probably classic Warhammer Leany 4-story buildings that were originally built to accommodate all of the workers that are going to be down in the shipyards. These were meant to be awesome houses over several levels, attempting to duplicate some of the more successful parts and parts of Altdorf, but they very quickly devolved social housing that started off as one thing and has become something quite different over the course of time. Hey, Marianne, it's been very pleasant even having you blather away in the corner of my living room. That's what I do. Bang away to bed. Nighty night, Marianne. Lovely to see you here. I am, of course, still going because I can't help myself. So down this side, let's have one off this side as well. Extra extensions that were built over time. Extra boxes on some of them coming out. Someone who's built out of their roofing in a couple of places. Add a little something to suggest the layering of the building. And then when we do the other side, we'll also connect them loosely with a couple of the idea that you have to be really light with this stuff because you don't want to disturb the road at all. But draw a couple of lines across to give the idea that there's washing lines and various other things hanging up between the buildings. As I say, though, you have to be super, super careful with that, though, because if you do too much, it breaks the road up and it makes it look like the road just stops and starts. And in the end, all the map is really there for is conveying information. And if you're breaking up the conveying the information just because of something that looks cool, you've got to drop the cool thing, sadly. So our social housing almost certainly will be duplicated on the other side. And go into back here with a different set of developments on the other, where it's going to be far more free form as we move into this area, because this one was planned later in the day when they were attempting to take over the shipbuilding contracts that were being offered by Karaberg. So they were very keen to house a lot of people in a very small amount of space and made many errors, the biggest one of which was building on land that almost certainly was not capable of sustaining such large houses. Indeed, let's have one of them collapsed right down into it. So one of these houses will be much lower than all the rest as it's actually collapsed the subsidence. In many respects, just bring up this comment, we have to have a rookery in there somewhere, says Amiel. In many respects, this is almost turning into one right now, where if you consider Whitechapel and its layers upon layers of buildings that it had before they demolished them all. And they started off as relatively nice housing and then they just weren't anymore. Property values dropped, everything became a mess. Let's add all of the additional parts to the edge, because for all the main houses, their roofs are still largely in place. Many of them have got extra bits sticking out of it, leading up to the road there where the original townhouse presumably would be. have it curve around a little bit. Let's damage more bits. And then we want to get the idea of the knot of different routes that could be taken through this area. There as well. We'll fill that in with some extra roads in between them in a moment. Now, where does that go to? Well, we have to stop building our slums about here, because at about this point it hits a cutoff and it'll hit the back garden, or the back area, pardon me, of where our much more affluent area hits, and then goes up like so. So we're going to have houses butting up against the heavy back walls of the foremen and the shipbuilders and designers. There'll be a heavy wall there as well. Which creates natural gaps and spaces in the middle. Let's connect some of those up. And again, as I've mentioned more than once, this entire process is just box after box after box, and then imagining what those boxes look like down in the ground and thinking, well, I should have one of those here, another one of these, and if there's a wall here, how's that going to butt up against that? Where's it going to go? Where's my watch station going to go? If we're going to have one that's close to here, how are we going to incorporate that? Is there any gardens? Is there anywhere for people to grow local produce? If not, where are they getting their food from? Where's the local market? We have a lot of people here, so they're going to be gathering somewhere to get hold of all their extra food. And we've got a natural market area sort of building down here, but we're using this primarily for, so they're going to go from a fish mart, which means they're almost certain to gather in this area as well. So we'll probably want to open this area up here so that our fishers can sell in there. The Fishermen's Guild can sell in a loosely built fish market there. Let's go grab my roads and drop on the obvious parts for that. Because they're going to come up that hill, they're going to sell, and they're going to go as far as they have to, and they're not going to need to go any further than that. And any produce that's been taken from the river can pop into there as well. Okay, yeah, that works. Let's now fill in all of our little back passages here. You said back passages. And I'll fill that into there, I think. Yeah, that's already beginning to look a little bit twisty and turny. Combination of the original builds and the bits that have come off it. Yeah, that's sort of falling into place. We need a lot more around here. Let's go back to my original brush. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see if there's anything else there. And we have how about an area across the street from the Sigmarite Temple? Yeah, we're gonna get there. We're not quite there yet. I'm building my way over to it. I'm going to build around this square. And how would that square formed? What shops would be originally there? They'd probably try to put a Munger or so. Someone else would have bought one of them on the lower levels. Quite a few of these low level ones probably. Shops and general stores or whatever. Where that note? Let's not put in all the detail, just put in the loose shapes that I'm going to detail in afterwards. Create some natural blocks from the path that we have. Hey Blue, delighted to see you here. Are you meaning the blog that I currently have up on Patreon, or are you meaning my old blog that I have over on Blogger? Because I have more than one of them kicking around out there. The old blog that I have on Blogger should really have a link through to my new blog over on Patreon, but I haven't done it yet. All the Patreon stuff is beginning to build. And if you're finding the stuff useful, I'm just about to start a big World Anvil, effectively database, where I'm going to be covering pretty much every single town that's on all of my maps. And as I make my way through my game, because I'm going to be streaming the Enemy Within campaign, and as I make my way through that game, every location that you see on the various maps that I present, I'm going to be doing quick little articles about. I say quick little articles, me being me, they might end up being a lot longer than I prefer. But yeah, they're definitely going to happen. So watch out for that. It is coming soonish. I was going to get a link for that. I should go and do that before it gets so late that it never actually happens. So let me just quickly run up and find World Anvil. Right, so if I remember, I've got World Anvil on this browser. I run multiple browsers for multiple IDs. If I can't see it here, I'll go get the link off my laptop. Oh, wow, my computer is... remember last time when I said that... Okay, right, so again, my browser is crashing on me over here. I'm not sure how well you can see me. But apparently if I do anything in my browser, it doesn't like it. So I'm going to close off all these extra windows that are currently bouncing around. And hopefully that'll stop it from crashing. But yes, I do have a link popping up slowly. I hope you can still all hear me as I slowly but surely try to fish this off. It tells me that the entirety of this browser has crashed. But last time I was told you could hear me through the process of the browser not actually crashing. I'm going to get a link for this later. So even if it does fix itself, I'm not going to pick out the link just now purely because I'd rather the stream go fine. So let me just double check if anyone's made a comment. Oh, it's just popped up. You're fine. So you can definitely see me as I'm doing this. Okay, if that's the case, then I will grab this link so you've got it, because I think some of you will find this fascinating. So let me just quickly jump into my dashboard over at World Anvil. Now, if you don't know what World Anvil is, it's basically one gigantic GM tool where you can drop on maps and drop on details about the maps. You can drop on NPCs. You can create entire worlds within their software. I know the people that make World Anvil, and they are quite frankly the best, Janet and Demi. And when I approached them not so long ago and said, I want to do this, they were as excited as I was about doing it. They're going to sort me out for some proper Warhammer Fantasy roleplay character templates and everything, so I can just fill it in a spec without having to build my own ones on the inside. Right, I'll bring you up just a single article, assuming that I can make it work. It says this article's published. Okay, then this one you might find interesting, actually, because it does have the thing. So let me just double check if this is the correct address for it. I'm going to pop it in another browser and make sure that it goes. There's no point in me giving you one for the internal doc that only I can read. Let's see if this goes to it. Yeah, it was an internal doc that only I can read. It was worth checking. Give me a second. I'm still new with the World Anvil software, so there's going to be a slight delay while I figure out where everything is. View world. There we go. Oh, it's really slow. I do apologize for the delay. It's because maybe this link will work. I'll bring this one up because this one was created for one of the patrons because they're an all-access Lawhammer person who also has the right to that's the wrong word. Who has also backed us on Patreon to create something inside our world. And this is what I've been creating with them, which is the Anvil Coaching Company. They're one of the helpers at World Anvil as well, or staff. I'm not quite sure where they sit. So I incorporated parts of the World Anvil logo directly into their the artwork for Heldrade. The article's only half written, so if you do go over to that and find it, you're going to find that large chunks of it are simply missing at the bottom. I'm still working on this, but that's half the fun of these sort of bits of software. It's the work in progress aspect of it all. So let me just grab the World Atlas and hopefully I can bring up the Reichland. I can. Excellent. It's working now. And hopefully I can bring you up the Hammer version of the Reichland, which is halfway through getting made. That link may work at your end. It's a very almost Wikipedia style article written, but that does have, for example, my complete demographics of the Reichland in it. It's currently missing, I think, 4 of the Reichland estates for the
small Reichland estates. They've got a special little name for the super tiny Reichland estates that everybody forgets about. They're called the Kleinestande, as I recall. And I'll be pronouncing it wrong, trust me. They've yet to be added, but I have added the other ones. At least there's a couple of things. I'm going to be building up a pretty extensive database of stuff. Thanks for confirming that that works, Shalab. I'll just bring that up. Both links work. So you can also see the details of what I'm doing. I hope you're talking about World Anvil, because World Anvil is an incredible resource. I hope you're also saying that what I'm adding to it may become an incredible resource. I hope it will. I do. And yes. Oh, right. No. That's the Princedom of Altdorf. Just to be accurate, that's not just Altdorf City. The Princedom of Altdorf is much bigger. And if you caught our last stream where we were mapping all of the Princedom of Altdorf, you would have caught that. Let me just double check that is just the Princedom of Altdorf. Yes, it is. Hallsberg, which is the bit that we're doing just now, we're doing the capital of Hallsberg. It's got a population of 27,500, including what I presume to be about 10 to 15,000 inside this very town here. My populations are going to be relatively controversial. I do have a big post explaining why they are the way they are. But to sum up my population of Altdorf is just over 1 million people. It's exactly the same as written into the Altdorf book, I presume, because I assume that they went with that number. And it's because when I went to Games Workshop and sat down with them, we had a big long chat. And then let's say the conclusion of all that was Altdorf is the biggest city in the old world, which means it's the equivalent of the biggest city that Europe has ever had, ever. And it's the biggest city that the old world's ever had. And the old world is much, much bigger than Europe, because the Warhammer world is bigger than Europe. The Warhammer world is quite different to the real world in terms of its history and its population demographics and where the big cities are and where they've grown. And Altdorf is now the biggest one. So that means it has to be the Warhammer's equivalent to the biggest one. Cut a very long story short, a whole hell of a lot of people die in Warhammer, which means you need a whole hell of a lot of people to supply that. And to cut an even bigger, longer story short, it is not just their... Yes, there is a reason. I'll get to that in just a second. I'll just bring up that comment in a moment. It's not just that Altdorf is their Rome, their Constantinople, their London at its peak or any equivalent. It is quite literally their biggest city, which means it has to be the big version. It's the big version with its steam bridges, with dimensions that are not just 15,000 people in size. The map of Altdorf that I was going to do was going to be truly enormous. But obviously, I left the job. That didn't happen. I was going to be doing that map. Anyway, let's put all of that aside and let's get back to what we're doing. Answer this particular point first before I go, which is the reason the list is not in alphabetical order? There is. And I'll quickly list those ones. And for those of you who are just arriving, we're discussing an article I linked to a little bit further up. If you want to scroll up and find it in the comment section, it's Lawhammer Andy Law, Reichland Grand Province. We're discussing that one just now. And the Princedom of Altdorf includes Adenauer, Hallsberg, and Steikel inside it. I've yet to find a way to format the tables so I can box those off separately. And that's what I'm currently working on that article. The top levels here are the Reichland Estates. If you read a little bit about the Reichland Estates, it'll explain what they are. And because they three individual smaller provinces inside the Princedom of Reichland swear directly to the Emperor, they count as full Reichland estates. I can explain that another day if necessary. Down in Ubersreich, we've got the same. You'll notice Upper Teufel is the one that is in alphabetical order, and then Falkenhayn, Hallstein, Stimmerswald, and Ubersreich are out because they're all underneath Upper Teufel. The rest of them, Teufel, pardon me. The rest of them are in alphabetical order. So Upper Teufel down to Wolfen after that. So it's Upper Teufel with the 4 provinces that lie within it. And again, they're Reichland estates because, strictly speaking, the Upper Teufel, regardless of the noble family that's there, they swear directly to the Emperor. So they are Reichland estates by Reichland law. Anyway, let's see if there's any other bits. Hello, Blue. I'm glad you agree. Not everybody does. And I think that's something that is the joy of Warhammer. We all have our own versions, and I'm cool with that. Next is hello, I like RPGs. So do I, Vinley. I'm glad to see you here. Fanthala? I love the name. Explain Ostland. That's going to take far too long to explain. Ostland is over there, up in the northeast of the Empire. That'll do for the moment. Moving on to Phenomenal Andy. That's good. Well news. Well, Anvil. Christmas is coming big time. Yeah, I am doing the thing. We're going to have some bits of the World Anvil that are going to be for Lawhammer patrons only, but that's not the core material. All the core material will be 100% free to everybody. The only stuff that's going to be secret is stuff that's about our campaign, secrets about our NPCs, and similar secret stuff that's nothing to do with the overall stuff. That's all going to be all free, up for free, because that's awesome. And I behave myself now and acknowledge that the focus is right, Clint. It is a little bit at the moment, but here first, don't we all? I have a big map of Ostland. Maybe one day I'll get that bad boy up online somewhere. But I'm going to return to what I'm doing here, which is finishing off these slummy areas. This is in the town, for those of you who've arrived relatively recently, the town stroke city of Kalegen. Officially, if you want its designation as far as Reichland is concerned, in my version of Warhammer, this is a city because it will have a high temple of Sigmar. A high temple being the official designation of what makes a city in the Empire, my version of the Empire at least. Well, my version of Reichland, not the Empire as a whole. And the High Temple of Sigmar is above all the local temples of Sigmar, of which this town will probably have some in the region of about 15. Because, you know, it's Sigmar. And if he's going to do something, he's going to do it widely. Right, let's get these lines in place. Right, so originally a frontage here, like so. There's going to be one that was here. Building moved in here, popping in there, joining those up. This was originally okay. So we've got a building that moves in like that there, coming across, and then no, I don't want to do it that way. We just pull up that comment because I spotted it coming in. Our copper dome. You're desperate for your copper dome, isn't it? I think that actually makes a certain amount of sense. It's a good way to differentiate it from the surrounding details as well. Yeah, I'm going to keep that far simpler and go that way and then do it that way instead. Not quite sure what this building is yet. If anybody has any idea as to what this slightly currently H/I-shaped building is, feel free to give ideas. If it's a feature building, which it very well may be, we can possibly color this one in a different color. If this one should be going on to our key. What sort of things should we be having over here? We need to start thinking about this area, which is mostly slums. It used to be rich housing, but it has degraded over the course of the last 30, 40 years. It was originally built to house all of the boatmen and the shipbuilders, the tanners, and all the other chaps that we've already decided are going to be living inside this city. And as time has gone by, it has not turned out very well for those buildings. They're all now sagging, decrepit, hanging down in various places, chimneys that are broken, large... So I'm thinking maybe this actually, I'm getting an idea of what this place is actually. Let's put a big circle in here. Probably not. A little bit too advanced in terms of where they're sitting municipally. In terms of the municipal organization of it, there will probably be a single town hall. The village legally will have its own village elder, which it hasn't lost, which we've already discussed. So I imagine this area and the richer area is going to have some sort of grand town hall, which I imagine is probably poorly staffed and has fallen to misuse in several places because it's far too grand for the location that's needed. Perhaps we can even to try and reinforce some of the nature of what this town is, which is in many respects just a facade, that we could have a really nice front building part, but behind it, it's not that. Perhaps it's a really shallow building. So it looks great for the nobles that are being brought in, but it doesn't look so great if you should happen to look at it from the side. We've got quite a lot of thematic parts that we should drill down on as we move through some of the feature buildings. And every time we add a new one, we should think about what can we do to give the idea that this place is largely constructed and in place for politics, has had a lot of money thrown at it, money which no longer is streaming the way that it used to. So we have things falling into disrepair, and much of the cash which should be going to the Duke
is currently going to private concerns that are, for example, running the shipbuildings or the various other industries locally. And normally the Duke would almost certainly have tried to move in, build taxes, but he's concentrating so much on he's a High Lord of the Reichland. He's concentrating so much on doing his other job that he's not really paid too much attention to what's going on back in the town that he built to effectively be a big showcase of everything that he's doing. And it started to go a touch wild. The middle classes have started to take control of parts of it. They'll almost certainly be offering him money, for example, if we can get a little bit more freedom as they make their first attempts to try to get themselves a charter to be a free town. The Duke has no real interest in running an entire town, so he might be persuaded. But inevitably, when the true money starts flowing elsewhere and he sees that, he might regret being persuaded. There's all manner of different plot lines that we could put in place slowly but surely with a location like this. Let's mess up the hovels around this area. A poor planning was put in place here. Some of these are just hovels in the free land where originally they were doing. How far away is our main road where they're going to be coming in to be impressed? I think it's just further down here, but I'm going to zoom out to make sure. So yeah, we can't have a hovel past about this area. In fact, where's our park? Our parkland's about here. So yeah, we can't have any hovels past about there. Good. Yeah, that might be a good idea, actually. Or at least a building that was planned to be some form of town hall. But as when Hallskrug, the current Hallskrug, Leitman Hallskrug, that's if you look at the little Reichland geographic-y nonsense, he's actually mentioned on this, as I think I actually popped his name in. That'll be Leitman the 12th. Yeah, Leitman the 12th. The 12th Duke of Hallskrug. No, the 12th Duke of the 12th Leitman of Hallskrug. He will have changed the nature of the town when he started grasping power all over the place. So perhaps what was the original town hall was replaced entirely with this new one. And that town hall was sold off to ongoing concerns or utilized for other purposes. I'm quite happy with whatever anyone else thinks would make a good way of using that potential building. So we've got a potentially large building in this area that it would probably want to be on a main square, so maybe it even is this one. And if that's the case, I want to change its nature slightly, turn its front so it's got a slightly more classical feel. So we'll square that off like so, and then give the idea of a widening staircase leading up into that area. Possibly a couple of statues on the outside, and then drop a statue in the center of somebody with a nice little plaque sitting on that. Yeah, that would do. So that would, I'm thinking that possibly it's been taken over by a brewer, because we can turn these into stills or something similar at the back, or something else alchemical. It's quite a big building though. So we've got a two-story building here, which is built with somewhat of a classical facade moving into more old world leanings at the back. And then the back area, which may have been used for in a municipal town. They may have done hangings or something. They probably taken hangings out front, actually. That's now been turned into, I don't know, what is that? It's very much like it. There's stills and pipes and something. If anyone's got any ideas, feel free to drop it in. I shall drop in an extra building or two over here while that's being contemplated. That would originally had land attached to it, but now some of that land will be taken up. Someone's moved in there. Okay. Okay, no more ideas on that one. Cool, we'll worry about that after then. Right, so I'm imagining this area's kind of gone scrub in a few places. Have a couple of old buildings that have now collapsed to ruin. Right, this is for Warhammer actually quite an easy question. For different games, though, it's not so easy. Warhammer, it's easy because Warhammer elves express in the old world, in human cities, in very particular ways. Our wood elves don't. They just don't. Warhammer wood elves do not turn up inside cities in their own quarters. They might, as individuals, pass through for what reason X, Y, or Z. Some may even, in extreme cases, decide to live there on a permanent basis. But elves are super rare on the wood elf variety. The elves doing that almost don't exist. The only ones that probably consider it the Ymir. The Azrai just know that they're xenophobic and just not their cup of tea at all in the slightest. High elves, though, are a completely different thing. They're your Azure. They're far more interested in politics and trade and a variety of other things, and they do form quarters, but generally only in the places where they are directly or have an express interest. So to decide whether you have one in your city that you're building, you have to decide, do the local elves, do the high elves, pardon me, all the way back in Ulthuan have an interest in this place? And if the answer is yes, the answer is what? And then that will determine what sort of little quarter you should have. Marienburg, for example, the largest city in the old world, for all I was discussing earlier, that Altdorf was that. It's not, it's Marienburg. Marienburg is not just a center of trade for high elves, it's exceedingly important for the dominance that it has on the sea. So not just keeping contact with it for trade purposes is important, but keeping in contact with it for keeping tabs on it is important, and also for restraining and constraining the politics of the empire, because the empire that had access to the sea again potentially would come to dominate the waves, something that the high elves are not going to allow to happen if they have anything to do with it. Now, they might not like what happens if that were to occur. They might not have any choice about it. But Marienburg, super important to them. In a similar fashion, so is Nuln, so is Altdorf, because these cities are extremely important politically, historically. Nuln in the past was where the imperial seat was, so the elves were all over that, so they could follow the politics. Where Emperor Magnus settled, the high elves themselves were responsible for much of Emperor Magnus's power. And then you move to Altdorf, where the current imperial seat is. And again, the trade is, of course, important, but the politics for our elves are almost certainly more important. So they will cite themselves there. They will be under the guise of being nothing more than merchant princes, which in many respects they are. And they will then set about being elves, doing their elven thing, bringing in their dragon ships or whatever else they prefer. So on a Warhammer side, it's super easy to decide whether there are any local elven quarters, because the nature of the story that you're building for your location will determine that. Erengrad, right next to the sea, dominates the Sea of Claws. Damn straight they're there. The same goes for Marienburg further south. Same goes when we go down to Bretonnia. It's primary port cities, again, elven quarters in many of them. And that's purely because of what it represents to the elven dominance of the waves. There is several treaties in place where any ship that goes past a certain distance, like 30 miles or whatever from the coast, they're basically wandering into high elf territory, and high elves will destroy them if they do so, if they don't have the necessary paperwork to trade wherever it is that they're going to trade with, or anything similar. And that does not go down very well with many a free-thinking captain who may come from Tilia or may come from elsewhere. But with Finnubar the Seafarer, that's the most recent Phoenix King of the High Elves, the openness of the sea has become far more of a thing than it was previously, where beforehand the elves very jealously guarded the high seas. They no longer either A, have the capability to do so, so Finnubar adapted, or alternatively, they no longer have the desire to do so because Finnubar took them in a different direction, up to you in your own decisions and as to how that expresses in your game if you are interested in the good old elves. Right, let's quickly pop down through our comments. I imagine it's now split in three, left wing being brewery, central part being a general store, right wing being maybe a hospital. I like that. Let's make it a mercy house of Shalia. So we can have the building perhaps being donated to them. So having the right-hand section being taken over by Shalians who are going to be tending to local misery and horror. and doing so for free because they're Shellions and they can't help themselves. I quite like that. I think that's got that. And then a store sitting beside them, we can have ourselves a nice bit of tension running between the selfish desires of the store, the what appears to be less selfish desires of the Shellions, and the brewer off to the side, who is almost certainly constantly being bugged by the Shellions to create certain poultices, to have their stills be used so they can boil things. And there'll be a relationship there as well, which will sometimes be great, which will sometimes be less so. I think that's a nice triple. Good call, Yalab. Love it. Yeah, I think a Mercy House would be a better option than a hospital per se. But that's more my preferences. I like the idea of rundown, struggling workstation in a jail, understaffed, corrupt, and yeah, let's drop one of those in. Right, so let's have a little discussion about the Watch, because the Watch and Warhammer are quite different to most fantasy games. And this is something that's been going around now for a good 15, 20 years. The Watch, in almost all corners of the Empire, are actually the state army. They're not... I don't know, what would be the right word? They're not a proper police force. They're just not. They are the state army soldiers who are told to police effectively and ensure that the Emperor's law is put in place. It is seen by many of the state army regiments as terrible duty. Other state army regiments, it's all they've ever done. There's an old one that was done back in Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 2, the Fifers for Grisdenwald. That was one of the detachments. If you remember the rules for Warhammer, where you had main units and detachments, it was one of the detachments to the primary regiment in Grisdenwald. Was it Grisdenwald? Yes, it was Grisdenwald. And the Fifers were just watchmen. That's all they ever did. So the rest of the soldiers didn't even think of them as soldiers. They considered them to be useless. And they're proper watchmen. And I don't mean that they're policemen. We have a very modern view of what watchmen do. Watchmen don't solve crimes. Watchmen don't go out of their way to try and stop crimes being committed. All watchmen do is stop the law being broken. If they see the law being broken, they stop it. And if they've got someone who's clearly a criminal, they take them off to a magistrate or something similar. There's a proper term, it's a constable, to be tried, probably taken off to a judge to be properly tried, arrested, to determine what has to be done. But they don't go chasing down crimes to try and figure out what happened with a particular crime. If there's a murder, it's not their job. The crime's already happened. The law has been broken. They move on. It's not their job. It's left to the local populace to deal with it themselves. They have to go and speak to the Cult of Mor to get it organized. They possibly have to speak to the Cult of Verena to maybe get investigated. It's what the whole investigator career is about. People who can't get their crimes solved go to private individuals and say, can you do it on my behalf? And if you see a crime be solved, it is your civic duty to take that criminal to a constable so that they can be tried. The real watch, in many respects, are the civil populace. So the state army is quite different. Oh, we've got ourselves a bunch of crazy comments coming in. Let me just block those. Goodbye. Yeah, so the state army is not a watch force, but there are exceptions. For example, Altdorf has a massive watch, which is completely separate to and was separated from the state army. This is a professional police force and one of the only proper professional police forces in the entirety of the old world. Watchmen are not quite as most people imagine them, because we've all got a very modern view. They're far more like the Watchmen, strangely enough, from history, where Watchmen in history, and indeed the first police forces, did not police, in that they did not chase down crime. It wasn't their job. Their job was just to make sure that the streets were safe, and that's it. If crime went on, they often didn't care. So that's an interesting little aside for you. An infirmary, I think we can mix that up possibly with our Mercy House and have a proper infirmary for the state army up in the barracks, because we have a state army barracks that's going to be in the bottom right-hand corner of the map. There are rivals, both scheming to kick the other out the hospital and take over that wing to expand the business. Yeah, I like that. Although we did that, we'd really want to have the hospital in the middle. And I quite like that as well, acting potentially as the reasonable voice between the two quite capitalist exteriors, and we have our quite non-capitalist middle with our Shellions. So yeah, dropping the Shellions in the middle is quite nice. Plus, what gives us a very classical route up into the Shellion Mercy House, where we have our old marble stairs, which are now a bit broken, the columns, which are a bit broken as well to either side, where it was originally built as the town hall. I quite like that. That's got a bit of a thing. Speaking of elves, This being a house town of the ambassador, would there be some sort of permanent diplomatic presence? I don't think there'd be a permanent one. I've been thinking about this because when I was talking about the elves and where they site, I was going, could we add one? At the back of my head, multi-threaded thoughts going there. I don't think so. The high elves are a little bit too long term, and this is a bit too new. We don't have a pressing need for them to move from Altdorf. We don't have anything that's particularly happening down here other than him boasting and occasionally doing politicking away from the primary emperor seat of power. And that makes sense, but the High Elves really don't care about the minor bickering of the individual family lines. They're far more interested in the bigger picture. The bigger picture, I think, is still firmly sighted in Altdorf. If anything, it's more firmly sighted in Altdorf than it ever has been in imperial history. Altdorf is very much the center of the empire, and after the enemy within, that is either consolidated or completely broken, depending upon how you resolve your enemy within. So I think not, but I think that the Aeonir would. They are massively interested in influencing overall imperial policy, and they probably recognize far more keenly that Holzkrug is possibly someone that they can use more easily than Holzwig Schliesten, largely because the Emperor is so firmly, at least in the time of the enemy within, under the thumb of other people. Meaning that the Wood Elves are very much on the exterior attempting to look in, where Holzkrug is looking for extra leverage and extra power and extra stuff, which the Aeonir very likely could supply him in exchange for things. So I think it's quite likely some of those might be close by. They're very unlikely to be inside the city, but there might be a small encampment of maybe 5 or 10 of them, probably some of them following the path of shadows, some of them most certainly attached to Liadria, what's her face, the Mistwalker. They'll be very interested in the politics and watching and monitoring who's coming in and out. They may have one of them installed as a minstrel, working in one of the most frequented inns. That seems quite likely as well. So I think there's all sorts of ways that they could be incorporated. But I think that the Wood Elves, the High Elves, pardon me, probably not. Oh, thanks. I'm quite enjoying just sitting here talking about crap. As I said before, when I do more of these streams in the future, I'm going to be moving most of them over to the Lawhammer account because this has really nothing to do with the Rookery. The only reason that the Rookery is presenting this one is because I'm using the stuff that I did in my Rookery tutorial. So the next one will almost certainly be over down on the Lawhammer account, which is yet to get a video on it. So that'll be quite fun. Yeah, we have Reichsguard disperse, Altdorf riots. But yeah, exactly. And that's exactly the case. When the local watch are incapable of doing what they need to do, the Reichsguard are often deployed, or someone else who is under the authority of somebody who is interested in dispersing those particular riots. But Altdorf most certainly does have an established police force, and the watch is not particularly good. And I don't think we should view the watch through our modern eyes as police. They're very much a bunch of self-interested folks who have been tasked with one job, which is to keep the emperor's peace. And the Pax Imperialis does not necessarily involve hunting down a crime that's already occurred. Their job is to deal with the stuff that's right in front of them. So yeah, and yeah, I will just say the Slaneshi bots are indeed back. Gallows in the square. I think we definitely need to have Gallows somewhere. But given that this is not the primary place of administrative judgment, I don't think I'd put it here. I'd probably have it somewhere near a courthouse or similar. So we're going to be moving over into the richer areas where more administrative and law-based stuff is occurring. And that's most certainly not here where we're in a place that used to be something that is now turned to slums. But yeah, I definitely agree we need those. And can we roll this back to the Heiress being trained as a wizard? How about an Aeonir teacher, or do they do this? Oh. Now that is a way to get in with the local Holzkrugs. Dude, I like it. That's exactly what the Aeonir would do. The Aeonir can channel all 8 winds of magic, much like the Azrai can, although in Warhammer, the Azrai are generally only given, Jade and Dark and Light or whatever. Doesn't mean they can't do all the rest. It's just for game balance. And also for theme, they're not giving all the rest. They do have the capability to do it in the same way that in Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, you don't just get 2 or 3 spells like you do in Warhammer. It's a different game at a different level, demonstrating different things. The Aeonir absolutely would do that. Absolutely would. Yeah, one that was capable of channeling Azir, would know spells. They would almost certainly have to steal some of the Imperial teachings to ensure that they'd be interested in making sure that to ensconce themselves firmly with the Hallskrugs, they would need to do the following. One, make sure she was safe in that she didn't accidentally do stuff around her because she was an untrained witch, because that happens. So they need to make her safe. That they probably couldn't do without some guidance because they're not human. So they'd probably look to get some of the Imperial manuscripts on it, some of the college teachings on how best to control magic. So that'd be one. The second one, they'd probably teach them stuff that no college ever would teach. That makes for a really interesting character that's the daughter. And the last one, and probably the biggest one, is they would need to guarantee to the Duke that they can make his daughter not look like a witch. And that means that she's going to have to be in an environment with wizards and them looking at her with the sight and see no witch, which means that they're going to have to do something to cover up the fact that she's a witch. There are all manner of different ways of doing that, ranging from spells to magical artifacts to, let's just say, lots of different ways of doing it. So I think that's the answer. The Aeonir have gone out of their way to get their way in. So that does give ourselves a teacher that explains the daughter, explains the tower. Oh, I love it. Let's see if you've dropped any other good bits in there. Good idea. Yeah, I absolutely agree. That is that's added a good little bit of extra tension in here, and it also provides some strong influence directly onto Hall's crew, because knowing that means that at any time they can also release that information, effectively bringing his bloodline to an end. His job is probably going to be to try and marry his daughter off in such a fashion that they will willingly take House Hallskrug as their house, which, let's be honest, not a lot of chaps are often willing to do unless there's some recompense, but quite a lot of head of households will be looking at their minor sons going, well, I could basically sell him. Hallskrugs are rich and the political influence they have is significant. I'll sell him. I'll basically sell them to the Hallskrugs and he can be in House Hallskrug from now on. And we're going to get significant benefit out of that. And any offspring that they have will carry on the House Hallskrug rather than going over to the other house. But if they're rivals of the Hallskrugs, or indeed if the rivals of the Hallskrugs hears of this, they might try and stop it. All those lovely politics are what makes the game of houses, so to speak, all the more fun. Yeah, quite like that idea. If you've got any other ideas for how that could manifest, just throw them out there, because we've got quite a lot of different ways that that could occur. Let's make it really messy at the back. Moving into the back there. Yeah, I quite like that one. In fact, I'm going to make this entire area one quite heavy slum. It's going to be just boxy to begin with, but this area is packed on top of itself. Once you go into this area, this area is going to be a proper rookery, probably. Broken buildings, leaning on broken buildings, leaning on broken buildings. Yeah. Yes, a matrilineal marriage. And there's nothing in Imperial law that forbids it. In particular, it doesn't matter what Imperial law is, Reichland law in this case. There's nothing in Reichland law that forbids it. It's not forbidden because of the very strong relations that Reichland has with Visenland, where matrilineal marriage is common. It spans back all the way back to their very first Electra Countess. And I'll admit there's been a certain amount of, what? Emmanuel von Leibowitz is in Nuln, then it must be all women in Visenland, mustn't it? And various writers down through the years have reinforced that multiple times at various historical points. But to cut a long story short, matrilineal marriage down in Nuln, Visenland, that general area has become somewhat of a standard, yet there's always been a bit of a fear by various official writers to directly state it. I was going to directly state it as part of the political mess up when I did my sections of Empire in Ruins, but sadly that did not come to pass because I didn't write my sections of Empire in Ruins because I was no longer in that particular job. I had what, about 10,000 words to write about effectively
the massive political hellhole that is the empire and why it was about to explode like a giant keg of gunpowder. And I was really looking forward to doing that bit. Graham and I had loads of discussions about how it could go. Without giving away any spoilers for how My Enemy Within is going to end, Emmanuel is exceedingly important in a way that not even she realizes. In the same way, Katerina Todbringer of Middenheim, exceedingly important. And that was reinforced by many of the plot lines that we were putting in place for Empire in Ruins, some of which I think is still in Empire in Ruins, but their importance has been lost entirely. So I imagine when I do my version of Empire in Ruins, it's going to look very, very different to the official one because I'm going to do my own things. I always do. But I imagine there's going to be quite a bit of crossover here and there between the official version and the version that I do, largely because the official version still got echoes of the original plots that we'd put in place. Anyway, let's have a quick check if there's anything else. I'm sitting here. Oh, thanks for the sigh. I wish it'd gone to. How many people actually live in one house in general, and are they family members or strangers? Imagine most people live in tight spaces. Yeah, this is a general question which has loosely a general answer because it changes in every district in a particular city. It also changes according to species. You can have a very nice looking townhouse from the outside that might have 70 halflings in it because the clan lives in there. They live cheek to jowl, and it's how they like to live. Where alternatively, that same townhouse might have 3 humans in it, and that includes the staff. Each house is going to have its own story, and I wouldn't like to give a specific answer as in this is how many people live in every type of house, because it's really not like that. Rookeries, for example, it's not even so much that like 20 people might live in those 2 or 3 rooms. It's literally who can squeeze in where and take that right. Maybe somebody believes they own a certain section of it. They take coins for people to move into a section. Criminals will be rife. There'll be all sorts of people. Sometimes the population density is extremely tight. Sometimes it's really loose, though, in some rookeries. So that the rookeries being the worst slums that are stacked on top of each other. Similarly, most townhouses, so your average 2-story townhouses, or perhaps in a standard imperial tenement, most of them will have a family unit, and that family unit can vary anything from 1 up to maybe 20 if they've got perhaps a couple of families living there, maybe grandparents and kids. So it's really difficult to give a specific answer to that one. And that's actually to our benefit when we were mapping, because it means that we don't need to worry too much about exactly how many buildings are there. What we need to worry about is what's in the buildings and what we decide to put in the buildings. So our slums, we generally go, this is a high population area. Our townhouses, our general tenements, they're mid-population. Our richer areas, they're very low, but you might find they're a lot higher than you think because often the staff live on site. And that's something that's often forgotten because we have a very modern view of going to your job. No, they just live there. That is their life now. And they don't get to go anywhere else. And often they never leave the house. They're just going from level to level, doing whatever particular job it is that they're responsible to do. And that can often mean that a house that officially only has 7 residents inside it actually has closer to 50, depending on the nature of the house at hand. So to finish off on that question, the answer is, varies. It's up to you. Plus, because it's the Warhammer world, or indeed your fantasy world, whichever one you're doing, you can almost decide yourself how population density works. It's a bit of a complicated one, and sadly, I didn't have a nice, simple answer for you. I apologize. Let me just get rid of that. Oh, why is that on a different layer? I put that in the detail there. Let's get rid of that. That's not going to be there. Where's my lines? Let's go down here. And let's finish off this little rookery area and fill it all up with some color so we get an idea of what we're doing. I've completely stopped. I'm meant to be going to... where has the lines gone? It's not there. Did I put it up higher by mistake? No, I didn't. Is it on the detailing level? Nope. Let's just switch off all the levels. It's on one of those levels. I put it on the wrong level. I put it on the highlights level, you idiot. Drawing on the wrong layer. There we go. Right, let's get back to what I was doing. Yes. So for those of you who are only listening, Aleb just asked,
Can we get rid of the population problems with a strong dose, a nice dose of hand wavium? Yes, we can. However, I will say that, as I mentioned very near the beginning of this stream, I always try to make sure the area I'm mapping into is the correct size. So, for example, if I'm choosing to map a town of 40,000 people, it will be approximately a mile square, because approximately late medieval, early Renaissance, or similar areas, it was about 40,000 people per square mile. Now, you could argue it's maybe as low as 27 in some cities. You can argue it's as high as 60 in others. There's all sorts of arguments as to how many people were in each individual city. The problem is that none of the censuses were accurate anyway, as I discussed at the beginning of the stream. And most of the numbers that we have for historical cities were made up by people with very real political interest in a city being a particular size. So you can, to a degree, hand wavium historical city sizes as well. They are largely political discussions. They're not actually necessarily accurate discussions. If you go over to Wikipedia and say a nice little something that says this Chinese city had a population of 1,200,000 people at approximately 200 AD. You go, oh, that's very interesting. Then you go over and you go, Constantinople had a population of 1 million people at this particular date. You know, that's very interesting too. All nonsense. We don't know how many they had, but we do know they were big. And that people made lots of claims regarding population numbers, and we know how big the cities were, so they make up population density sizes from the assumed population numbers. Rome population numbers are apparently notorious for this. As I mentioned earlier in the stream, I read a lovely book from someone who basically said everything about Rome was largely made up for political reasons, and that the actual population of Rome was probably far, far bigger than anybody realized. But, you know, they just didn't. Who can be certain whether that's true or not? I know I'm not. I just read a book and I was just trusting that book. Right. Anyway, hand wavium. It's definitely the case for that. If you're looking to make sure your maps are about the right size, approximately 1 square mile per 40,000 people. So if you decide your map is approximately a third of a square mile, you'll have about a third of that population. This map here, for example, is set up to handle a population of approximately 15,000, maybe a little bit less. And I'm cool with that. And this is altogether too regular. Let's mess it up. I mean, most of this would just be detritus into the streets, truth be told. And we are opposite the temple. I'm loving the fact that the slums have reached the temple and they don't like that at all. The priest will not be happy. She may be a priestess. That's still not decided yet. We haven't really built a story for who she is or isn't. And as you can see, all these sections are basically box after box after box. So I'm going to add in the roads now, so we can see where all the roads sit there, and then just color in parts of these areas so that we can start to see this area come into place. Because it's always good to mix up what you're doing so you don't go slowly but surely insane. And by you, I mean me. That is not the right layer. That is not a road. There we go. So we've got hard ground at the back here. And we can get rid of the road color where those stairs are. That goes in there. We've got a road that goes up here. A lot of this is going to be sort of loose ground, paths leading through at the back, not proper roads at all. That's going to lead in through here. I'm going to road that out a bit more firmly there. Give the idea that that just goes in. There's a little bit that's open in there as well, so let's open that up too. There we go. Then we'll go around those lines with a little bit of detail. So that's just dirt, which will be far more clear once the buildings are actually colored. Currently they are not, so it's difficult to differentiate one line from another. We'll be doing that in just a second though, so hopefully it'll all start to make more sense in just a mo. Okay, let's cover those. Path going through there too. Let's maybe open it up so you can get directly into there. Yeah, this place looks super friendly. Got to remember that for all slums were awful, many of the individual buildings inside slums, buildings, rooms, or whatever, many of them were lovely. Just because some people are living horrible lives in there doesn't mean everybody is. There are an absolute hodgepodge of different sorts of people, particularly when you've got a slum that's built like this one, where we've had ourselves something that was once nicer that has grown gradually worse over time. So that means you've often got some of the original inhabitants still kicking around, people who've managed to survive through one plague or another plague. And yeah, that's definitely quite the area. And didn't do the other side, kind of wish I had. But I'm going to color in this one first, so at least we've got one area colored in. We'll move over to the other side and do that. Well, let's see where we are. Just take a moment. We're coming up to the 6th hour. I think that deserves a can of Coke. In my case, can of Coke 0 because I'm diabetic. I can't drink Coke. Much better. Let's add in a couple of roads at the back there too. Just notice somewhere. Where's my roads? I've lost track because I'm too busy. I was on the roads there. Let's connect those up to the outhouses at the back. Let's connect that up too. Again, much of this won't make sense until it's actually... I'm going to block that off actually, so that we can have that as part of the brewery at the back. That's separate to the trading house, which is separate to the outside area for the Shallians. Love it. Like so. Perfect. Yeah. That was Yalub. Good idea there, Yalub. Thank you very much. Still liking that. Right, let's add our color in. Color. Our buildings are currently a sort of browny color, so let's just stick with that so that we don't get too confused as to what's what. Maybe add a bit of color here and there for other areas if we need it. Okay, so this is actually a feature location, so I'm going to do that purple. Let's do our feature locations first. Do we have any other feature locations other than this? Currently, we only have our tripartite building here, which is 1 part shop, 1 part brewery, and 1 part Shallian Mercy House, with a 3 split rear area, which I might color in slightly different colors in a couple of areas. Right, just go over there, like so. I want all of them to have a space at the back, so I'm going to empty out that area as well so that the brewer also has a little bit of backyard space. Yeah, I love it. There we go. That's going to work. Okay, we don't have any other feature location in this particular area. I'm cool with that because it's a big slum anyway. So let's pull that up. Any other comments as I'm passing by? Oh, we do have a couple of comments. Let's just bring them up. Yalab asks. Okay, so we have a statue there. Any ideas who it might depict? I've not made any decisions on that. If you have any ideas, the obvious choices would be someone who was obviously important locally. We're currently down near the slum area. This was originally built for shipbuilders and tanners, local workers. That's the best way of putting it. So it could be someone who's important to local workers, or it could be something more divinely inspired or a local hero. I'm quite happy with anything there. It could even not be a statue. It could be something else of importance where people are maybe making offerings or something. What's next? For feature locations, there's a building with a circular shape on the top at the end of the Curve Valley, perhaps Shrone. I think you meant shrine. Right, where is that one? He said. So let's just double check that. For the feature, there's a building at the end of the curved alley. So we've got a curved alley. There's a sort of curved alley there, sort of one there where we here. I'm not sure quite what you mean. I'm looking around. Let's have a look here. We've got one. You mean this one over here, perhaps? Yeah, I'm not quite in that area. I'm only blocking out this area first. So assuming you mean that one, I think that's not a bad ask. I'm only blocking this one first. So if you see anything you think should be purple in there, let's do that. And yeah, why not? Yeah, why not? A nice grotty gambler's den into the slum, and possibly worse, a foot there. Yeah, let's drop one of those in. We don't want it to be too close to the other feature building, so let's pop it in here. So it's behind some of the other works. How are you going to get into that one? We can make it a double building, so it's also incorporated into that one too. There we go. Gambler's Den that has a front that looks completely different. You probably have to make your way through somebody's washing to get down into this horrible place. High stakes, naughty stuff, maybe some Ranaldins, or maybe something else that folks can come up with. Maybe some other nefarious business is conducted here as well. All right, let's go fill in all our brown houses before I forget to. Right. Again, I could do this quicker by just doing a fill over the area, but I'm not going to because I'm me and I sort of enjoy doing it the slow way. I'm not going to burn that. Leave that as loose ground. Yeah, these are not good houses. Okay. So anyone got any other ideas for what sort of awfulness could happen in our little potentially Ranaldin place? But it is a sad stereotype to always have all gamblers' dens be Ranaldin. And I like to mix it up if we possibly can, but sometimes it just fits and it's the way we should do it. So if anyone's got any other ideas for what could occur there, do feel free to ping them in. I'm not sure if we're ever going to write all of these things down and turn it into like a Hall's Krug little fan supplement, or just drop it up on. In fact, I could drop it up onto the World Anvil version, because it wouldn't be too hard to do that. In fact, on that, I'll just drop another little detail. I'm going to be putting up quite a lot of extra details about Ubersreich into my World Anvil one, because one of my PCs comes from Ubersreich. In fact, no, that's a lie. 2 of my PCs come from Ubersreich. And one of them is exceedingly important to the overall political scheme. He's the son of Duke Jungfreud, who was recently kicked out of Ubersreich. And he's effectively on the run because, well, his dad's entire family are kind of wanted for being just themselves. It's a massive political upset occurring in the Reichland, and potentially the source of many a civil issue to come. Finar, it's almost certainly going to happen. So to support that, I'm going to be adding in, no, not Wendelin, it's the other one, Gerhardt. Just to bring up there, Yalab was asking, I also noticed he was asking about some rooster fighting. I think that's a good idea, actually, for what could be going down. We've got an open, let's make that very open, actually. We could, oh no, we've got a small pen at the back there as well. Yeah, you could definitely get some, pardon me, rooster fighting coming in at the back there. Love it. Or potentially snotling fighting if you want to go a little bit more Warhammer, or some other creature that we could pull up. Maybe it's all manners of different creatures that are pitched against each other with various bets. There's all sorts of nice things there. Anyway, so Wendelin is the youngest son of Jungfreud, at least the youngest legitimate son of Jungfreud. As a quick way of imagining the Duke of Jungfreud, take someone like Tywin Lannister and make him a little bit more self-centered, if that can be said. Where Tywin at least he was thinking about what was best for his family, or at least that's what he believed. We're often Simon Jungfreud just isn't. But he's exceedingly good at being a duke. And he's exceedingly clever. And his middle son, Gerhardt von Ubersreich, or Gerhardt from House Jungfreud, depending upon which particular appellation you prefer. Gerhardt's studying for university up in Altdorf when it all kicks off badly. And he is mentioned in the starter set because, well, I've dropped him in there because I intended to use him at some point for one thing or another. And Gerhardt is one of the PCs. And he's on the run outside Altdorf trying to figure out what the hell he's going to do to help good old dad, who's currently wrapped up in some of the worst politics that the Reichland has seen for the last
well, who knows how long. So that's going to be quite fun. The other character is playing his childhood mate and now priest of Sigmar in one of the more obscure orders. I'm not going to say which order just in case we last minute decide to change it. But it's an order that I first hinted at in the Tome of Salvation a very long time ago. In that each of the capitulars of Sigmar has got its own order that is responsible for one of the holy sites of Sigmar. And he's from one of those holy sites, and it's a holy site that was mentioned in a couple of books for relatively obvious reasons if we decide to go down that route. So I'm going to be going over to World Anvil and just filling out all the rest of the details for Ubersreich that I was originally going to put in the starter set. We simply didn't have space for. So this is going to be new original material that you can use and supplement to any of your Ubersreich stuff out there if you fancy. Anyway, let's. I think we've done all of our little buildings here. Well, I could do these ones down here, but I'm just going to do it in blocks. I'll block off this one. I'll then finish off, put in another road, finish off this block, make it clear where the park starts, another does end, and then finish off that block. So we can just work our way block by block by block. Any other comments before I move on? A semi-regular fair. Run by Ronaldin. Toy maker. Oh, nice one, Charles. I like it. When fabulous wooden statues, stuffed monster plushies. Who doesn't like a monster plushie? Yay. Apparently I was a monster plushie there. I'm not sure why I did that. Yeah, I quite like that. Semi-regular carnival fair. Yeah, I particularly like the idea of a Ronaldin toy maker attempting to get in with the local politics. Because there's some particularly significant politics building in our version of Kalegen here as we talk it all out. And I quite like the idea of someone who's trying to get in with that, so has moved what was his traveling fair outside of the town. So just so we remember it for later, let's drop it up there with a big circle, which I've dropped onto my lines. Ronald. There, I'm going to spell it with a Y because, you know, it sounds oldie worldy. And it's legit, but also a good way of spelling these words. Yeah, I quite like that. That's got a certain amount of flavor. Let's drop that up there. Thanks very much, Charles. Good idea. My PC's managed to break Wendland out of viewers. Oh, well done. And delivered to his father. That earned him some nice coin. Good job. Yeah, that was one of the plot hooks we quite enjoyed putting into place. Andy and I both have quite a lot of fondness for the, let's say, the Ubersreich setup. There was a lot of fun building as an already existing setting and turning it into something we felt much bigger and also a bit more real than what had come before. And I know that's silly to say for Warhammer. It feels more real, but we tried to make Ubersreich feel a bit more like a living, breathing place. Rooster fighting sounds like the owner of the place might be a family of halflings. Halflings and their giant cocks. It's an ongoing joke at Games Workshop that they still use to this day, that the halfling symbol is a giant cock for the Mootland. And it still makes people laugh because what did we say earlier in the stream? We're all just kids. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Why didn't that come up? Because I've got the wrong color. That's the truth. We're all just kids. So let's drop in the shade that we were discussing before. Again, if you want to know the settings for that, this is all in the tutorial that I popped up on the Rookery, inside the Rookery Patreon, which is going to be going up for everybody to watch who's a patron next Monday. Let me just sort in my shadows on this side and there. In fact, my shadows are a bit weird there, but whatever. It'll do. I'm going to drop some down there. It's because we're almost direct straight angles there. Oh, Yalab's asking something else. I'll be with you in just a second, Yalab. I'll finish off doing these sections first. I want these walls to look like they've got some height. So let's drop it in that way. In truth, most of this should be chimney, because that would be the case for a place like this. It'd be chimney after smoke belching chimney. So I should probably add a few more of those on.
Right, that immediately gives it just that little bit more depth. I'll put some highlights on it in just a second. Yeah, that makes it feel a little bit more real. Let's give this some proper depth. Where the building's going to go. Starts there. And then we've got... I'm not deciding where I want to put that really, do I? So I'll do for the moment. I'll worry about more after. Once the Bog King. Once the Bog King started to speak in the mind of one of the PCs, those PCs, they started to very quickly look for opportunities to get down. The Bog King obviously came about for a variety of reasons. Not many people noticed, though, that there was a Super Mario joke in there as well. Did anyone notice the plumbing Super Mario joke in there? I ask just in case anybody did. There are all manner of little secret references throughout that book. The Bog King, though, was it was a creation of both Andy and ours as we were sitting down, organizing locations. I'd mapped out everything in Ubersreich. I'd listed all the primary locations. I'd given them over to Andy and said, this is what I want each one of them to do. And we were going through potential extras for the back of the book. And that one of those was the Bog King. And it didn't start off the way it was. It just started off as a weird cult. And slowly but surely, as we grew more and more, let's say, daft, we ended up with up the toilet, pulling you down. The Bog King who pulled people down through bogs, but was also a bog octopus, so a Bog King. And it was all a very silly joke to us as we were building it, but it became quite terrifying in the writing, and we kind of loved it. Come the end, we loved the Bog King far more than we had any real necessary need to, and we fully intended to take the Bog King story onwards into the Altdorf book, where we're going to have the Bog Emperor. But that's a story that never got told, sadly. And it was going to be the same octopus that had managed to move his way over to Altdorf and was down amongst the sewers of Altdorf. And it was going to be proper horrible. It was going to turn really quite grim and nasty. And it was going to have its own little adventure hooks, largely because at the time when we were planning as I was planning the Altdorf book, we were very, very, very busy on the Rat Catchers Guild. And the Bog King basically came to dominate parts of the Rat Catchers Guild because so many people really like the Bog King. And I was like, well, if so many people like it, there's no reason why we can't take this on a little bit further and do a little bit more with it. That is a terrible brush. Let's go with that one in size 4. And let's update. That's how that looks like. That's still not what I was looking for. What's going wrong? Oh, the highlights are down. Why are the highlights down? Huh. Who knows? Well, that looks ridiculous because it's too highlighted. There we go. That's better. Catch the bits that I missed when I was being far too quick earlier. Let's just pick out a few of the highlights on our buildings. Not too many, just enough so that we can build up the character for it. Anything that's really high will make quite white so that it stands out a little bit more. Give that slightly false impression of height. Let's double check if there's anything else here. Missed one. Our legs convenient is one of nicely done. Gambling den. Headhunter is a psychopath. Ruthless recovery of gambling debts. I do enjoy a psychopathic gambling owner. I agree. Marius and Ludwig Emperor, of course. Marius and Ludwig. How dare you? I'm sorry. There are tons of little asides that nobody has spotted in that book. I added a few extra when I did other books. I mean, I did quite a lot more writing than I'm credited for because obviously I left the job and whoever was responsible for taking over didn't know who had written what and where things had come from. And I gave a fairly comprehensive list, but apparently it didn't make it through everywhere. So there's a whole bunch of credits that I missed, but there's still quite a number of silly little inside jokey things which nobody else has spotted yet, which still make me smile. I mean, they're not necessarily all of the same caliber as the good old priest of Moor inside the core book, whom to this day I still adore. And if you don't know about Father Wilhelm, then you should go check him out. He's on the priest write-up and mentioned something about come the midnight hour. And he is indeed a priest of Moor. More.
That is one that I, to this day, will always adore. It does, however, mean that I don't pronounce it Once Upon a Time because we couldn't during the course of our games. Because the family, this Upon a Time family, were so important to one of my games that it just turned us all into, well, we laughed at it too much and it ruined the mood sometimes because it was so silly. So we now say Upon Team. It's the only way that we can present the family without it getting a bit daft. Some of the names I can live with, like say the Jungfreuds, for example, which is basically just a conflab of Jung and Freud, the two philosophers together, Jungfreud. And that's a name that you can say without really having too much of an issue. But there's certain names I change. Like there's no Idam Gauda in my game because it's just too ridiculous. And if I'd been in control of that book, I'd have upset a lot of people and I would have subtly changed that name. Where names like Once Upon a Time, I adore because you don't notice it until much later. It's a beautiful pun. Love it. It's much like the von Dammenblasts and similar. You just don't catch their names first time round. And then when you read it like 4 or 5 times, you're like, wait a minute, is that saying that? Yeah, I love it. And yeah, I agree. Idam Gauda is just, for me, a step too far. Some of the jokes from that era of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 1 or two of them don't quite land for me, but that's fine. We all have our own preferences, and what some people consider is too far, other people think is perfect Warhammer. I tend to, well, when I was running things, I've got a limit, and my limit is generally come the midnight hour, we cry more. And that's about my limit. It's a joke that made people groan from end to end of the various conventions when I was discussing it to people when we were first pitching Fantasy Roleplay 4. And they're like, how can you write that? And I was like, because I can't help myself. It's great. I love writing Warhammer. The little jokes of that ilk almost make Warhammer what it is. But some of them, yeah, they do get too far. Some writers really get it. Some writers don't, and they sort of force it a little bit. Some writers are really cunning, and they hide it in the text so that nobody notices it until much later. I remember being called out for a joke that I had dropped into, of all things, the very first thing that I wrote for Fantasy Roleplay 2nd edition, which was Life and Death in the Reich in the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay Companion. And I dropped in a bunch of subtle ones because I'd been told that I wasn't allowed to do jokes because Fantasy Roleplay 2 had a very different tone to Fantasy Roleplay 1. And I felt that was unfortunate because I thought it was an inherent part of what Warhammer sort of was about. But equally, there was a way that you could drop a few in without it necessarily going silly. And one of the ones that I dropped in got called much later out by others. And amusingly, it was one that I didn't even originally want to add. It was one that I got requested to add by the developer at the time because we were discussing the article and how to make it better. And she made a suggestion that we could drop in the Cole Porter joke. Because we were discussing the different types of stevedores and the different porters, which interestingly harks back to part of the stream approximately 4 hours ago when we were discussing the different types of stevedores that this town might have. And I'd mentioned that the Cole Porters had an everything goes attitude, referencing Cole Porter's song, Everything Goes. And that was, at that time, about as far as we could go with jokes. It had to be super hidden. Saying that Cole Porters had everything goes attitudes and that sort of thing, hidden behind layers of potential seriousness. Come Fantasy Roleplay 4, though, where I was in charge of writing, that changed. Now, obviously, when I've left, it almost certainly has changed again, and that tone may have been continued. It may have been continued in a different way, Maybe more on the nose or less on the nose. I'm not entirely sure, but it's definitely out there. But yes, once upon a time, there was a town. It's just beautiful. I think that may have been Graham Davis's one. Graham did love his little puns like that. I'm not sure if it was. I'll ask him. Tilia and the Lizardman. Tilia got a lot of it because of the Dogs of War book, and Nigel Stillman, he dived deep into pun names. So there you get your Juan Cornetto. Juan Cornetto is not necessarily the best name. It does make me laugh sometimes. Just Juan Cornetto. And even wrote the bloody song into it from the adverts about just give me one Cornetto. That used to be particularly prevalent at the time. And yeah, Tilia is just absolutely chock-a-block full with it, largely because of Nigel Stillman. But the Lizardman Army List as well, with your teeny weenies and your incy wincies and whatever. Our first one that came around was just absolutely full of names that were just a bit daft, hidden behind odd spellings. And then when you found the name and how it's supposed to be pronounced, some of them just sounded a bit weird. Particularly, you're saying, I'm moving teeny weeny in the battlefield, and then people start laughing, and you're like, dude, okay, yeah, it's a bit funny. But yeah, it's one thing. Yeah. Dude, did you have to? As Yalab yet again says, how good stevedores are at handling wood, in particular the deal porters, just to give them their correct name. We wouldn't want to give them their wrong name, would we? Okay, so we've had enough chat about nonsense there. We've got loosely an area done. Let's dirt off some of the bits with a little bit of color in the background, and then we'll just move on to the next area because I'm not stopping yet. If I can't at least beat my last stream, can I really be said to be a streamer? That's way too bright. And my last stream was just, that's way too. That's what we want. Just something to fill in the details behind a little bit. Actually, I want that to be, oh no. Keep my mind on that color. I don't want that color there. I want that color over there. One more, please. Thank you. Hey, Tom, great to see you here. Let's see, what are you saying, Tom? Sorry for catching late. Not a problem. We're always delighted to see people come in at any old time. We have talked 6.5 hours worth of stuff. So you've missed quite a lot, while simultaneously you can watch it later. So don't worry about missing anything. This seems to be important enough to be perfect for crime lords, to use it as distribution center for smugglers, etc., and mix all the Sopranos and wire tropes. Yeah, we did that a little bit in Ubersreich as well. There's quite a few Sopranos quotes, mostly from Andy, because he loved the Sopranos so much at the time. Great to see you here, by the way, Tom. We can't jam it all into one thumb. There have to be, there are more, and we can split it around. Plus, we also want to have the fisherman's mission that we have down here, potentially having something to do with the criminal element. That's the fisherman mission down there. It would be nice if it had some too. This purple here is much darker than that purple. Much darker. Wasn't paying attention there. Let me just double check I'm on the right layer. I'm not. It's that layer. Right, let's lighten that up significantly before I move on. Nope. Brighter, please. Brighter, please. That's too colorful. That's it there. So at least it's in the same area rather than this very dark version that we have. There we go. There's only 2 buildings there. It's not like I had much to worry about. Okay, let's just go straight on to the next section. And we'll put a road to help act as its delineating point between the poorer quarter and what is going to be a park, which moves around this area here, as we decided earlier, with a little bit, also on the other side of the old wall that was built during the first expansion of the town, as it moved from being a simple little fishing village into being a larger town. So we'll pop that in there. So I'm going to use a road to help give us an edge, and we can just fill in that area. And then we can fill in our next areas around that. So let's go on to our roadie layer and bring out quick brush to that's better. So we can have it and look how our parks sort of go there. We can have that go around like that. Let's connect that like so. Let's have those mostly go into dead ends. We'll just fill up all the detail with
some form of building when we get there. This is super loose. We're going to be drawing over most of this as we reach it anyway. So that's the next block that we're going to fill up. We probably don't want to have more than maybe one feature location in this area. We've already got a shrine there that we're going to mark out as a shrine. Have you any idea what that could be a shrine to? This is going to be an urban shrine. It's not going to be looked after by a particular priest. We're moving into, let's see, that's the temple for there. We've got not many buildings there. That temple's probably going to be able to fund most of that. So we'll get another Temple of Sigmar up into this section here. So we won't do another Temple of Sigmar yet. So if you can think about what would make a good extra shrine there, feel free to drop it in as a comment. That's this building right in the middle here. He said just highlighting it. And if you can think of what could be another feature building, feel free to drop. It looks like you're going to wimp out, Yalab. I beat you. Standing to wimp out. I'm 10 times ahead of you. That's a good excuse. And I'm a bit sick. I feel for you. So tap out for the night. Thank you for lasting so long. You are a god. Hope we can catch the next part live as well. It's been cool to be able to pitch in with some of the silly ideas. Yeah, it's a lot of fun, isn't it? I quite enjoy this. I might make the old streaming for Lawhammer as I just map through bits, just sort of like a weekly thing that people can chip in and out of, because I think that would be a good way of just keeping us all involved with building up the version of the Warhammer world that we're going to be using in the live streams anyway. And it's always nice to just chip in and have a map at the end that you can go, well, I did those bits. I'm now going to use it in my game. It'll be completely different to the way that Andy said it was, but it's going to be awesome. So yeah, thank you so much for coming along and watching those parts. Yalab, you've been an absolute joy for these last 6.5 hours. If there's anyone else who's been here for the whole 6.5 hours, you should write a message now and taunt Yalab for lasting longer than him. I'm not saying that there will be, because we've had quite a lot of swap over of people over the course of the last, I can't remember what size, I think it was 4. Yeah, it is. Here. Alrighty, so we're going to move in this area. If you have any ideas for what could go in, do pop in. I understand that a good chunk of you may not be listening, probably watching, but just listening, whether you're sitting in bed at home or whatever it is that you're doing. Maybe you're working, or you're on the other side of the time zone, the other side of the world. But if you are in a position to comment, feel free to come in and do so. Anything that you think would work as a fun little extra on this, so I'm quite happy to have it added. I'm not intending to go on for much longer than another half an hour or so. Yalab taunting other people to give it to him, and indeed, bye Andy, and bye chat, and bye Yalab. Thanks very much for being along for so long. You're awesome. Yeah, so if you've got any ideas for what could go inside this section, feel free to ping them out now. I'm going to go for one bigger building here. This could possibly be some form of smith, or let's drop it in with a nice little bit at the front like so. An overhanging awning there. It's going to be that. We're going to need some big circles at the back and a back garden so it can go out into the backyard. So yeah, if you have any other ideas that you'd like to drop in, feel free to ping them up. As I say, I fully understand if you're not in a position where you can do so. There's not many of you left now, because we're reaching that hour of the night where most people will fly off. We're sitting at, according to my streaming, let me just check my little thing up here. That's interesting. This says there's 8 watching. This says there's 6 watching. So one of those is right. What does YouTube say? If I just quickly pop on there and cop off again. Very interesting. YouTube says 6. Let's have, what would have been, what's a tenement sort of building there. So I'm going to guess, given that we're not getting any more comments in, that the majority of you are, I don't know, lying in bed in places where you can't comment or otherwise detained. So I will just work on finishing off this last section, and I'll probably call it a night after, oh gosh, it's quite big. After, oh, we've got someone else there. Excellent. Regarding the statue. Yes. And the continuing puns.
He lost his hand during the fen stir, the largest stir pike the town has ever seen. Oh, but why would he be given a statue in particular? What did he do to get that beyond the fenster little thing there? What did he do that allowed him to be municipally recognised? Municipal recognition generally requires something. Perhaps they were blessed, they were holy, they did something, they saved someone's life. Perhaps the local people who are in a position where they're making choices as to what's going to be built have tried to appease people by building a particular statue. So what do you think would have brought that one necessarily to pass? And might I say thank you very much, JF, for dropping in and saying that. Comments or not, this session has been awesome. Thank you. You may note that I enjoy doing this stuff. So I'm quite happy doing them. And if there's people out there who are happy to watch, I'll probably keep on doing them in the future. And Blue, we need to perform a census. What, a census of this town? Or a census of the Reichland in total? I gave a link earlier, as I think you were there to see, of a census of the Reichland. And if you're on wondering what on earth I'm talking about concerning a census of the Reichland, I'm sorting out at the moment a big world anvil. That would be quite a recent thing. Saved the daughter of the Burgermeister. Now we see we've got a bit of a story building, which if you watch back the entirety of the thread later, the show later, the stream, that whatever we call this later, you'll be able to catch up on. But we have a very important daughter, and the heir to all of the local duchy, Holzkrug, and she is probably a witch. In fact, is a witch by what we've said, and enormously important to her father for all he is who he is. If you know anything about Holzkrug, he is not a nice chap. And he has employed an Aeonir elf to teach her. So perhaps drawing her story into that would be a good idea, actually, to also reaffirm her place in the local chat. So we've got a statue that represents something to do with that daughter, so we can bring her up as a story element. If we're a GM, for example, that's wanting to highlight that there's stuff afoot that PCs could potentially investigate. So that being the case, we could easily have that as a statue for someone who saved her life, perhaps when she was younger, and the chap lost his hand for his good deed, but in return was awarded when they did the town expansion for saving her life. And let's say that the dude himself died in squalor and horror, and they basically built a statue and spent a ton of money on that instead of actually rewarding the guy himself. So the guy got literally nothing, but he got a statue. So yeah, you could build a rather nasty little story around that. Let's see what else we have here. Oh yeah, this is awesome. Thank you very much for saying so, Blue. I appreciate it. Loved it. Have to go now too. Not a problem, Mark. I'm delighted to have you here for so long. And yes, I love that, Andy, idea of regular mapping streams. And why not make the head honcho of the Rooster Fighting Pit a formidable female? I agree. I'm mixing up our genders all over the place. It's something that we need to do. And altogether, it's too easy to default to chaps all over the place, particularly when you're dealing with something that feels like it is traditionally going to be handled by chaps. It's a little bit like when you look back into the past and it's all men, because men were writing history, but it's all men. And trying to make sure that we undermine that and try to present something a bit more realistic is well worth doing, I think. And the statue is actually a fisherman turned to stone. The story's a lie to cover up her witchery that causes death. Oh, Charles! Charles! Oh, yeah! See, this is why doing this as a group exercise is better. When Andy and I were writing the Ubersreich stuff, he wrote most of it just across the room over there. And I wrote most of my sections right here. And we were bouncing ideas off each other because you often find that hearing a story makes you think of something else that could be cool to add on to it. And more minds are almost always better than one. So when we were building it up, we were constantly sharing our ideas to try and make sure that we got the best out of all of them, and we got something rather cool. And then once it was all written, every single one of the locations had 3 adventure hooks, not 2 adventure hooks written. And my job afterwards, when I was producing it and going through my final developer passes, was to take the 3 adventure hooks, turn it into 2, always get the best 2, the one that wasn't as good, potentially store for later or whatever, and to try and zing up every single hook as I went through. Now, there wasn't a lot of space in that book, so there wasn't a lot of space to do some really zingy adventure hooks. We were talking most of them only about 50 words to 60 words, so a lot of them are really quite tight, but we've got some really fun ones in there, like if you were aware of the giant one, I won't go into any detail there just in case someone decides to use that hook for someone, but there's a lovely giant one that to this day makes me smile. Particularly because I have heard now of players who've encountered it and the trouble they got into because of it. Good times. And I was joking about the discrepancy being bureaucrat, but yes, I will check. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, totally. Yes, do check the World Anvil out. Go check back into the past of the comments. I'm going to be doing, just to make sure it's nice and clear, a pretty extensive World Anvil to support the live streams that I'm going to be doing. So pretty much every location we visit will all be detailed, hopefully up on World Anvil. And I'm going to be doing extra little ditties about new locations, new factions, just new stuff. And anything that comes to my mind at the time, I'll be dropping in. And it's there as well. You're going to find all the little details, like the legal definition of a village in the Reichland. That's already been written and added to my World Anvil. I have literally just started it, though. I started it just 2 days ago. I was speaking to the people who program it and the sort of things that I'll probably need if I'm going to be using it long term. And they're just so lovely. They're like, oh, we can help with this and we can help with that. And we'll add this and we'll add that. And I really love World Anvil. And if you want to pop over there and do your own one for your own games, I obviously heartily recommend it because they're the best people in the world. Janet has a bajillion videos of herself up there explaining all the different features, how they work, and how they can be used to build your own worlds in ways that are hopefully easy because it is a fully featured piece of software. If you want it to do it, it pretty much can. I enjoy just to hear her chatting away from the corner of my computer sometimes as I'm trying to figure out how best to use tables inside. One of the demographics of the Reichland, for example, I only put those in so that I could see how the tables worked inside the World Anvil software. And it's fair to say that the tables worked multiple ways. So it was super complicated for me to decide which way I was going to do. I eventually went for the one where I just coded it myself because I felt I had the most control over it. But I'm still not sure that I necessarily made the correct choice there. I've still got quite a few things that I need it to do that the current version that I've got online, and you can go find it if you go scroll back into the previous comments. The Reichland geographic data is, in fact, well, I can just copy paste it. Let me just bring it up again so you can do so. So if you didn't catch it earlier, that's it there. Let me also copy and paste this one. This is a half-written article about the Anvil Coaching Company. This got added in as a direct reference to World Anvil because they're so awesome. The Caslid, in fact, on it says the Anvil Coaching Company. It doesn't actually, it says the Anvil Coke Company because Caslid doesn't have a ch, and it really amused me to add Coke. I've got one of the brewing houses that are attached to the coaching company. I'm going to be making an effervescent dark ale, which is just to amuse me more than anything else because I couldn't find a way to spell coach without saying Coke, and it made me laugh. So that's been added as well. That one was added because one of our Patreon supporters over in Lawhammer, which I suppose I'm meant to link to as well if I'm being properly grown up. I'm not going to. You're just going to have to go find it yourself. Type in Lawhammer and Patreon. You'll find it if you want it. One of the patrons backed at a level where they could add something to our game. So it wasn't just a matter of me just randomly taking stuff online. It was them saying, hi, I would like to have this added. Would that be cool? And I said, absolutely. And we built out the Anvil Coaching Company and exactly where it sits. And it's got part of the logo of World Anvil built into it. One of the older ones, which is a lot of fun. I got a message from Demi, who's the programmer over there.
the head programmer. He's the man who basically built it all. While Janet built it all in a completely different way because it was originally built for her, as I recall. He sent a quick message saying how happy he was with it, and I thought that was kind of nice. It's nice when we all work together and we do cool stuff together. We're all supporting each other doing stuff. So yeah, if you're looking for some of the nicest people in roleplay, it is them. And if you are concerned about supporting companies, you're not sure if they're cool, they are 100% cool. Go check out World Anvil. I have done enough shilling now. I mean, have I? Have I done enough shilling? Probably. Right, so we're now nearing 7:15. We're almost finished. 7:15. I don't mean 7:15 as in time, I mean 7:15 hour of streaming. We're almost finished this area, which is mostly tight buildings, but we're only seeing the roofs of them. This is mostly slums, poor quality, tight buildings. There's nothing that comes close to a garden here. It's all detritus in the backyards. It's a bit of a mess. The roads are a bit twisty and turny. I'll add a few extra roady bits when I've finished doing all of our block squares, which, let's be honest, now getting a bit boring. Square after square after square. If ever you see any of the live streams that we do for the Rookery, we've got them all. In fact, on this channel, we're on the Rookery channel just now. So if you check any of our other videos, either now or later, quite often it will come up something along the lines of Andy drawing boxes, and that's his job. Yeah, this is what they're referring to. Me just drawing lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of boxes at funny different angles, and often not too complicated, because the more complicated you make the box look, the less it scans on the map, and the more people go, what is that? I don't understand what that thing is. So you tend to find that you've got to make your boxes relatively regular, or they just don't look very good, and people get confused as to what they're supposed to be representing, particularly at this scale, because again, if we zoom out, this is a very small part of a far bigger map. And as you can see, we've not really gone that far through it. It's really a big map. Now, originally we were going to be mapping to a double page spread, as can be seen with the color, the border that I've just made disappear there. Bring it back again. That's our double page spread. Because we were mapping it to approximately book size, as in the sort of map you would get if you got a double page spread map in a book. And it is also a good way for everybody to see how much work normally goes into a double page spread book. How long do these things take? When you see a map inside a book and all the detail involved, how much did that detail take to put in place? And this is a pretty good example of a large city stroke town, how long it takes. And as you can see, we've been streaming for 7 hours, admittedly talking a lot, because I apparently don't stop, but nevertheless, also doing quite a fair bit of mapping too. And you might find I'll put a little building in the back here too, whatever that is. Again, if anyone has any ideas for things that could go into this location, feel free to say. We've not really got anything added here. All we've got is this one single shrine, which we're going to mark as a feature location. If anyone's got any ideas for something that could possibly go down this end, or what these buildings might be, or why they're important, do drop a comment in. If you're still on the, we still have quite a few on apparently. If you are still on, do feel free to contribute, and I will mark them out, and we can discuss potentially different ways that they could manifest in the game. One last section to go. Let's do that bar as a bit of a tenement at the back. Oops, that went a bit squint and wobbly. Oops, wrong way around. Get rid of that. Excellent. We're almost there. This is beginning to look like, well, not Christmas, but most certainly beginning to look a lot like a section. I'm going to make that rounded off and a bit dirty. In fact, I'm going to leave that as mostly scrubland with a half-built section there. I seem to recall I made a half-built section earlier as well, but I may have filled that in. So bits of ruins around here. That'll do. Excellent. Interesting. So we're going to need to have halflings somewhere, I agree. So this is don't want to pronounce your name, but it looks like Estisna or Est Isna. Not quite sure how to pronounce that, so I apologize if I said it completely wrong. Feel free to correct me. Shrine of Esmeralda, started by a community of halflings who offer food and shelter to the poor souls in the area. Maybe they could conflict with the criminal element. I quite like that. We are going to need some form of halflings anyway, because halflings tend to get into the almost every major city in the empire, even the ones where they're not supposed to get into, and having a couple of families at least is well worthwhile. Maybe a couple of relatively large clan groupings surrounding an area, perhaps a bunch of internally to that, a bunch of shops and restaurants and various other low-class eateries that are just full of halflings all the time. And they are indeed offering stuff to everyone else. They don't have the same sense of ownership of property that others do, which means to a degree they also are much more willing to share than others as well, which works really well with your idea of your food and shelter for the poor souls in the area and similar. Yeah, I quite like that. We could even incorporate that into something that we've got here, although I'd rather have an empty space around which they do that. And we've got ourselves a shrine that's currently sitting here. So what I think I'll do is I will pop it here. And I'll write the little words halflings there. So I'll almost certainly have forgotten that when we return to this map on a later stream. But because I've got that written there, it will forever be enshrined in that part. And when I get there, I'll be like, oh yeah, that was that idea that came up in the previous stream. I'll even write your I don't know how to pronounce it name so I can credit you when we get there. Estisna. Estisna. Estisna? Oh, I don't know. So yeah, I like that idea. Let's pop that there. That's a cool one. If there's any more coming in from anyone else, feel free to fire them in. I'm about to go put in the extra bits of road for this section here. I always forget where I pop my road layer because there's 2 road layers sitting in this map. Yeah, if there's any more ideas there, do feel free to chime in with them. Now, let's mark out the areas that are beaten down and effectively road. That comes into the back here. Some of this, I imagine, is probably cobbled. Other parts is just packed earth. And that goes in the back there, comes off the side there, and then drops into there. I like that. Oh, there's the other ruin. I knew I had another one somewhere. Forgotten where I put it. Let's have a pathing working up the back of that as well. Let's have a open area in the middle there. In fact, let's drop that right in. In the back here, we can possibly make our way through. Let's fill that up, turn that into a small in the middle. Let's leave that one, but have a route in there. Right, okay, cool. And I'm going to just line up the rest of that area. Any other ideas? Nope, no other ideas added yet. Excellent. 4. Oops, am I in the wrong layer? No, I'm on the wrong brush. Brush, please. Excellent. That's better. For anyone who wants to know the various brushes, I listed them all in the tutorial that I did on Patreon for Inside the Rookery. That tutorial will be live on Monday for those of you who missed it. And I very quickly run through every technique that I use for all 7 stages of building a map like this so that you can do it yourself at home. It's really not a hard set of techniques. And I'm sticking to them for this map, where if I was mapping professionally, perhaps doing this for somebody else, I would probably be skipping through a bunch of other techniques, but I'm keeping this one nice and simple. I'm just doing boxes, filling them in, highlighting, shading them, moving on to the next bit, more boxes, highlighting, shading them, moving on to the next bit, so on and so forth. To keep it in place. Now, we only have colors. One feature building in this section, which I will bring out here. That is a shrine to someone we still haven't defined yet. So If you've got an idea for what you think that should be a shrine to, feel free to bring it up. We don't want Shalia because we've already got Shalia kicking in the middle of our old town hall here. But beyond that, it could be almost anybody. That's not quite the brown we're looking for. Let me just get rid of the shades while I pick up the original brown. There we go. And what's that? And I talk, there's possibly 2 shadow wizards in town, possibly more of them too. Yeah. Maybe one is hiding out in the slums. You know what? That's a good idea. It's a good place for one of them to hide. So we can perhaps have one of them ensconced down in one of the buildings down here. Quite like that. Let's make it a building you wouldn't normally expect. So they're working out of perhaps a smith or something similar. So we could take that building that when I was writing it, I was considering, when I was drawing it, pardon me, I was considering it could be a smith. So we make that one purple, and we can have ourselves a Shadowmancer working from there. Good old grey wizard, for reasons that have yet to be determined, working out of... let me just get rid of that comment there. Working out of a smithy. There's definitely a story to be told there that we have yet to drill down on. One of the great things about doing this as a stream as well is if we forget about any of them, I suppose we can come back at a later date and go, what was it that we were going to do? Oh yeah, that was it. And just watch the video later. If anyone out there actually fancies writing up all the things that we've slowly been putting in place, feel free to get in contact. I would be happy for you to write it, and equally happy to then organize an edit on it and slap it up on the Lawhammer. There we go. Up onto the Lawhammer World Anvil so that we can add it a little bit further. I would like the Warhammer World Anvil to be a lovely, big, fulsome place full of lovely details. And obviously, if I'm just writing that myself over the course of time, that's actually going to be tough. Inevitably, I'm going to have other people helping me out at points, like we'll have Andy Leask, who actually before, and we'll have Lindsay Law as well. And that's my wife, who most of you probably know. She wrote huge chunks of the 4th edition of Warhammer as well. So we'll have them definitely contributing at various points, but very possibly because they'll be contributing largely from their player characters' perspectives. Their additions may be much more personal rather than this is this location and it looks like this and it does this, or it may not be. We can see how that develops with time. But if any of you are budding writers and fancy giving that a go, I'll be setting up relatively strong templates for how locations should be presented in a Lawhammer blog as I build my own versions of stuff. So you might want to give that a go yourselves. Certainly open to that. I should have used a bigger brush, but hey, I've started, so I'll finish. I should also use one that's round. Goodness sake, Andrew. Stop doing it the hard way. That's possibly a bit big. Still possibly a bit small. It's okay, we're getting our own place now. And, you know, it's near the end of the stream, so I don't mind taking a little bit longer than I necessarily need to for these last few bits. Right, so as we near the end, because I'm soon going to be highlighting and shading this, and we are about to pass the 7-hour mark. As we near the end of the stream, if you've got any other things that you would like to see added to this section, or just in general, now's the time to call it out so it's recorded for when I move over to doing something like this and say Lawhammer. Because this really doesn't have anything to, in terms of the overall map, have anything to do with the Rookery. This is only so you can see how the mapping techniques are used that we discussed in the tutorial last Wednesday. And I think we've had more than enough looks at how it works through what we've drawn here. You can definitely see it all in practice, and hopefully also see that it's not necessarily the most complicated affair to put these things into practice. This is pretty much exactly, for example, although I did it a bit faster and with a slightly different style, but it's pretty much exactly how the Whitestone map was made for Critical Role back in the day. In fact, the first Whitestone map was made almost exactly like this, because the first Whitestone map was made in a very tight deadline. And for all this one, it's taken quite a long time. When I'm just sitting down and mapping and doing it myself without chatting all the way through it, I can tear through a map in this style really very quickly because I've just done it so many times. Whereas here, I'm both being more careful and laissez-faire at the same time, which is a bit weird because I'm streaming. Plus, I'm also not paying as much attention to what I'm doing or sitting how I would normally sit because I'm constantly talking and chatting to let you know what's going on. Hey, we're almost done that section. We're getting there. We're getting there. Right, let's sort that one out over here. And this will take us from the rest of this relatively tight slope. Did not mean to go over that bit. This relatively tight slum-like area that we have building here up by the old river village that used to be the original town. Let's also do that. Fill in that. We have a, well, actually, I'm going to turn the statue into a feature location because that statue now has a story, an important one as well. Poor guy. If you don't know what that story is, go check about, I don't know, half an hour ago in the stream where that story came out. Really rather like it. And it involves the daughter, the Duke, who got herself into somewhat of a scrape and now has a wood elf in her retinue, helping her resolve the issues that she currently faces. Okay, we're almost there. Yeah, we really are almost there. 7 hours. Is there anybody on the stream that arrived at the beginning? I'm expecting there's not, given that the numbers have changed significantly as we've gone. But if there is, you deserve an absolute medal, and you should shout out. Let me just check for Charles there. I assume it's pronounced Charles, the Caesar, or perhaps something else. Thank you very much for coming along. We will have more. Check out the Lawhammer Discord. We'll be chatting about there, or Lawhammer Patreon, for where I'm going to be talking more about this sort of stuff. Check out the Rookery Patreon for all of our guests from across the role-playing industry, where we talk about role-playing games in general, and the Rooks, which includes me, Andy Law, that's me, Annie Leask, Lindsay Law, Mark Gibbons, and Graham Davis, who you must know if you are into your Warhammer stuff. We gather every single week and we talk to people from across the games industry. Make sure you drop by us there as well. That's inside the Rookery, which this entire stream was sort of built for. But yeah, if you want to see more Warhammer maps, do give me a shout over on the Lawhammer side of things. You should be able to find me. I'll be back in my Discord sometime tomorrow. You'll be able to get all the Discord links up on Patreon. Right, okay, I'm about to do my shades now for this section. We are almost there. For those of you who are still hanging on, thanks again one more time, Charles. We'll finish off this section. We'll zoom out. We'll have a little goodbye, and then we'll call it a day for this section of the map. And then we'll come back to it a little bit later. I'll put posts up in places, so if you want to come back and watch the next section, you can do so. I'll also put a link into the video where this one's going to be to the next video when we get around to doing it. Right, so let's get our shades in place. A whole lot of shade, yeah. And again, we're doing the shades that were previously mentioned to be absolutely inappropriate for where the sun would actually be, given its current location, but we don't care because it just looks right. Because as we all know, the sun comes from above. Above, however, on this map happens to be the north, which isn't where the sun comes from. But all I can say to that is, shh, it's magic. And much like before, you don't need to be frightfully neat with this because most of it is super tiny and no one ever looks that closely. But more importantly, it's all going to get covered up with other little details later. So the aim for this sort of shadowing is just to get something in place that just provides a little bit of popping depth. It's something that I don't do on all maps of this ilk because it's kind of Photoshoppy and kind of hyper fake. And makes it look a little bit more like it's a photograph that was taken from above than something that was necessarily drawn. And some maps, you want them to look like they're in-game world artifacts, or something like this just does not suit. But in general, it's a good way of making your maps just pop, making all the details stand out just that little bit more. And for all it takes, freaking ages. It's freaking ages that I have always felt is worthwhile, because maps without them just always look a little bit lacking. And you know, the sort of person I am, I quite like just going and going and going until a thing is done. Right, sort of. And then it's going to have... No, that's not quite right. Clearly he's lost a hand. So he needs to have that sticking out somewhere. There we go. That's our statue in place. Good. You want to know more about that statue? Catch the earlier sections of the stream where a rather nasty little tail was organized for that one. Really nasty tail. I really like this one. It's a good one. In fact, I'm really liking what's been done with the ear ear and the air in general. We've got a nice little story brewing there, which I think will pay dividends to anyone who wants to run with that one for the basis for an adventure. It's quite a lot that could be used there. Okay. Again, is there faster ways of doing this? Yeah, kind of. Oh yeah, we'll bring that one up actually. Shrine of Katya, that's a potential option. We've really early in the stream. Now I'm thinking maybe about an hour in, approximately. We discussed Katya because I thought she'd make a good addition, particularly because we're on the rivers of the Reichland, where she is most commonly worshipped and known. And I figured that having an actual cat house in one of the slums was a good idea. A full-blown temple with a local priestess who's looking to take people off crazy stuff. I have a lot to say on the goddess Katya, actually, because she was created for a specific purpose all the way back in a second edition of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. And she was there to do a particular job, and it was strongly tied to the elves and how we were viewing the elven god authority at the time. And the entire strictures and the nature of the cult that I built were never really printed or put anywhere. I did it all, but because of one reason or another, I mean, the Katya, she was originally going to go in a book called Tome of Thieves. Tome of Thieves is a book that I was going to be writing with Will Hindmarch for FFG. So we're talking the cusp between third edition and second. But because of issues at the time, that book never came to pass. I wrote about, I don't know, 40,000 words or so for that. And that included a new form of witchery, details of some minor cults like Katya. It was all about stuff that was on the more criminal side of things, or things that others perceive to be criminal, and dodgy stuff in general. It was full of banter and cant, and indeed I've taken some of that banter and cant that I built for that book, and I'm releasing that slowly over on the Lawhammer blog. I'm actually about to finish off that entire document so I can give it to my players so that they can pick the bits and pieces of the slang that they like, because two of our players from the upcoming stream game that we're going to be doing, is it 2 or is it 3? 2. Two of the players had never played Warhammer before in their life. So our group is a mixture of old hands, new hands, and someone who's right in between. And I think that's actually beautiful. To have that beautiful mixture of players. So hopefully the streams as we do them will be as useful to everybody, regardless of their individual awareness of what Warhammer is or isn't, because it's going to be also kind of pitched at beginners. And as we go through all of our different house rules, we're going to be explaining them as we go as well. So you can see how we've decided to play Warhammer at our table. I think I've done everything for this now. No, put a little bit of extra around down here. So you're going to be able to get access to some of the stuff I wrote for that ages ago. But the Kalegen cult was detailed originally in a book called Tome of Thieves that never came to pass. Much like the elf book that I was going to be writing never came to pass, or the Empire Encyclopedia that I was working on, bits for, that never came to pass, all for second edition. And yeah, she was going to be controversial, right? Anyway, I was going to have to be very careful how I pitched it, because it deals with subjects that are particularly difficult and also relatively controversial, because it dials deep into gods and worship and what it means and what it doesn't mean, and is also closely tied to prostitution and brothels and various other things. And it was going to be a tough write to nail, but I was really looking forward to giving it a go. So I might revisit that actually and get the Kalegen stuff popped up. But anyway, here, Unto Cults and Issues in the Shrine, I would be loath to do that for this one, primarily because the Cult of Slaanesh, there is often a use of the Cult of Slaanesh to attack anything female led. And this has happened repeatedly in previous editions of Warhammer. Anything that is sex positive or female often gets turned into Slaaneshi, effectively demonizing sex and demonizing femininity. And often it's the female gods that always get attacked, because most of the writers are men. And when you think of sexuality and the potential of Slaanesh involvement with that, their first thought is women. And the amount of men that have written Warhammer and accidentally turned everything Slaaneshi into woman stuff is significant. And it's something I have had to turn down repeatedly in previous writings when it came to Slaanesh material, where it was always women's and women's stuff, and then the women seducing people and similar. So I have to, I'm very, very careful when I use it myself. And it's the same for Raya. Raya, for goodness sake, got mixed up with Tal and turned into effectively the same god in 3rd edition, which was a crime because there were so few feminine-facing goddesses anyway. And to remove one and then turn a great deal of what was considered to be Ryan acts, which was fertility and sexuality, and to turn that into demonology is equally something that I'm really careful to deal with when I put. Now that doesn't mean that I don't like the idea. It just means that every time one comes up, I'll always have a bit of a think as to, is this the correct choice? Is this the best place to put it? Or would I be better looking at Slaanesh as the god stroke goddess, the god, if you want to choose a single term, I suppose, the god of excess, and exactly what that represents as. And all too often, the god of excess turns into the god of sex. And that's something I attempt to avoid in most of the writing that I do. So in this case, given especially that Katja is primarily a goddess about fighting against Slaanesh and fighting against the Chaos Gods in general, but not in a way that most people expect, I would be super loath to do that, because if it was a proper Katjan thing, the local priestess of Katja would be so all over that stuff, far more so than anybody else, and far more aware of it. And they would be looking to shut it down in the way that they do it, which is so very different to how anyone else does it. It's most certainly not the Sigmarite hit it on the head way. Yeah, Heart of Glass was a fun one. I thought you'd gone, yeah. Where the hell did you come from? As I quickly kept through my quotes here, maybe a bit, maybe, but again, I wouldn't necessarily throw it out of without some consideration. And yeah, thanks very much for saying so. Heart of Glass does have an interesting one. Ben, B, and I discussed that at some length before it went down to the writing, because we were looking to present things a little bit differently. Plus, that adventure was actually supposed to be the first part of a trilogy. This is not very well known because it obviously wasn't said at the time. B was going to be right in the second part. The first part, pardon me, which was that. The second part was going to be one of our luminarcs is missing, where you were going to find out where the lenses that had been taken by the Magister up in the hills, and where she'd got them from, and a whole host of other little facts were going to come out from that. And the last part was going to be confronting the what's-her-face who's up the Tower of Vane, whose name, that's not Habernach, that's the priestess of Sigmar. I can't remember her name, whatever her name is up in the Tower of Vane. And the Tower of Vane was a little bit different as well through the first drafts. But the adventure got slightly rewritten after I left to effectively tie it off a touch more neatly, because it was originally going to be moving from one into another. But yeah, it's I agree. It does take a slightly different version. It runs and riffs on something that we had already built into the starter set, because it was already there into the starter set. And one of the goals of Heart of Glass was to show how easy it was to accidentally fall into a cult. And I'm not sure how well that was nailed with the final write-up, because I don't think I read the final one that was printed. The last draft I read was just before I left, so it was not the one that was published, because obviously someone else came along and changed some things. But it was supposed to show just how easy it was to fall, and then to present you someone else who had fallen, and then later on show you how they had fallen, how easy that was as well, and to eventually, with the end of the triumvirate of pieces, to put the PCs in a place where they may have found themselves in a position where they've accidentally fallen, and the only way to really win was to fall, and the only way to lose was to basically back out of the whole thing and let the thing occur. It was going to be quite an interesting adventure from the perspective of discussing morality and discussing where the Chaos Gods bleed over into PCs and where the PCs bleed over into falling themselves. And what does that mean? And that directly ties through to Katja, who is, at least in our version of it, very much the goddess of ensuring that people don't fall to the gods. And I don't just mean Chaos Gods, I mean any god. And that includes Sigmar, Ulrich, anyone. They see anyone who's stuck on a particular fixed path as dangerous, because they're no longer human, so to speak. But we can discuss that at some other long, protracted discussion about Katja if we ever get there on the Lawhammer side of affairs. Anyway, a little Claire already read. I see. Meant to be cool to have the ideas from the stream written down. Oh, thank you very much. That's very nice. You're the best. Just as a small aside, you're the best. Right. So let's just finish off these highlights here. Before the next comment, thank you very much for drawing in. Do I call you Esty? Do I call you Isna? What do you prefer? Do you prefer anything? Do you not care? I feel like I should say something as your name comes up each time. I'm not sure what I meant to say. I definitely think it'd be very fun to have a cat house be the main headquarters for fighting chaos in this town. And yes, they are, but they're not just about fighting chaos. They are about fighting what they perceive to be the encroachment of the gods on the material realm. They have a deep and unexpected philosophy. They are not just simply, oh, they're down the cat house and the prostitute goddess. Are they? Oh, the goddess of disarming beauty. No, they use all of their skills to get into people's heads. They're very good at what they do. Isna, thank you very much. I presume that's Isna, not Isna, but Isna, that sounds good. Thanks very much. If you want to confirm if it's Isna or Isna, do so, but I'll say Isna unless you say otherwise. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think that would be super fun, and also potentially a super fun way to effectively lie, in that they wouldn't just be fighting chaos, they'd be fighting everyone. We sort of hinted that a little bit in the starter set, as I recall, with one of the adventures. I should really check that up, because I'm pretty sure I did mention it somewhere. By the by, let's get these highlights in place before I forget to do my highlights, and I just end up talking about Warhammer things for the next half hour instead of stopping and going to bed. So let me just go on to my highlights layer, get myself my smaller brush again, and then just have a quick check that that's it. There it is. And again, as I said before, this is not about being perfect. It's just about picking out some details. So everything looks like it's just got a touch more depth. And when you pull out, that depth becomes much more clear. And you'll see it a little bit more clearly as we zoom out once I'm finished. Quite liking that wee shrine there. We still haven't decided what that wee shrine's for. I think the cat house, though, which we will have, I think the cat house will go down one of the slums that are down on this side, maybe somewhere around there. But we really kind of want it to be, I did originally say that the cat house would be attached to some of the original village, like they originally built from there. So maybe the cat house should go down here. Perhaps there's a way to get access to it from both sides as well. And they do make a good bridge between one type of society and another. So perhaps using them as a visual metaphor for moving from the lower class slums into the middle class area might be a good way of doing that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that'll be a good place to put them. Let's really ping that up. So I'm presuming, giving you no extra comment there, that Isna is the way forward. Isna is. Thanks very much, Isna. And if you're sitting on the other side cringing, correct me, and I will happily be corrected. Right. As we're moving into the super late part of the stream, where we're going to have to stop eventually, we have ourselves some pretty tight buildings. Now, I'm going to make one small mention about slums as well. One thing I did in several slums areas is I made them too tight, because I made them, and I really hesitate to do this, realistic. And they didn't scan at all well, primarily because people need to know as players where they can move through areas and where they can't move through areas. So it's still kind of important that you have the roads marked along with their shadows and where they sit. And yes, the actual real world slum would be much tighter. Probably the roofs are touching overhead, so you can't see anything. And that means that should be just one giant block, really. But if you do that, it just doesn't scan very well for a map. And it just looks like you've done a big blob and been lazy. And it makes it really difficult for people to decide how they're going to move in and out of these particular areas. And it almost makes it pointless to map it in the first place. What information are you conveying other than, yes, it's a slum? You're not conveying ways that you can potentially get through that slum, where the buildings are and how those buildings are connected to the surrounding area. For example, this shrine, although it's in a slum area, you can quite clearly see that shrine can be accessed by going down a road. It can also be accessed from coming in from the back, or perhaps down from one of those roads at the sides as well. If we'd made it exactly accurate, you wouldn't be able to see where any of those internal roads went. So after some deliberation with different art directors at different times, I eventually landed on trying not to be accurate and actually purposely being inaccurate in order that the map was more useful to GMs and players alike. And I don't regret that. I still do that. Occasionally, when I want to make something look super, super ridiculously overwroughtly busy, I will return to connecting all my roofing areas and really thickening it up, with maybe dropping a few little gaps here or there. But yeah, normally no, I don't, because it just looks sort of messy and doesn't actually provide you as a consumer or a user of the map with any useful information other than, yep, it's busy. And I'd much prefer that the area looked far too open but useful than the other way around. Right, so as we discussed before, we do some final touches with trees and the like near the end. I am going to drop a couple in around the edges here. And as I said before, if you're interested in knowing exactly how these silly things are made, check out the tutorial where it is all explained. I'll drop a couple of parts around here. Now, if we've got, I'm going to drop a little bit of that in there as well to cover some of the sounds from the fighting that happens there. A little bit of a tree in the background there. This, adding in your bits of greenery, even if they're tiny here or there, just helps take your eye through the map and make everything feel a little bit more real. Depending on how they're used, though, you've got to be careful it doesn't make it look like it's too green and too awesome, particularly for a slum area. A few bits here and there help ground it in reality, because a lot of this is going to have overgrown crap at the back, no matter how much people may fill out certain areas.
Here's some quick info first.
Alexa, stop. Thanks, Alexa. Oh dear. Let me just see what's there. After Heart of Glass, really interesting idea. Show how easy it is to fall in the case. Yeah, totally. Yeah, good night. Absolutely delighted to see you back and not back. I am about to stop at this end too because I'm literally just about finished. We're probably about 5 minutes from me ending. And again, thanks so much for being here. Don't you dare. Let me just bring that up. As Andy said, I'm not saying it. Yeah, nice try. You japester. Yeah, japester. Okay, so we've got more than enough detail here. My roads need more texture on them, but I can worry about that later. Okay, so we are definitely beginning to fill out this area slowly. We've got ourselves some featured areas. We've got ourselves, now seeing that statue, I need to do some shading on that. It looks terrible. We've got ourselves the beginning of our grandfather Reich statue thing over there. It's definitely beginning, but again, let's just take a moment to say 7 hours and 22 minutes in, and all we've done is that little block in the corner. Wow. Look at that. I'm really looking forward to doing some parklands because parklands are fast. We are doing some of the slowest bits though, because they're the bits with the most buildings. As I zoom out though, you can see that immediately all those tiny little details, which look so important up close at a distance, you can barely see them. And as we move into, if I bring up a resolution that's relatively close, this is double the size that it is. This is at 200% of its original drawing. And I'll get to that in just a moment. Blue, I'll get to your question. If I zoom out to about this size, which is twice the size, you can sort of see what it would look like if it was a map sitting in front of you. And you can see why it's important that even in the slum areas, we still have some roads. And it allows the slum at the back, for example, of the opposite, pardon me, the temple to look a little bit tighter, even though we've got some roads moving through. Having these roads relatively clear, even in slum areas, is just useful to you. Anyway, so let's just quickly move over here and say, what is that thing? Blue, I recommend you go back approximately 3 hours. Catch up loosely, and without going into any of the detail, it's a temple to Grandfather Reich. There's also a shrine to Bogenauer there. And we've got Grandfather Reich holding up the temple with his hands, with his big face and beard flowing off into the water, attached to which there's a whole host of creels and buoys, buoys, depending on where you come from in the world, that are flowing with the water downriver and constantly clinking away. And there's netting spread across it as well. His face is approximately here, his arms holding it up there and there. And the priest occasionally makes his way over and attends throngs over with the old priest of Sigmar as well. We get a feeling that the priests, priestesses, whomever they are old friends, have been for a long time, and they're two of the primary resistors to the municipal expansion of Kalegen and what it has become, as they've attempted to maintain this almost original section that sits in the middle here, from the encroachment of the city from the outside as it massively expanded over the course of the last 50 years. But yeah, go check out earlier in the stream. You have 7 hours and 20 minutes worth of stuff to look through in an attempt to find it. Good luck. Yeah, I think I don't really need to do anything else to that section for the moment. I tend to find that when I've got all the map in place, I look at the areas that look weakest and I tidy them up and I add extra details. But at the moment, we're just working our way across these things and getting them all in place. First, I'd like to say absolutely thank you to everybody that lasted this long. We still have people online, which to me is extraordinary. Let's drop up the couple of last bits of comments. You're awesome. Thank you. Going to first ed in school, an English teacher about 20 years ago. Yeah, you wouldn't be the only one to do that. Dipping into 4th edition now is a great experience. This opportunity to see your processes just absorb lore. I'm delighted that you enjoyed it, JF. Has been great. Many thanks. And many thanks in return for lasting this long. I'm going to call an end to the stream here with thank you to everybody that took part, and with a couple of extra nods in terms of different directions that you can go in after this. If you have enjoyed the stream in general, we are going to have a lot more streams every single week for the Rookery for the next forever. In particular, we've got a birthday stream coming up on the 30th of this month, where all of us are getting together. Hopefully Mark, who's currently ill, will be with us too.
And we're going to be reminiscing over the last year's worth of the Inside the Rookery. We're going to have some special guests. We're going to have some prizes. We're going to have all sorts of fun, exciting things hopefully happening on the day. Lots of things are still being lined up for that, as is often the case with us. Last moment things slotting into place. That's on the 30th. From the 30th onwards, we'll also be starting our 4th season of Inside the Rookery. If you've never watched any of the Inside the Rookery episodes before, cut a long story short, we basically do panels with guests from across the industry every week. And we just sit and talk about a role-playing or gaming subject of some sort. We have around about 50, 60 videos attached to the channel that you're currently on just now. So you can go back and watch through all of those at your leisure, as and when it suits. At points, you'll see me with a beard that's about this long. At other points, I've got a really short beard. Sometimes I look neat. Sometimes I'm a total state. A lot of them were recorded during the COVID era, after all, well, at the end of the COVID era. Other than that, also, particularly relevant for this, our Lawhammer streams will be starting very soon as well. I'm going to obviously do some mapping over there because I've started, so I'll finish. But we're going to be streaming The Enemy Within live if you wish to join us for that. We will be talking a lot about that over the course of the next few weeks because all the equipment's in our room. It's almost ready to go. We're all super excited and we're champing at the bit to get going. So hopefully some of you will watch us do that too. Although if you do, I have to apologize in advance for my terrible accents. I get enthusiastic. I get into my characters, but the accents will be bad. I am not a professional voice actor, but I do enjoy myself. So other than that, thank you so much for all turning up. We'll hopefully see you for the birthday on the 30th. And after that, Inside the Rookery every week after that. If you do enjoy our streams, head over to Patreon and be awesome and give us a quid or so. That would be cool. But other than that, thanks very much. I can't believe we lasted 7.5 hours. I will talk to you next time. Until then, assume that there's some fade out music because I'm not providing any. I can't believe I did that. Right. Bye.